And let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and we are back by popular demand for a second part 2. I guess we're first part 2 for Draw Steel, the new role-playing game from MCDM, which dropped last week while we were at Gen Con. And we came back. I've been following this game for a long time. We ran the beta last year, the Knights and I. We talked about it in one of our studio streams. I'm a longtime patron of Matt Colville's channel, and so this game has been on my radar for a long time. And one of the reasons it has been is because Matt Colville is one of the few content creators that I know of who is very open, out of the closet about his love and appreciation for 4th edition D&D. I would say, he ran a very long campaign of 4th edition D&D on his channel. And I would think that, if 4th edition D&D has sort of a renaissance or even has sort of been kept alive these last however many years, it's because of Matt Colville. Certainly not because of me. And, so long story short, he decided to make his own game, and it is very, 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 very 4th edition coded. So as a result of that, I think that this is a game that I've been really, sort of excited about, unsure about, maybe even, because it's hard to get 4th edition right. Let's just put it that way. And as a result of that, we went into this kind of with a certain amount of hesitation. However, after 6 hours of reviewing it, which you can see on part 1, which we did a couple days ago, cautiously, tentatively, very excited. Now, obviously, right now, and I've said this before I went into this stream, or before I even went into this game, right now in my life, I am not in a super hardcore tactical place in terms of what I want out of a game. Grid-based miniatures and all that other stuff. But I would be foolish, I'd be lying to you if I told you that that wasn't a huge part of the reason I play tabletop role-playing games. I loved 4th edition D&D. I love Pathfinder 2nd edition. And those are obviously very tactical, very grid-based games. But, it comes and goes. Just like how there are times when I really want some super deep, hyper-narrative mechanics, and I really want to get into, people's feelings and thoughts. And sometimes I want to kick ass and take names. Sometimes I want an old-school dungeon delver where my character is little more than a scuffed-up, up-jumped cutthroat who, with a chip on his shoulder and a desire to make some money and wresting it from the cold, dead hands of his enemies. But other times I want a super heroic anime swordsman who, flies through the air and kicks his opponents through walls. That is where we are with this game. So one of the cool things about role-playing games is when they occupy different areas and niches within the vast array of spectrum, I should say, of games that we call role-playing games. And that is what we have here today, because obviously we've been very excited about games like Daggerheart. Still, I'm very excited about Daggerheart. But it's neat because this game really feels like it's in its own space. That's not even me saying it. That's the game saying it. The game came out in the very first couple pages and talked about what this game is and what this game is not. And it explicitly compared itself to some of the games that we've been focusing very heavily on this channel for the last year or two. Games like Shadowdark, games like Forbidden Lands, and yes, even games like Daggerheart. So very, very, very cool that they're doing this. So last time we covered the first 4 chapters of the game, and that included, some big chapters that really explained how the game works and the whole mechanics of it. We definitely took our time with it. So tonight we are going to be digging into parts 2, and from a table of contents point of view, we made it through introduction, basics, making a hero, ancestries, background, including cultures and careers. Edward's starting us off.
Edward tipped $20. I went hard last stream, but I got a chip in to support the madness of 6-hour streams. KOLC hype.
Thank you, Edward. Edward's super generous, buddy. I'm gonna bankrupt you. Thank you so much for that, Edward. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so Edward, getting us started off with our tip goal. Last time it was to go to midnight. Tonight, we dream better. We dream bigger, which is we go until we finish. For those of you who aren't good at math, last time was a 6-hour stream, and we started here, and we got to page 146. Well, we still have to go to page 373 plus. So, I could be digging my own grave here. Additionally, we have a super chat goal, which is if we get to $100 in super chats, we will schedule up our book 2 stream where we will dig into the monsters. Ooh, scary. Anyways, so that's what we're gonna do, and we'll hopefully get through a good amount of stuff, and we'll cover up some of the stuff I really want to cover through. We're gonna start off tonight by taking a look at a second class, the Troubadour, that was voted on by our last stream. And then we're going to move into kits, which is like how this game handles not only equipment, but sort of like your build and like what kind of things you're capable of doing. They kind of genericize it into your equipment. We'll talk about perks, which has been referred to the game throughout the game, and I don't really remember, honestly, from the thing. Complications, and then we get into some of like the procedural elements of the game. How do tests work? How does combat work? How does negotiation, which is this game's sort of social combat, and downtime projects. And lastly, we have 40 pages on rewards, about 20 pages on gods and religion, which is mostly a lore dump, I'm assuming, which isn't to say that we will completely ignore it, but we'll mostly completely ignore it. And then lastly, we'll see what advice it has for the game master. But predominantly and principally, I really want to make sure that we can get through kits, perks, complications, tests, combat, negotiation, downtime project, and rewards. Thaddeus says, didn't we get the rules of combat at the start of the class chapter? We got some of the rules of combat at the start of the class chapter. Sean with a $20 super chat said, let's get that ball rolling for monsters. The technician needs someone to yell, come and get it at. Thank you, Sean. Even though Sean hates come and get it, I thought it was excellent. Troubadour, what is this? Earth Dawn? Well, if it is, that's fantastic. So the game had some strange, before we get into the Troubadour, the game had some strange decisions about where to place stuff. Now, I appreciate telling us the rules for things before you start telling us what those things are. Hey, we're about to give you a bunch of classes, but you have no idea how anything works. So reading through these classes is going to be like, I don't know what any of this means. So when we start the classes chapter, we start off by talking about ability keywords and how AoEs and line of effects work. Now, I've played a lot of role-playing games, okay? And I've read even more role-playing games. And I got to be honest with you, I've never seen this shit in the classes chapter in my life. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, I would never look for it here. So I don't know what they thought about when they said, hey, let's define how powers work and how damage works and the rules for potency and how critical hits work and how surges work and how actions, what do they call these in Pathfinder 2? Subordinate actions work, how spending resources, duration of effects, line of effect rules, conditions, all of that comes in the classes chapter. Now, for the life of me, I can't make sense of this. I only have one. No, it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. They should define this stuff before you read it, right? Because if I go to the classes section and then suddenly something starts talking about taunting or slowing, which we saw, by the way, we saw that with the null. You might go, well, what the fuck does null? What the fuck does slowed mean? What the fuck does taunted mean? Well, cool. They defined it for us. But, but I don't know. Now, Des brings up what I was going to say. My thought process is maybe they figure that 99% of players, when they pick up the game, are never going to read past the classes chapter. So they're never actually going to read the real rules. And so because they're never going to read the real rules, they put the absolute bare minimum amount of rules that you need to functionally play this game, and they secretly put them into the, ancestries and classes chapter so that you're kind of like forced into reading them / tricked into reading them. So maybe they like gaslight you into reading the rules because you're a player and you're like, hey, I'm about to go play this game over at my friend's house. My friend's excited. They want to play this game. I got a copy of the PDF. All right. So like a good player, I'm going to, of course, immediately skip all the rules, and I'm going to go straight to the classes chapter and start planning my build. And, they got you. They fooled you. Now look at you. You're reading the rules. Ha, ha, ha. Got you, bitch. So maybe that's what they were thinking. I don't know. When we get to the combat section, it'll be really interesting. The thing that's fucked up is they'd explained all this, but they still didn't explain what initiative does, because initiative is presumably in the combat section. But if I had to look up where initiative was and or how lines work, for example, the rules for lines in this game are, kind of interesting and a little bit unique, right? Select one square at a time, with each square having to be further away from the original point. The lines can bend, but they cannot bend back, right? So this is a, fairly, it's a cool set of rules, but it's fairly specific. Or how walls work, or how bursts work. But I would never think, why would I think initiative is going to be in the combat chapter, and how cubes and lines work is in the classes chapter? Anyways, I know it seems like I'm picking on this a little bit, and I am, but it is what it is. All right, well, we're gonna have a long night tonight. Somebody said I hope I better have my monster ready. Now, I'm being a little presumptuous here, but I think you guys are excited about this game. I know I am. So I came prepared in case that tip goal does get filled. I brought 2. We're double fisting. We got 2 white monsters locked and loaded, ready to go. All right. So let's get into it. Troubadour. So this is kind of a follow-up from last stream, technically, because we were supposed to do Troubadour. So Troubadour is our bard class, and we'll get into this. They have an array, just like the other one. This one is one of the ones that has an agility of 2, presence of 2, and then we have the same 3-part array. Our potency is based off of our presence. Thank you, Jackal.
Jackal Torn Moons tipped $5. You should have had Steven on so more MCDM fans could teach fun how TTRPG book production works.
Yes, Jackal. There was some debate about how TTRPG production works, and some people were calling out Mr. Steven Clicker. Maybe they've secretly published a lot of books. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, apparently, no one's really quite sure. Like, a lot of people are saying, oh, no, they said that they spent, $800,000 or something on their production. In which case, damn. It's a lot of money. It was still a $5 million Kickstarter, though, so you do the math. Anyways, we've got... Yes, they did call it one of the most arguably busy publishers. Yes, literally publishing like multiple books a year. So our Troubadour is based on presence. They have 18 starting stamina, and they gain 6 per level. And then we get the following first level abilities. We get Troubadour Class Act, which must be like our subclass, a drama ability, our kit, a scene partner, routines, class act features, class act triggered action, and then our Troubadour abilities, including a signature 3 and a 5. So kind of similar to the null in that respect. So we have the Troubadour Class Act ability. Your Troubadour Class Act is your art form, summoning up the matter by which the world becomes your stage. You choose a Troubadour Class Act from the following options, which grants you a skill. So similar to like our Cryokineticist and Meta-Kineticist from Null, we pick one of these. The Null did have 2 signatures, Lim, now that I think about it. Did this have 2 signatures? Nope, it just has 1 signature. Okay, good point. So we can be an auteur, in which case gives us brag. The Duelist, which gives us the gymnastic skill, and the virtuoso, which gives us the music. Your Troubadour class act is your subclass, and your choice of class act determines many of the features that you will gain as you gain new levels. So there we go. We can either be a sort of a dramatist, a musician, or we could be a duelist, which is kind of cool. It's kind of interesting. Drama. This is a keyword ability that grants us our heroic resource, which is our drama ability, right? For the null, it was discipline. For our Troubadour, it is drama. Now, of course, remember that the null gained two discipline at the start of each combat round, and they could also gain additional discipline by successfully using their null field to fuck with the enemies. So our Troubadour gains drama, again, in combat or other round-based encounters. We start with a drama equal to the number of victories. So as the day goes longer, we'll start the combo, or I should say, as we've encountered more things, we'll start with more drama. And then at the start of each of our turns, we get a random amount of drama. Now, the average of this is still 2, but it could be 1, it could be 3. In addition, we gain drama when certain events occur. The first time 3 or more heroes use an ability on the same turn, you gain drama. 2 drama. The first time any hero is made winded, aka bloodied, during the encounter, you gain 2 drama. Whenever a creature within your line of effect rolls a 19 or 20, aka a critical hit, you gain 3 drama. When you or another hero dies, you gain 10 drama. So in other words, when dramatic stuff happens, you gain drama. When you are dead, you gotta love the language here. You continue to gain drama as long as your body is intact. If you have 30 drama during the encounter in which you died, you can come back to life with 1 stamina and 0 drama. If you are still dead after the encounter in which you died, you can't gain drama during future encounters. Reports of my death are greatly exaggerated indeed. What a weird, wonky, fun, crazy adventure idea. So the way I read this is, as long as your body isn't destroyed, right, you should automatically survive pretty much any TPK, right? Right? Pretty much. I don't see any limitations on how many times you could do it. I mean, that's crazy. That's wild. All right, it's the new meta, all Troubadour party. Yeah, this is very cool. So then again, we have the thing about how often, and we saw the same rule in the null, right, where you can use your drama abilities outside of combat. This was kind of like their attempt to, 30 drama is a lot. Well, remember, if you die, presumably, you gain 10 drama. You continue to gain drama as long as your body's intact. So potentially, as long as people are still getting made winded or people are still rolling critical hits, you're going to gain drama. But then if other characters die, right, other heroes, I should say, die, you're going to gain drama. So, yeah. In any case, but this is the same thing where basically you can use an ability once outside of combat, and then you can't use it again until you earn a victory or finish a respite. So this was their way of kind of preventing why can I only use my powers in combat? And the answer is because it would break the game. And so they kind of picked something in the middle, which isn't the best and isn't the worst, which is basically says you can use all of your abilities once, essentially, for free outside of combat, but then you can't use them again outside of combat until you've been through either earned a victory or earned a respite. We saw this with the null. I don't hate this ability, honestly. Or hate that decision. All right. Then we have the kit, which we'll get to when we get to chapter 6 kits. Scene partner. This is another first level ability that we get. Whenever you obtain a success on a test to interact with an NPC using any skill from the interpersonal group, you can form a bond with that NPC. When you enter into a negotiation with a bonded NPC, their patience increases by 1, which makes me happy. It means they kept patience. Additionally, the first time during a negotiation that you personally make an argument that would increase a bonded NPC by interest, you instead increase their interest by 2. You can have a number of bonds active equal to your level. When you form a new bond that would exceed, you have to choose one of your bonds to lose. So, I don't like the name Scene Partner for this, but this is a mechanical function that allows the Troubadour to be basically a fighter, a better fighter in negotiation scenes, as long as you have already had interactions that involved a mechanical check, aka a successful test from the interpersonal skill group, with that NPC prior. And then if that leads to eventually and as you gain levels, you're going to have this list of NPCs who you have had successful interactions with. And now you essentially kind of have a hunter's mark, if you will, against them during negotiations, because their patience increases, which means that you have more time to try to convince them. And when you do make an argument against them, you can get them more interested than you otherwise could. I think this is really, really cool. It obviously rewards a campaign for at least coming back and focusing on some of the NPCs that you've previously interacted with again and again. But again, it's not like it's a one and done situation. You could have them and gain a new one and just replace one of your old ones, maybe that is either dead or doesn't matter anymore. We have to get to the negotiation section, but from what I remember from the beta, this is really cool and I like it. And this is the kind of mechanical texture that games usually lack when they make social combat. They make these social combat systems, but no one interacts with it. None of the abilities, none of the feats, none of the powers, none of the classes. And by making the classes care about this stuff, then you make that encounter have more mechanical weight and thus more importance. So I like this. All right. We also get our routines. We enter every battle with a set of performance abilities ready. They are magical presentations that your allies participate in. They all have the performance keyword. At the start of each combat round, as long as you are not dazed, dead, or surprised, you can either choose a new performance or maintain your current performance, no action required. Your performance lasts until you're unable to maintain it or until the end of the encounter. Can anybody say EverQuest Bard Song? This looks like EQ Bard Song, baby. You start off with choreography and revitalizing a limerick. Your choice of class act grants you additional performance. So we all get 2, and then whichever one of the 3 subclasses we chose gives us a 3rd, or perhaps potentially more. Choreography. It's the spirit of the wolf. Yes. Can we learn to twist? That's the real question. So this is a 5 aura that gives everybody +2 bonus to speed. It's us and our allies. So this is just an AoE speed buff. It's free, and we can start it off at the start of each combat round, and we either maintain it or choose a new one. So this is very much EverQuest Bard coded. And for those of you who don't know, EverQuest Bards didn't have a mana bar. They just had these different song effects that they could twist. They were basically very short duration buffs, but they could switch between them very, very quickly and had a lot of capability. Now, obviously, we have this drama resource, so we're going to have spells or heroic abilities as well. But this is definitely, for me, EverQuest Bard coded. Revitalizing Limerick is the same thing, self in the area, no action. At the end of each of your turns, while this performance is active, you can choose up to a number of targets equal to your presence score. Each chosen target can spend a recovery. And this right here, so this is the heal song. Just like in Bard, just like in EverQuest. This right here is the beautiful thing about healing surges. Because if you made this ability in any other game, recovery, healing surges, whatever you want to call them, if you made this ability in every other game, it would be either really broken or so fiddly hyper gamist. Because if you said basically, hey, the Bard has an area effect heal, you'd be like, cool. So outside of combat, they use it and everybody heals to full. And you're like, no, you can only use it in combat, right? And you're like, no, that's not right either. What's great about this system is you can basically have the bard, because you kind of manage your own healing power. The only difference is that during combat, you can't use it freely. Outside of combat, you can use it freely, but everybody is limited in the number of recoveries. So this is a really, really cool way that if you want to let your party heal, you can do that, but it doesn't break the game and allow everybody to heal for full for free at all times. Great power, great ability, wonderful healing. These are both top notch. And again, I'm speaking this not through the lens as much of Draw Steel. Obviously, I only have the one session, but from the lens of someone who played a lot of 4th edition D&D, and this game is very 4th edition D&D coded, both of these are really, really cool. Faceless one pointing out that you can use recoveries while bleeding. You can't use the catch breath maneuver while bleeding, which makes sense because if you're bleeding out, right, you don't have a action, I assume. So our class act, aka our right, you can heal, but you can't. Oh, I see what you're saying. You still act, but you can't heal yourself. Again, the game chose which core functions of it wanted to put in the classes section and which ones it wants to put in the combat section. So I don't recall exactly how the death process works. I know that like when you get to a certain level, you raise your death flag and then something happens and you keep fighting on, but then you eventually die. I don't exactly remember what it was, but yeah. So we'll get to that at some point when the game decides it's important that we know that. So depending on which subclass we picked, we get 2 features: blocking, dramatic monologue, acrobatics, star power, power chord, or virtuoso performances. They are in alphabetical order. Got it. Okay. So some of these belong to the duelist, the auteur, or the virtuoso. So for example, if we are a duelist, we get acrobatics and star power. Acrobatics is a performance ability, which is usable with our routines feature. So this is going to be a third option besides choreography and revitalizing limerick. Chris says, what about that sidebar? Abilities like guest star, miscue, and twist at the end allow the auteur to rewrite bits of what's happening in the battle by temporarily removing creatures from an encounter, bringing back people to life, or causing a new ally appear. These abilities and features are no more powerful than any other, but they're narratively different. This is because, uniquely among all subclasses in Draw Steel, the auteur knows that the combat encounter playing out at your table is really a story being told sometime later, probably in a tavern. When the auteur uses these abilities, they are changing that story. They rewrite stories to make them more dramatic in the, presumably, retelling. What actually happened is a matter of some debate. Even the people who were there don't agree on exactly what took place. How people remember it is what's important. This is pretty weird, but also fun. If it's too weird, you can always reinterpret these as magic, a school of conjuring that really does change the battlefield. So, I love this. I mean, I like that my game is a game. I think this is a clever nudge, nudge, wink, wink at fourth wall breaking. And since I don't really care about, in fact, I like author stance. I like director stance, right? So I have absolutely no problem with this. And I think this is absolutely awesome. And it's a really, really fun way to basically say somebody goes down and dies. And then like the bard's like, no. That's not how it happened. It's almost like it's like a cutaway, and that's when you reveal that the whole movie was just somebody retelling a story. Yeah. Record scratch. I bet you're wondering how we got here. It's very similar in some ways to the way that flashbacks work in Blades in the Dark as well, but being very much more meta about it. And you know what? I think that's cool. Yes, I agree. This is cool, and I have friends that would find this so cool. And I would be one of them. I think this is really, really fun. And I would absolutely be like, record scratch and just be like, no, that was pretty lame. Or there'd be like, it'd be like, we would rename these abilities, of course, immediately. And it would be like, no, it was easy, super convenient, barely an inconvenience. We would just be like, I'd be like, hey, that's the name of the thing in the story. Wow. And it's like, wait, why are they here? because they have to be. Why do they have to be? Because we have a promo and we have to include it. That's a good enough reason for me. I thought so. Yeah. Because they gave us a bag full of money. Oh, okay. I would just completely scene junkies kind of redo this thing. Anyways, Harbushido says, I have friends that would love this, and I have friends that would actively gag if this happened in their game. Correct. That is an accurate statement. So acrobatics is our duelist ability. This is again a routine. So it's like our free thing that we get at the start of our round. Everybody in our party, well, everybody in 5 squares. Each target who starts their turn in the area can automatically obtain a tier 3 outcome on one test made to jump, tumble, or climb. Okay. So basically, yeah. If you're in combat, everyone is now a parkour expert. Not entirely sure if you can use routines. Nope, it's only at the start of a combat round. So you cannot actually use these outside of combat. So during combat, everyone's doing backflips, parkour. Then like outside of combat, it's like, I can't possibly climb this. I'm an old man. Hopefully something attacks us. Then I'll be able to climb it. Is that simulationist? Of course not. It's not at all. It's gamist as shit. And super meta. And maybe even kind of taps back into this sort of, I mean, this is specifically referring to the auteur Troubadour, but it's the same basic idea. Right. They need the adrenaline. Sure. Wow. That's a deep cut. It makes everyone into an EverQuest dwarf. When the EverQuest dwarf was running and jumped, it did a flip. Right. You need that combat music pumping. Blocking. No. You lose the audience this way. Try it like this. It's a 2 aura. Each creature in the area. At the end of each of your turns, while this performance is active, you can choose up to a number of targets equal to your presence score, starting off at 2, and teleport them to unoccupied spaces in the area. A target can't be teleported. That would, kill them. Stop, cut. No. You're over here, okay? No, you're over here because it's dramatic. We're supposed to be having a face-off. And that is exactly how, if I was this class, that's exactly how I would be playing it 100% of the time. And it would be pissing people off like Beowulf so bad, and I would love every minute of it. Oh, I love it. It's so good. Blocking, by the way, for those of you who don't know, blocking in theater and movie blocking is where like they tell you where to walk, where to stand, where to hit your mark, where you're supposed to be standing in a scene. That's called blocking. Dramatic monologue. Who does this belong to? This also belongs. So our author, right? The auteur, the one that can literally knows they're in a story and can kind of rewrite the story as it's happening. They get blocking and dramatic monologue. Dramatic monologue. It doesn't need to make sense. Just say it with emotion. Range 10. Choose one of the following effects. Now note, this one is not a routine. So this is usable with our routines. This is just a separate ability. You orate a rousing tale of victory. One ally within distance gains edge on the next power roll they make before the start of your next turn. You weave a tale of high-stakes heroics. One ally gains a surge. You insult a foe where they're most vulnerable, and the one enemy takes a bane on the next power roll. And you could spend 1 drama and choose 2 targets for the chosen effect. Okay. So this takes our maneuver action. The other ones, the routines are free. But this is pretty cool. I mean, now, for those of you who don't know this, in 4th edition D&D, the Bard was a arcane leader. And let me say something here really quick. The Bard was never cooler than in 4th edition D&D, because I think carving the Bard out as a leader, and by the way, the leader role was what the Warlord was for the martial characters. It's what the Cleric was for the divine. It's what the shaman was for the primal. I thought having the bard be a leader was so awesome. It made them have a niche and a role in a party that I felt like their shitty kind of quasi-rogue jack of all trades, master of nuns. I never like that role for the bard ever. And it's even weirder in Pathfinder 2 because they're like an occult caster, and so they have all these weird, vomiting tendrils of Cthulhu and darkness. So I love that about the Bard in 4th edition, and I'm beginning to get the same feeling from the Troubadour here in Draw Steel, where I could use my routine to bust out a revitalizing limerick, providing my party with the ability to heal this turn, okay, for free, and then also give a dramatic monologue where I talk about how, I pronounce this person's death and how they are going to die at their blades, and, give them a bane. And so I'm like debuffing the enemy, buffing an ally, giving everybody a heal. And by the way, I haven't even used my movement or my main action yet. I've used a free action for my routine at the start of my turn, and I used a maneuver action to pop off a dramatic monologue. So I can still then move and attack, or move and do some sort of other ability. It allows me to be this support character and not ask me to give up my entire turn. Cleric and PF2. Anyways, moving on. The Power Chord is another ability that this one belongs to the duelist, along with acrobatics. Your instrument rings true and blows everyone away. Oh, okay. I thought the duelist was like someone who like sword fighted. But apparently it means like, oh no, it says you perform dances of death. Okay. Oh, the power chord is a virtuoso. Did I read it wrong? Oh, I was reading star power. This is power chord. Okay, I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Power chord. All right. Right. Drop D tuning because I don't know how to play my instrument. Finger across the top 3 strings on the guitar. Just hit it. It's a maneuver. It's a burst outwards from you, and it pushes everyone away. Did anyone ever play ETC in Heroes of the Storm? Then I think I think that ability might have been called Power Chord. If I recall correctly, right? Maybe it was called Power Chord. You would because maybe it was called Power Slide. Maybe it was like Power Slide was the one where you would shoot across the field and then you could do your Power Chord. I also think it stunned them a little bit. Maybe it was like a 1 second stun or like a half second stun. Anyways, shout out to Heroes of the Storm. I still hate League of Legends, and I still hated Defense of the Ancients. I hated Dota. I thought all the MOBAs were terrible. I hated last hitting. I hated the focus on leveling up and killing, mobs. I thought Heroes of the Storm was awesome. And of course, it died. It is absolutely the best MOBA. It is 100% the best MOBA. I say this as someone who doesn't even play MOBAs. It's okay. It's Power Slide. Okay. Well, what's the AOE knockback micro stun called? Apparently, we've got some HOTS fans in here, and you know what? Awesome. Oh, loudspeaker. Oh, okay. Well, it's the same basic idea. Man, we got a lot of HOTS fans in here. All right. Oh, face melt. Okay, that's the one I'm thinking of. Face melt. All right, yeah, that is the one I'm thinking of. Such is the fate of all games Derek loves. Yeah, that was actually a video game that I've played in the last, decade or so, and of course, it died an ignoble death. So this is a maneuver AOE knockback. I don't know how good this is, but yeah, it seems like it'd be kind of cool. It only affects enemies. Switchback, I believe that. MOBA abilities tend to translate really well into tabletop combat. They just take a lot fucking longer. And then Star Power. Star Power costs a drama and involves a maneuver. It only affects yourself. You gain a +2 bonus to speed until the end of your turn. Additionally, the next power roll that you make this turn cannot have an outcome lower than tier 2. And if you spend a drama when you activate this, you get a +4 bonus to speed instead. Now, that's insane because if I'm reading this correctly, we could be in our choreography routine, giving us a +2 bonus to speed, and then as a duelist, pop our star power with a drama and get another +4 bonus to speed this turn, giving us +6 bonus to speed. Our base speed is 5. That means we can move 11 squares this turn. And we can't roll, quote unquote, the miss, right? There is no real miss in this game, but we can't roll the shitty one, right? Even if we roll the shitty one, we get a tier 2 result. And it's just a maneuver. So that's pretty sweet. Beowulf, serious question, Derek, as if there are anything else. Would you actually limit players from using their in-combat parkour abilities outside of combat? Beowulf, yeah. Of course I would. The routine says, battle at the start of each combat round, and it lasts until you're unable to maintain it or until the end of the encounter. The routines mechanically are not meant to function outside of combat. The game would probably break and fall apart. This is not a fiction first game. And I'm okay with that. Somebody actually said that the maps in the Daily Tomb were actually quite large. Bushido, it's this, but it's only for their drama abilities. It says you can use your heroic abilities, and remember, heroic abilities are the ones that cost a heroic resource. And effects that cost drama without spending it. Whenever you use an ability or effect outside of combat that costs drama, you can't use that ability again until you earn 1 or more victories. Right? So this is specifically for our drama costing abilities. However, the routines are not drama costing abilities, and they specifically say that they cannot be used. They can only activate them at the start of the combat round, and they last until the end of the encounter. So you cannot have them on active outside of it. This game sounds so much fun. This might be one of my favorite parts. Dwayne, it's up there. I mean, all of these things are really, really, really awesome. Right, you can only do dance routines during the show. Right, exactly. I don't know if it's digital only or physical release. I have absolutely no idea. Beowulf says, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I lie. I'm mad. Well, Beowulf, I mean, this is the difference between, this is when I talk about fiction first versus mechanics first, and you got to fucking pick a lane. And you have to be okay with what your game is about. And that's totally fine. Now, Lionhead Gaming says, would a chase scene count as combat? I'm not sure, Lionhead Gaming, because they did specifically refer to, in other parts of the game, where they talk about combat or at the start of a combat encounter or some other stressful situation that is tracked in combat rounds as determined by the director. So when we talk about drama in combat, it does refer to it as combat encounter or some other stressful situation. So my inclination is to say that that would count as a stressful situation, assuming we were tracking it in rounds, you know? Is the draw steel of a VTT available? I believe it's called Codex, and I believe the answer is no. Jake says, every class I've read for this game gets the same, oh shit, this rules reaction. What I mean, yeah, I mean, the reason that mechanics first gaming is fun is because we're interested in beating the game, right? We're not just interested in playing it, and that's okay. You know, that's a natural thing. Some people play role-playing games because they want to tell stories, or some people play role-playing games because they want to, act and inhabit the mindset of a different, character. Other people play role-playing games because, they want to They want to beat monsters and beat the game. And that's totally acceptable. And that's totally fine. And Beowulf, you're right. Beowulf says, that's my secret cap. I'm always in combat, pulls out a bag of rats. And that's why the bag of rats hack, right, so to speak, worked, quote unquote, because people are like, well, this power only works in combat, and now I'm in combat. And the problem there was the definition of what is a combat, right? So, anyways. And then lastly, we have the virtuoso performances. You have the following performance abilities which are usable with your routines. So the virtuoso gets power chord, which is the knockback, but the virtuoso actually gets to add 2 elements to their routines, right? So the virtuoso gets 4 routines. The virtuoso is going to have choreography for the group speed buff. They're going to have limerick for the group heal. And then they're going to get Thunder Mother and Ballad of the Beast. Out for the Thunder Mother, run and hide for cover. Range 10. It's a strike. We do lightning damage. Ride the lightning. We literally blast them with the power of our song. At the end of each combat round, while this performance is active, remember, this isn't even an attack, you get to make a power roll against the target that ignores cover. You can't target the same creature twice with this effect, and we just blast them with lightning. Interesting. That's a really interesting way of doing this. It's like a free attack that they can control as long as they get cover. That's kind of I mean, this is the kind of very, very holy diver. And then we have Ballad of the Beast, which is this one's an aura, again, buffing all of us. While this performance is active, everyone who starts the turn in the area gains a surge. And remember, surge is sort of like the generic buffing thing. We can use surges to boost our damage. We can also use surges to boost our potency, making us obviously be able to do more damage, but also able to potentially, hit down people with our effects. Well, I got to be honest with you, because I like the Bard from EverQuest, I'm leaning towards Virtuoso simply because I like having the ability to have 4 routines rather than, just 2 or 3. But I will say that dramatic monologue and blocking from Auteur are pretty sweet. And while Duelist is obviously very powerful, I feel like Duelist is the one I'm least interested in. So right now, if I had to rank it, I was going to say Virtuoso number 1, Auteur number 2, and Duelist number 3. Now I am going to I'm going to go turn on a fan really quick because it's getting a little warm right here. So before I go, I'm going to put a poll up just so you guys have something to vote on and discuss while I am doing that. And I'll be right back. All right. All right. Make your votes. Ooh, okay. Auteur is up there. I mean, I don't blame you. You know that a class is sick when you would have a hard time picking between the classes, but just between the subclasses. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. How are we doing tonight? Hey, we got 180 people here tonight. And we also have our friends over on Twitch. Looks like we've got about 15, 20 people on Twitch. So about 200 people here tonight. Although I'm sure some people are in both. So again, hello, welcome. My name is Derek Melinda. Nice last call. We are here talking about RPGs. Pretty much everything except for we don't really talk about 5e D&D. Not because I don't like it, but a lot of people talk about it, so they don't need me to talk about it. And today and this week, we've been talking about Draw Steel. So thank you for your support. And again, we stream every Tuesday and Thursday, usually about something. Smash that like button. And of course, we also, this channel is pretty much supported almost entirely through our Patreon and through tips from viewers like you. So if you want to support us, you can do that by joining us at patreon.com/nightslastcall. Or, as the Stream Elements just said in chat, you can support us with a tip or a super chat. Not only does that usually go towards our stream goals so that you get a little bit of extra content, but it also really, really helps us out. That being said, if you are strapped for cash, or maybe you don't think I deserve it, you can also support us for free with your Amazon Prime sub at twitch.tv/nightslastcall. You can follow us over on Twitch, but you can also subscribe with a free Prime sub, which becomes automatically part of your Amazon Prime sub. Or give it to somebody. You get it once a month. You should use it. Otherwise, you'll lose it. And that was my pitch. All right. Let's get back. All right. Auteur is winning. All right. You know what? I really appreciate that. I mean, I don't think anyone's wrong. I think that's a really cool. I think that's a really cool class or a really cool subclass. All right. So each subclass gets a triggered action. They get their own triggered action. Turnabout is fair play, riposte, and harmonize. So these are triggered actions, reactions. I love classes that start with a good reaction. They seem to have been very smart. What was the other game that we just looked at that every class had a reaction? Oh, Eldamon. Every class has an Eldamon. Smart design. Very smart design. What's up, David Dragon?
Diva Dragon tipped $20. Hoping you'll be here through the end of my shift. 6 more hours. Let's go.
Thank you. Well, because of tips from people like you, there's a really, really good chance that we will be. Now, I will say that even if we don't do the whole thing, like I didn't really put it this time, but for every $50 that we get, we'll go, we'll go an extra hour if we need to. So even if we don't necessarily, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not stopping at 9 o'clock. You know what I mean? I skipped harmonize. I did skip harmonize. Okay. Thank you, David Dragon, and I hope we are here through your whole shift and can help you get through it. Hang out, let us know what's going on. Those people out there who are really working, actually working, I appreciate you. So harmonize is what we get for being our virtuoso, aka the one that Derek liked. So it costs 3 of our drama resource. It's a triggered action, and we can use it within 5 squares at 1 ally. The target uses an ability that targets only one enemy, and it costs 3 or fewer of their heroic resource. The target can choose one additional target for their ability. Any damage becomes sonic to the additional target is sonic. And if you spend additional drama, you can trigger this ability when a target uses an ability that has a higher cost for each additional drama spent. You double their ability. You double it. We just saw this in Daggerheart, right? From Grace. There it is. Encore. When an ally within close range deals damage to an adversary, make a spellcast roll against the same target. On a success, you deal the same damage to the target that your ally dealt. In Daggerheart, this is a level 10 ability. In Draw Steel, oh shit, what does it have? I just closed everything. In Draw Steel, it is a it's your default ability. Now, granted, this does cost a resource, right? I mean, in Daggerheart, you can just use this as many times as you want. The only problem is if they roll with fear, you have to put it back in your vault and then spend one resource to bring it back. But oh, that's true. It's a different target, George. This is the same target, but it's the same basic idea, and you can see where their brain is at. And let me also say something here. This is what I want out of a bard. This is what I want out of a troubadour. I like leaning into the theme of music and song, right? You know? I don't want the bard to just be like a kind of a weird spellcaster. And that's why I like this a lot better. We had some super chats drop in. Sam said, supporting KOLC. Bedtime. We'll watch the VOD. Sam, thank you for your support. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for joining the adventure. Sam, we appreciate having you around. And we appreciate having you be a member of this community. Thank you so much. And Joshua, thank you. Just supporting your monster addiction. Thank you. Cheers to you as well, Joshua Chapman. Also a recent member of the Knights of Last Call community. We appreciate having you here. Thank you so much. How do you do, my fellow steel drawers? What are my initial feelings on Draw Steel so far? Lugs, I'm having fun with it. The abilities seem fun and interesting and engaging. Very ticky, very fiddly. Lots of stuff to track. You either love it or you hate it. My only thing is if you're going to make me track something, it better be fun, cool, or powerful. Ideally, all three. So, cool. We can double up on people's abilities. Sweet. I love it. All right. This is our duelist ability, the riposte. I'd have brought treats had I known I'd be fighting a dog. That's sick. It's when you or an ally that is basically next to you takes damage from a melee strike, and the target gets to make a free strike back, aka they get to make a riposte. Makes sense? Free counterattack every time you're attacked. But it's cool that you can, it's kind of weird or cool. I don't know that like you can make your ally also make the ability, or your ally can make the strike back, but I guess that gives it a little bit more versatility. And then lastly, turnabout is fair play. Now this is our auteur ability, which is the ones that are weird and fourth wall breaking. To be clear, Kendall, they seem to have kept the fourth wall breaking exclusively to the author or the auteur, right? So if you don't like that ability, just don't be an auteur. All's fair in love and whatever. In range 10, targeting a single creature. It's a triggered ability, no cost. They make an ability roll that has an edge, double edge, bane, double bane. An edge on the triggering roll becomes a bane, or a double edge becomes an edge. A bane becomes an edge, or a double bane becomes a bane. Okay. So we can turn good into bad, really good into okay, bad into good, really bad into somewhat bad. Interesting. If we spend 3 drama when we activate this, okay, we can negate. An edge becomes double bane. A double edge gets completely canceled. Or a bane becomes a double edge, and a double bane is completely negated. There's a lot of words here, but it basically means you can buff your allies and hurt your enemies if they have some sort of advantage. It does nothing if they don't have some sort of advantage or disadvantage. But if they do, you can kind of mess around with it. Right. It slides things to the center, and then if it gets there, it flips around. It never cancels it out. It just it moves everything to the left or to the right. Interesting. No, it's very clear cut what it does, Lugs. It's just the language itself is awkward. I agree. A diagram here might have been more helpful than actual English words. Yes, it's a little wordy, but it kind of has to be. So I don't mind it, though. I mean, it's powerful, but what's going to be difficult is remembering what costs drama and what doesn't cost drama. That I think would be the toughest part about this. And by the way, range 10, remember, it means range 10 squares. That's a 50-foot range. I mean, that's going to be mostly, you know. This is for an ability check. Does that include combat and powers? I don't think so, Sean. I think I can never remember if the hierarchy, because like it's really written badly. Some things are power rolls, some things are combat rolls, general roll. Yeah, there's a really if I'm struggling with it, I think that means it's bad. I know that sounds terrible to say, but it's like, you know, that was kind of rough. I mean, generally speaking, though, if they're making an ability roll, if this isn't, you're rolling with a plus ability, if that's not an ability roll, I don't know it is. So, yes, I assume this would work in combat. Right. If all things are power rolls, why isn't that just called a roll? Why is it called a power roll? It seems weird that it's called power, because power, to me, means you're using one of your powers, right? I guess power roll is their term for like duality. Yeah, power roll is like duality roll. So they call a 2d10 a power roll, I guess. All right. So then we finally get our signature abilities, which we only get one of, which makes sense now because the Troubadour, unlike the Null, has all of those routines and all those other triggered abilities. So we get one of these. We get Artful Flourish. We attack 2 creatures or objects, and we do some damage. And then afterwards, we can shift 3 squares. And if we spend drama, we can target additional creatures. So we can jump around, attack, and then move. All right. Cutting Sarcasm is a ranged psychic damage that makes them bleed. Get it? Cutting Sarcasm. Now, you might be saying, Derek, no, it does have a weapon. Huh, interesting. It's magic, it's range, it's strike, it's weapon. I suppose the weapon keyword means that we need to use a weapon. I'm not entirely sure what this does, actually, now that I said that. You can use it with weapons or magic. Okay. In any case, you know, we cut them so deep with our sarcasm, they actually literally start bleeding. Instigator. I didn't do that. What? It's a main action. It's a melee attack. You do some damage. But then the target is taunted by you or a willing ally adjacent to you until the end of the target's next turn. Misdirected mark, anybody? Okay. What is that? Oh, that's that. Oh, okay. Sorry. Everything got messed up on my thing. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, this was a level 1 Bard at will from D&D 4th edition. It's called Misdirected Mark, and it said you could seal your arcane attack. You would attack somebody, and then that target would become marked by an ally of yours within 5 squares. So basically, you hit them, but you tricked them into thinking that it came from one of your allies. And this is kind of the same thing. I didn't do it. It was them, which is pretty sweet. Got it, Sinmad. Good to know. Witty Banter. It's melee or ranged. It does damage, and then an ally can end a conditional effect on them that is ended by a saving throw, or that ends at the end of their turn, so either or. And spend 1 drama, and you can heal them. So this is the classic leader power, right? Where you get to do damage and heal them. But there's a couple of cool things that I think are really cool to point out of here. And this is, by the way, for people who aren't paying attention, this is some of the subtle differences that makes this better in some ways than 4th edition. Okay. 4th edition had a lot of powers, monsters and players, that would either say ends on the target's next turn or save ends. The problem is there were a lot of, especially leader powers, that would grant your ally a save to end an effect that a save could end, which meant that if somebody got hit with, now in the hierarchy of abilities, save ends was considered to be stronger than end next turn, right? Because end next turn is only going to last 1 turn, and save ends could potentially last multiple turns. Well, for starters, save ends effects, often did just end after 1 turn anyways. And if the creature was an elite or a solo, they had a bonus to saving. But also, things like a leader's ability to grant you a save against save ends effects meant that save ends effects could end before you even got affected by it. But there were no powers or abilities that ever ended an effect which ended on their next turn, which meant that, ironically, you could heal a save ends effect, but you couldn't heal a end of next turn ability. So what they do here is you can end an effect on them that can be ended by a saving throw. This is classic 4th edition language, or that ends at the end of their turn. They added that because it was always really weird in 4th edition that you couldn't end them. So this is really, really cool. Also, correct, Rin. That was the other advantage. When you dropped a debuff and it ended until the last end of your next turn, it meant that your entire team was going to get the benefit. Whereas if it ended at save ends and the monster, let's say, was going in 2 or 3 initiative spaces, they might pass their save and then only some of your allies would get the effect of it. So you are also correct, Rin. Which is why my group tended to prioritize EONT effects over save end effects. I should also point out that this effect occurs regardless of what you roll on your dice. So you're going to do some amount of damage, but you're always going to, heal your ally or pretend them. So which is cool. All right, here are so those are our signature abilities. We get one of these. Apparently, we get the other one from our kit. We have Artful Flourish, which is going to allow us to attack a lot of people potentially and move around. We have Cutting Sarcasm, which is another sort of a range damage that also sets them up with a DOT. There's the Instigator, which is a little bit weirder or wonkier to use, but it's starting to get into the more of the controlling role, sort of misdirection. And then there's the Witty Banter, which is more of the healer leader type. So really you have some options about how you want to build your Troubadour. And then we get into our heroic abilities as well. These are our 3 drama abilities, the one that costs 3 drama to use. We've got a couple of them. We have Harsh Critic. Just 1 bad review will ruin their day. Again, it's melee or ranged. It does sonic damage to a creature or object. And the first time they use an ability before the start of their next turn, any effects from the ability's tier outcomes other than damage are negated. Wow. That is a significant debuff with fairly significant damage. So this means that their next ability that they use will just only do damage. It won't knock anyone prone. It won't set anybody on fire. Tristan, this means that we are adding our presence stat to the damage. So by default, presence starts at 2. So we would be doing 9 damage, 12 damage, or 15 damage. And as a reminder, our Troubadour started with 18 stamina at level 1. That's like a really cool way to do. It's a very like smart debuff. Like you're basically saying like they won't do any of their extra effects. That's really cool. All right, hypnotic overtones. You affect every enemy within 2 squares of you. You slide them regardless of the potency. And then depending on the potency, daze them and save ends. And you can spend additional drama to make the burst even larger. So this is a complete battlefield rearrangement / daze all your enemies. Daze, by the way, remember, means that you only get 1 action on your turn. You don't get 3 actions. You don't get a maneuver, a move, and a main. You basically just get a main. So, and I love that you can spend more drama to just increase the size of this. But yeah, both of these are pretty nice. Quick rewrite, 3 drama. Now this is an actual like fireball. It's a 3 cube within 10. So this is a 3x3, blast, if you will, that you can put out to 10 squares away. It affects every enemy in the area. You write something unexpected into the scene that hinders your enemy. So again, we're getting with the 4th wall breaking. They take damage as you scale up, and then you either slow them or full-ass restrain them, and they don't even get to move. Additionally, that area becomes difficult terrain. This is like, remember the trash can. Remember the trash can. Wild Stallion rules. So. Is that the Goodyear blimp? Is that effect permanent? I don't see a duration until combat is over, I guess. Yeah, most of the time, most of these type of effects end at the end of the encounter. To use a very gamist language. Again, one of the biggest problems that people have with gamist games is they start trying to apply logic and reasoning to them, and that usually fails. Also, remember, this is literally the author or the bard like telling the story later and then adding this to the scene. They're not literally reshaping reality. But yeah, unless otherwise noted, it'll end at the end of the combat. Upstage. As you bob and weave, you can't help but leave the audience wanting more. You shift up to your speed. You make a single power roll that targets every enemy that you moved adjacent to during this shift. You taunt them until the end of next turn and potentially knock them prone and potentially make them unable to stand. That's pretty powerful. Oh, this is totally Bugs Bunny sketching a safe above your head. Completely, Mr. Fizzer. And then those were our 3 drama abilities. All right. So someone pointed out that was a maneuver. Oh, it is a maneuver, Chris. Nice observation. It's easy to miss some of the subtleties of it because I liked it as a main action. But of course, you're not doing damage. And if you're going to basically, if something's a main action, it almost always either dealing damage or really putting a significant debuff on the enemy, like this one here, which dazes them. I think this is a really cool ability for controlling monsters. I like that it's melee or ranged, which makes it very versatile. It can attack an object, which makes it really good for blowing up things because it does a fair amount of sonic damage. So I really like this harsh critic power. This one is fine. This is the type of control I like less. It depends on we'll see what the maneuverability rules are and like how flanking works and movement and stuff like that. This is fine. I just, generally speaking, as a general, I just don't like abilities that create terrain because it's just a pain in the ass to track. But This is really good. My problem is I've seen this all the time, right? Where like you use an ability like this and you like lock them down, and it's your melee characters just go into melee anyways, and so it didn't really do anything. So if you have the right party build for this and the right kind of players who will do something like that, you know, that'll be fine. And then, but this one's pretty cool too. Very good for the melee bar. I mean, you got to be really wanting it because, you know, you're going to potentially taunt like 2 or 3 or 4 people, and that means they're really going to have an incentive to come attack you, which is pretty cool. Joshua, I don't want to speak for how Roll for Combat or Mark. I haven't heard anything from Mark, so I have no idea. You know, so I don't want to put words in their mouth. All right, so these are our 5 drama abilities. We can do a dramatic reversal. It's a 3 burst. Ourself and every ally. We can all shift and make free strikes that either gain an edge or let us like shift 1, make a free strike. Shift 2, make a free strike with an edge. Shift 3, make a free strike with an edge, and then everyone can heal. Dang, that is definitely a dramatic reversal. Hey, we were about to lose. Instead, everybody shifts into optimal position. Everybody makes an attack. Everybody heals. I mean, it's hard not to like that ability. Fake your death. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. You turn invisible and make an illusion of something. You appear to die. You kill yourself, Romeo and Juliet style. And then while you're invisible, you get a +3 bonus to speed and ignore difficult terrain. The illusion and your invisibility last until end of next turn. Did he just kill himself? What is going on? I'll be honest with you. I mean, this is a maneuver too, but this one I probably wouldn't take. I mean, it's fine, but it's a little too cutesy. Flip the script. Self and every ally, each target can teleport up to 5 squares. And if you were slowed, you're no longer slowed. Yes, it's very weird that it's not triggered by taking damage. That would make a lot more sense. You know, like, oh, you killed me. But no, but it's not, though, because it's not a triggered action. It's a maneuver. So if it was a triggered action, it would totally make sense. But it's not. Even the flavor text, which obviously means nothing, but the flavor text implies that you're committing suicide. 10 levels, Tristan. Well, this is a complete AoE party teleport, but I still like the dramatic reversal better. And then method acting. They're so hurt by your performance, you start to believe it yourself. So it's a single strike with melee 1 against a single creature. You deal a good chunk of damage, and then they become weakened. Weakened, remember, gives them a bane to all of their attacks. And then you can become bleeding to deal extra damage to the target. I mean, this is a little weird. This is the thing, too, where it's like, this doesn't have the magical tag, you know? So this is really into that, like, fourth wall breaking, you know? All of these are fine, but I'm going to be willing to bet that, like, 50 or 60% of people choose dramatic reversal. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you want out of this, you know, like it's getting on top, you know, things. I mean, yes, this is a lot of damage for sure. And I like the Faustian bargain, right, of potentially taking bleeding onto yourself in order to deal the extra damage, right? I mean, by the way, you do this after you roll, so it's an effect. So it's like you could do 12 damage plus 5 is 17 damage, right? I mean, that's a lot. But yeah, it's hard not to imagine most people taking dramatic reversal. So this is the kind of using a power like this would feel so powerful to your group. Like you would be like, everyone would be cheering you. It's like, and then they all clapped and they carried me up and they Rudied me out of there. All right. So that was the Troubadour. Very cool class. Little weird at times because of the fourth wall breaking, but they, not every power does that, but they very clearly wanted to have some sort of nudge, nudge, wink, wink abilities in there for the people who like that kind of stuff, especially the auteur subclass. But it's pretty fun. It's pretty cool. And then, of course, there are higher level abilities, but we're not doing a class deep dive today. Maybe there's a class deep dive in our future, but we do want to get to our other things. So as a reminder, if we complete our tip goal, we will go until we finish the book. Otherwise, we'll probably wrap up at our regular time, or, go a little later, obviously. All right, kits. So this is a weird thing that this game does, which basically says the type of equipment that you have also kind of determines the type of character that you are. So you can kind of gain these sort of archetypal abilities by using your combination of weapons and armor, but also the techniques that you use in the way you fight. This is also a very flexible choice because if your character changes their kit, they kind of change the kind of character that they are. Now, this is, again, I stress, hyper gamist, but I absolutely love this. And anyone who's played a game like Guild Wars 2 or I'm trying to think of the other game. Guild Wars is the one that really pops out to me. It's like knows that maybe Final Fantasy, right? 14. I've never played Final Fantasy 14 online, but Final Fantasy 14 online has a similar kind of conceit, I believe. Knows that you can swap out your bar, Tristan says this feels like an RPG made by video game developers, and I agree. Level 2 Jander says seeing Troubadour made me think I'm too simulationist for this game, which is possible. This is a very, very gamist game. Changing your kit feels like sideboarding. Okay, I could see that. Well, I think part of the idea of Switchback Channel is there is no real, spellcaster per se, but we'll get into it. Because, everybody gets a heroic resource, right? Everybody gets cool powers to spend, right? It's not necessarily clear what makes you a spellcaster and what doesn't make you a spellcaster. Is the bard a spellcaster? I don't know. They just teleported everybody by rewriting the story, right? It's kind of like a weird place. Anyways, every kit's equipment entry details the weapons and armor that the kit provides. It informs your hero's appearance and their story. It also is part of the math behind your kit's benefits, along with the different fighting techniques that it applies. So, there's some amount of flavor changing that you could do. You should absolutely feel free to describe your equipment in a way that makes sense. Totally fine. So your armor kits are none, no armor, whatever clothing you want, robes, loincloth, it's up to you. Well, that's just the thing, Level 2 Janitor, as a reminder. To point this out, the Troubadour's ability to AoE teleport everybody where was it? Did they give it the magic keyword? Oh, they did give it the magic keyword. Okay. I thought the blocking ability didn't have the magic keyword. Never mind. All right. So we could have no armor. We could have light armor, medium armor, heavy armor, shield. Weapons fall into 8 categories: bow, ensnaring, light, medium, heavy, polearm, unarmed, and whip. Interesting. When you find a supernatural treasure, such as a magic sword, you can use the item as long as it's in one of your kit's equipment categories. A blade of quintessence is a medium weapon, so you can use it with the ranger or shining armor kits. However, you can't use it with the cloak and dagger or stick and robe kits because those kits don't include medium weapons, meaning you haven't done the preparation to use that weapon. but you could still swing it around, but you don't get any of its benefits. If you find a piece of equipment you really want to use that isn't part of your kit, you can change your kit as part of a respite activity. Ooh. I may have to crack that first monster. A kit can grant a bonus to your stamina, that's our hit points, remember, speed, and stability, as well as the damage and distance of your weapon abilities, including your free strikes, which is triggered by certain abilities, but also like kind of like your attack of opportunity. Skits. Wow. We get bonuses, and ooh, wow. It's like my throat got real dry real quick. I need some tea with honey. Kits can provide you a bonus to damage to both melee and ranged abilities. If a kit has a melee damage bonus, that bonus is added to the roll damage of any damage-dealing ability with weapon and melee and weapon keywords. A ranged is added to ranged and weapon keywords. So there we go. That's where those keywords come in. Kit damage bonus is based on the tier X. Oh, okay. So depending on what we roll, can do damage. For example, the Shining Armor kit gives you a flat +2/+2/+2 bonus across to melee damage across all of your results, whether it's melee or tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3. But the sniper only does +0/+0/+4, so it only does the bonus damage on those tier 3 results, aka if you roll really high. Some things give you more shifting bonus when you disengage. In addition, every kit grants a signature ability whose distance and damage already includes the kit's bonus. So, which is a little awkward. I don't know why they did that. I actually don't like that they did that, but whatever. Basically, every kit also gives you another signature ability. We talked about this earlier, that every class, except for the Null, because I guess the Null doesn't get a kit, because they're like the unarmed monk person, they get 2 signature abilities. But everybody else gets 1 signature ability, and then you get another one from your kit. And then we have some rules about how to use improvised weapon, because sometimes you're just going to pick up a rock or a sword that's not necessarily part of your kit, and how do you use it. And here are the different kits. So this is kind of a... it's kind of like a roll X class. So there's kind of like a strike element to this. Your class kind of is like, your special abilities and, your class. And then your kit is kind of like how you do damage.
Calderiarch tipped $3. So after everything crunch-wise, do you think this is an upgrade of 4.0 or just a side grade due to the extra mechanical crunch? NGL, I think this is crunchier than I was expected, and I have mixed feelings about it.
Well, I'm going to wait till we get to the end to truly answer that, Cal, but I'm going to say this is way crunchier than I ever expected it to be. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. But this is way crunchier than I expected it to be. Like way crunchier. And fiddlier, for sure. Does that make it better than 4th edition? I mean, I think the pacing of using victories to power your 4E, using victories to power your heroic resources, I think is better than 4E. I played 4E for a long time, and it was very common in 4E for people, including monsters, but also players, to use their best abilities first. So round 1 of a combat, first combat of the day, drop your best encounter powers, drop your highest level encounter powers, drop your most powerful encounter powers, because it's better to use it now than later, most of the time. And it's better to kill the enemy or, debuff them to shit and hit them with a ton of abilities, debuffs, save ends, end of next turns. You'd rather do that sooner than later so that they do less damage back to you. So 4th edition had this kind of problem where the fight started off really, really exciting with people dropping their biggest, most powerful things. And then as the combat wore on, you used your weaker and weaker and weaker powers. In theory, hopefully, this game works the opposite. And you literally can't use your 11 power heroic resource power or your 7 heroic resource power at the first round of combat or second round of combat until you've already been through 3 or 4 combats for the day or 5 combats for the day or 6 combats for the day. And you're starting the next fight with 6 victories, and now you're starting with 6 heroic resources. And on your first turn as a null, you gain 2, and now you're at 8. And that makes that as you go deeper and deeper into the day, the combats become more and more, extreme. But in theory, your recoveries are dwindling and dwindling, and you know that you're starting to run out of the ability to heal and be healed. So I think that pacing is a real improvement on 4th edition. Right? So that's kind of how I feel. So, if classes are what you do, kits are kind of how you do it. And this is sort of some of our classic things. We're not going to look through all of these, but we have Arcane Archer, Cloak and Dagger, the Battle Mind, the Dual Wielder, the Martial Artist, the Gisarmier. I don't even know if that's a word, but okay. The Gisarmier, the Mountain. Does exactly what it says on the tin. You don heavy armor and raise a heavy weapon. So let's take a look at the Mountain. You get heavy armor and a heavy weapon. You get +9 stamina per echelon. The fuck is an echelon? Oh, those are the tiers. Yeah, okay. So at tier 1, echelon 1, you get 9 hit points. At tier 2, echelon 2, you get +18, right? +20. So our 21, I don't remember what, our 18 stamina. Well, because they called it echelon, Cal. I don't know. That was the term that they used in the game. Take care, Sean. So our 18 stamina Troubadour, who was the Mountain, would have 18 + 9. So they would start with 27 stamina. Stability bonus means how much we get pushed or pulled. So this is a +2. Assuming most people start with a stability bonus of 0, this means that we're not getting pushed around. It's right. We already used tier for power roll. So, for example, we add +0 to tier 1 results, +0 to tier 2 results, +4 damage to tier 3 results. And this is, I think, why that is a fucking horrible, terrible idea of what they described before, right? Okay. We are wearing heavy armor and have a heavy weapon. We are the Mountain. We get +0, +0, +4 damage to our tiers, right? We use our Pain for Pain ability. Our might is 2. We hit. How much damage do we do? Right, 15. But all the rest of our powers, we have to add the 4. That's stupid. Like, why would you include that? That's dumb. That's a bad decision, in my personal opinion. I think that's a bad decision. So, obviously, we literally just read that, ability, but that's stupid. Sorry. I don't like that decision. Like, have consistency of formatting, right? Just, this should say 9. And then, like all our other powers from our class, we add the 4. The one time that the bonus is right there, that's the time we don't add it. No, it's not hard. Of course not. It's easy. It's actually simply easy, but it will trip people up. Anyways. So this does a bunch of damage, especially if you roll high. And then if the target dealt damage to you since the end of your last turn, it does additional damage equal to your might or agility. So basically, it rewards you for attacking somebody who just hit you. And you know, you're the big tanky guy, so that seems totally right. Okay, pretty cool. What else we got? The Panther, the Raider. Oh, the Panther's cool. Look at that. No armor, but you wield a heavy weapon. That's kind of cool. So you're a little bit faster, and you still get the +0/+0/4 because you're using a heavy weapon. And you get the devastating rush ability. The faster you move, the harder you hit. You can move up to 3 squares straight towards the target before the strike. Okay, now somebody said that when the effect occurs before the strike, they would put the effect, the game puts the effect tag before that. So why come this isn't before it? This is very clearly occurring before the power roll. So seems like that's a little inconsistent. Right? Like what I'm saying is that this box of text should be put between melee 1 and power roll. The Raider, the Ranger. All right, I like this. The Ranger gets basically a really, routine +1 onto all damage, including range and melee. A little bit of speed bonus, a little bit of disengage bonus, no stability bonus, a decent amount of stamina, but then they add 5 squares to all of their range distance weapon attacks. Remember, we were seeing a lot of games where like range 10. So with the Ranger, that would be range 15. 15 squares on a battle map is a fucking lot. Now, Moron Dude said, effects always come after the power roll abilities, regardless of when they occur. Moron Dude, I literally swear someone shared with me a one where it was before. But maybe you're right. I don't know. Someone said, I want to look at the sniper. All right. Oh, +10. Sick. You have no armor. You wield a bow. You only get the damage bonus on your highest to hit. And you have the patient shot ability. Range 15. All right. Is that range 25? Do 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 do. No, it is not. They added the 10 already. Right. So again, very weird. I don't know why they did that. Somebody said that the tactician class gets to take 2 kits, which means that like you still will add some of it. But anyways, no, Faceless One, it says it did it for damage and for range, actually. Each kit grants a signature ability whose distance and damage have already been included in the kit's bonus. Mr. Fizzer says, sigh. Mr. Fizzer clearly is someone who's been very involved in the Draw Steel community for a while. Very honored to have you here, sir. Sigh. Feedback on including the kit bonuses was super mixed. I still wish things had broken the other way. Me too. It's not the end of the world. It isn't, but it's just one of those things that's like, this will be easier on the VTT. And, I've heard people say about Pathfinder 2, I can't imagine playing PF2 not on a VTT. Well, this game, I think, would be a lot more fun, I think, on a VTT. Just going to say that. Because I kind of agree with yes. Now, I don't think this makes it a bad game. To be clear, one of the reasons I have not, in the last 10 years, bust out another campaign of 4th edition D&D because ain't nobody got time for that. I don't want to track all that stuff anymore. I understand that 4th edition had a lot of fiddly stuff that you had to track, and I understand that the development of the VTT has been somewhat handicapped by the fact that, you know, it's GSL, and you have to, like, you know, kind of take some side tangents just to get stuff to work, and it's not really super automated. I do think that this is kind of a hybrid game between a TTRPG and a CRPG. I kind of agree with that. Roll for Combat says over 200 people. What is this, RFC? I'm happy to have you all here. But Jandor says doesn't feel like a video game. It just feels crunchy. So again, I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think it is a thing, and you have to want to, you know. Now, you know, it's a very crunchy. Now, part of the reason it's so crunchy is because they also said that they expect combats to only be like 3 or 4 rounds. So if a combat's only 3 or 4 rounds, you know, you got to make sure that, you know, you kind of get your money's worth out of every round, which means making a lot of interesting decisions. If all you get to do on your round is, you know, move and swing it and roll a d20, it's not really a lot of decision making. Here, you're making a lot of decisions, you know? I mean, also, yeah, right. We're talking to somebody who likes playing Magic the Gathering, and than me, you know. Well, let's take a look. You know, that's a great question, Tristan. So we're just going to pop over to Monsters right quick. And do we have a level? Do we have a level? Is there a level index? Okay, there's nothing in the back. Nothing in the front. Is there no level index? Is there really no level index? I'm becoming very concerned here if there's no level index. Oh, okay, here we go. It's randomly in the middle of the book. Okay. Literally, we're on page 36. I mean, it says 29, but it's page 36. Okay, so if we go ahead and look at orcs, because why not? So here is that's a minion. Oh, wait, right. Minions are minions not minions? Here we go. Okay. Platoon. Yeah, they have. Oh, God, I remember this from the beta. We hated the wording they used for the monsters. Remember? Because platoon is like a standard monster, which is just terrible. Platoon is a word that literally means plural. But anyways, here is a platoon. I remember this now from the beta, and I think we shit on it in the beta too. So to be clear, so here is a orc Eye of Groll and an orc Garouter, and this guy's got 30 stamina, and this guy's got 20 stamina. Also, in speaking of just names, I mean, you know, words have meanings for a reason. They're immune to lightning 5. So it's not usually what you think of when I think of the term immunity. I'm immune to lightning for 5 points of damage. Yeah, level. That's a terrible name. So, awesome, Teos. Well, welcome aboard. So, long story short, if we hit with this, we're dealing 15 damage. If we hit with our highest, damage, this is the sniper shot, right? We're doing 15 damage at level 1. And also, if we didn't move, it deals additional damage equal to our might or agility score. So let's assume our agility is 2. So we're dealing 13 plus 2 plus 2. So we're doing 17 damage with our highest level ability. and this monster here has 20 stamina. So I don't know, this is pretty good to me. So yeah, so we've got a lot of kits. I mean, and I like that they give us this table here. Whirlwind, Warrior Priest, Sword and Board, Swashbuckler, Stick and Robe, Spell Sword, Sniper Armor. What about the monster damage? Great question. So our Orc Eye of Groll, who is an artillery monster. Presumably artillery monsters are good at dealing damage. It looks like they're doing 6, 9, 12 with their Elemental Discharge ability. That does cost Malice. This is an AoE. Well, it's a line. And does 3, 5, 3. Interesting. It does less damage. Remember, you can always use a lower level one. Here is our Gerouter. They've got Dagger Feint. It does 6, 9, 12. 6, 9, 12. So yeah. I would call that anti-resonance. That's the only reason I have a problem with it is it's anti-resonance. People come into a game, you're trying to lower the barrier of entry, and words have an association and they have a meaning, and it's better to tap into that rather than get people to figure out something new. So yeah. I know maybe I'm alone on this, but I really like Strike, and I like that they had the class and the role as separate options. I love kits. I love kits. So I love that I can pick a class, and then I can pick like how I perform differently, independently of that kit. Of that class. I love that. There's a distinctive difference, You do not like the piece of artwork on 226. Not my favorite. What's crazy is this probably was an expensive piece of art, but I'm not really a fan of it. There's something weird about the face on this orc. I don't know what it is. And the shading doesn't look completely right. I see a lot of people bitching about the layout, about immunity. Right. So I do agree with level 2 gender. I usually do. Strength being called might or brawn, right, is fine. Because when you see the word might, that's what you think of, right? If you see the word might, you think of that. Now imagine if you played an RPG and it had a stat called strength, and that referred to your magic strength. You could see, to a certain extent, how that might even make sense. You might even be able to do some cognitive dissonance and figure out, like, oh, it's how strong you are in the Force. It's how strong you are in magic, right? You're like, yeah, and there'd be some apologist on Reddit being like, it makes total sense. But that's not what strength means to people. That's not what that term means. And no one would ever use it like that. Especially if you assume that your RPG is part of an ecosystem. And that ecosystem includes people who've been playing RPGs for the past 40, 50 years. And, there is a lingua franca that we use in RPGs. Whether you like it or not, there's a sort of commonality of term. Now this chapter is entitled Perks. I think this is supposed to be like a 4-piece artwork. Like, I don't think they're all supposed to be in the same room. Like, the orc is over here. This is showing a different scene of this guy exploring a dungeon. This is showing a different scene of this wizard exploring some interspatial rift. And this is showing some really weird halfling creature doing some, I don't know, spell stuff. So, all right. So we've seen that your characters get perks. You get perks through your backgrounds. You get perks through your character class. We have not, the perks are divided into different categories, but we have not actually looked at what perks do, and I've been kind of curious about them myself. This seems to be, Jess just joined. Okay, so I'm like 2 hours behind, and I just heard you say the tip goal is to go until you're done, and buddy. Well, the good news is we are 10 minutes to the stream's completion, and we are nowhere close to our tip goal. So I think tonight I'll be safe. So right, this is the halfling equivalent of, this is like the whatever equivalent of porn. You know, you just cast a spell, it starts coming out of the thing. Really nice. John, I might be unique here, but I like it. So, I mean, I think a lot of people like it. But you have to really like, I mean, this game is not the games that it says it's not, John. This game said it's not Shadow Dark. It's not Daggerheart. It's not Forbidden Lands. It's not Call of Cthulhu. It's not Paranoia. It is what it is. And the very first sentence of this book is, this is a game about fighting monsters. And if your game is about fighting monsters, then by God, you should, actually make it about fighting monsters. And you should make that part of the game as interesting and as detailed as you can, because if that's what your fucking game's about, then that's what your game should be about, Now, part of the problem might be, you might be criticizing the game. Now, don't be wrong. No game is above criticism. There are things in Daggerheart that bother me. Why doesn't the fucking game go to 12th level, Spencer? Why? I didn't ask him. I should have. Maybe I would have gotten too hot. It would have been awkward. I'd have been like, but why did it go to 12 levels? It should totally go to 12 levels. But anyways, I don't like in Daggerheart that tier 1 is level 1. I don't like that. I like what this game did better. If you're going to use 10 levels, tier 1 or echelon 1 should be 1, 2, 3. Then tier 2 should be 4, 5, 6. Tier 3 should be 7, 8, 9. And then tier 4, the final tier, should be just level 10, right? That final kind of huzzah level. That it's more of like, now you could be completely ridiculous and then the game can end, right? That'd be fine. So, any case, perks. Perks are features that we can use to customize our hero and give them shit to do outside of combat. So this is our non-combat powers and features. Now, hopefully they do a good job of this. Fourth edition tried. 4th edition tried. Hey, Equinor.
Equina tip $20. Love the deep dives. Keep them coming.
Thank you, Equinor. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the tip. I like doing these deep dives too. It's a really fun opportunity for me to like really dig into these games and really spend a lot of time with it. Thank you. So I just want to kind of take a quick side note here to just talk about this. So 4th edition tried to do this. Pathfinder 2, in my opinion, tried to do this. So Pathfinder 2 did it better than 4th edition, but also did it worse, which is, how do we make it so that we have a game that is fundamentally about combat? I hate to tell you this, Pathfinder 2 is fundamentally about combat. And not have to make people choose between the cool combat ability that does a bunch of damage and sets the enemy on fire, or heals everyone in my party and lets us all do a charge attack, and some non-combat thing. And 4th edition tried to do this with what they called the utility powers. You had your attack powers, daily attack powers, encounter attack powers, at-will attack powers, and then your utility powers. And the whole point of utility powers was they were utility. They didn't attack. They weren't to be used in combat. The problem was half of them, 90% of them, ended up being useful in combat, and people only took the utility powers that were useful in combat. Now, Pathfinder 2, in 3rd edition, you had feats, and you're like, oh, cool. Am I going to take a feat that lets me hit more often in combat or do more damage in combat, or am I going to spend that one feat choice on something that like helps me outside of combat? And 99% of the time, people chose the feat that was going to make them better in combat. So when Pathfinder 2 came along, they very clearly said, look, you're going to get your class feats, and most of your class feats are very combat coded, but some of them aren't, but, you know, for the most part. And then every other level, you're going to get a skill feat, and the skill feats are very clearly in the skill arena. The problem with PF2 is, number one, they still didn't completely avoid that because there's certain skill feats like the medicine skill feats, like, you know, battlefield medicine and all that other stuff that really, you know, help out with combat. But the other problem was they made the skill feats too weak. Like, it's on a different track. It's outside of combat. Just make them good, make them useful. And they really kind of suck. Most people agree that skill feats in Pathfinder 2 are almost not worth taking. And I am not alone in this. It's anecdotal, but I talk to a lot of people. I've got a big community. I've talked to more people than most people. And I hear stories time and time again at my own table, at your table, where at a certain point in the game, after they get those first couple skill feats that maybe they actually could use and have some utility, usually the healing ones for medicine, people stop taking their feats. Like, I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, people who are like really engaged with the system, and people are like, yeah, I didn't take my skill feat at you know, like 11 and 13 and 15. I just, whatever. I had the ones I wanted, and at that point, I didn't even care anymore. Yeah, so there, Lion's Head Gaming, you know, again, this is the kind of, I've been doing this a long time. I see these kind of comments a lot. My friend in a game I play with is at level 20 and hasn't picked a skill feat in 8 levels. So now that's not a terrible thing. I'm simply saying no one has done this very well. 4th edition tried and kind of failed, and Pathfinder 2 did better, but still fell a little short. So we'll see how they do here with perks. Okay. They engage in exploration, investigation, and negotiation. These are how we customize our hero and give them cool things to do outside of combat. Again, the game is fundamentally about fighting monsters, but that doesn't mean we need to completely ignore everything else. You are granted 1 perk from your career. Remember, your career is like your background. What did you do before you became a hero? But you can also choose other perks from your class as your level increases. So part of your level increases, you get new perks. Cool. Progression, you get these things. There are 6 types of perks. 5 are related to the skill groups, and a 6th allows you to access supernatural power. They are crafting perks. Remember, there's 5 skill groups: crafting, exploration, interpersonal, intrigue, and lore. So we have 5 types of perks: crafting perks, exploration perks, interpersonal perks, intrigue perks, and lore perks. Then there's supernatural perks, which lets you use magic. So it's kind of a 6th bonus perk. When you gain a perk, it'll tell you what kind of perk you have. Obviously, if your career was blacksmith, you probably start with a crafting perk, not a exploration or interpersonal perk, right? Choose. Oh, so these are the perks that you can get. Oh, sorry, we're already right into them. Now, here we go. We're not going to look at all of these, but we'll just take a look at, we'll look at like 1 or 2 from each of these. So, expert artisan. Whenever you make a test as part of a crafting or research project that uses a skill that you already have from crafting, you can make the power roll twice and use either roll. So roll twice and, you know, choose the better one. So a lot of the crafting ones have to do with project rolls. Project rolls is this game stealing from Blades in the Dark, right? Which had the long-term project rule. And that has to do with downtime actions, which makes sense. Crafting, if you want to have a crafting system, most games' crafting systems are shit. So hopefully we'll get to crafting tonight. I don't know if we will. Downtime projects is like one of the last ones. We probably won't get there tonight, but that's all right. So are these super great? Actually, it's Thaddeus. It's way more involved than clocks. Like, you get like project points, and they're like late, you know, in the hundreds. And like I think you spend them on different projects. I think it's actually much more involved than even a clock. So once a day. So this is traveling artisan. On any day when you didn't take a respite, you can spend 1 uninterrupted hour working on a crafting project. And you gain 1d10 project points towards that project. So instead of using like, it's almost like it's more of a hit point system, right? You have to deal project points. Damage to it. And by the way, here's a little sidebar, a classic, problem that people have with feats. Hey, if I don't have the feat, does that mean I can't do it, right? Do feats tell you what you can do, or they tell you what you can't do? The existence of a specific perk doesn't mean that a hero can't attempt that task without the perk. They can always allow you to take in a task without it. Perks are special because they allow a hero to attempt a task without a test and often give a better result than it would otherwise. So, important to note. Yes, projects are now monsters to kill. Correct. So here is our exploration perks. Brawny. If we fail a might test, we can lose stamina, so we can take some damage, to improve the outcome of the test by 1 tier. That means that we could turn a tier 1 failure into a tier 2 result. So if we're brawny, we can always basically pass. We can always turn a failure into basically a success with a complication or success with a cost, but we take some damage. I think that's kind of cool. We don't need cover or concealment to stay hidden. The black to white is a little rough, level 2 janitor. We've got fastball special. And again, the gamest language, folks, right? When you use this perk, you can't use it again until you've beaten something in combat. Why? Now, here's the thing. People will say this is gamist. Fair. No one accuses PF2 of being gamist. But PF2 has things like battlefield medicine, which you can only use on someone once every 24 hours. Why? Now, someone else could use battlefield medicine on them, but you can't use battlefield medicine on them every 24 hours. No one ever questions that. For some odd reason, PF2 gets a pass, and I think it's just because it has a lot of words in it. Oh, PF2 is super gamist, but people, for whatever reason, don't criticize it. It's because things are only gamist when you actually used gamist language. When games are hyper gamist, but they use natural language, people get a pass on them. I don't know why it is, but anyways. During montage tests, whenever you make a test to assist a test and obtain a tier 1 outcome, the assisted test doesn't take a bane. Additionally, once per montage test, you can turn an ally's tier 1 test into a tier 1 outcome into a tier 2 outcome. All right. Right, it's like a weird fucked up version of like the Stormwind fallacy, right? Like, right, that like optimization prevents role playing, right? You can't role play if you have a powerful character. But I like the idea that things are only gamist if they're actually cool and powerful. Yeah, look, we kind of discussed this, I think, on Roll for Combat stream on Wednesday. There are 2 ways to view this layout: as being very clearly readable and legible, and, you know, it's just designed to almost be like a textbook, right? Nobody complains about the lack of art in your calculus book. You know, nobody talks about, right? But the calculus book is there to be a rule book. It's there to teach you math and to be a reference. So there's this kind of interesting, you know, idea of what should a TTRPG rule book be. Now, I have a crazy idea, which is me, is that I think that TTRPG manuals, and I think I originally had this idea with adventures, which is I think they should sell 2 different versions. You know, I think they should sell the coffee table version of the book, and I think that they should sell the reference manual version of the book. I think they should start. Now, of course, why don't they do this? Because a lot of games do sell a collector's edition, and the collector's edition is just the normal edition with a cool cover. I know they don't do it because it would, you know, no one's going to put the money into actually making 2 completely separate layouts, right, with 2 completely separate things. Like, I love the idea of a collector's edition, a coffee table edition, if you will, with a lot of art, a lot of fluff, a lot of, you know, designer commentaries, sidebars that like explain what the designer was thinking, a lot of examples of play, a lot of, you know what I mean? Like a book that you don't reference, it's a book that you read, right? So that's a book you read. It's a book with, you know, a really nice spine and a really nice cover and really nice, you know, it's a work of art, but it's also written in a very casual and whatever style. And then you have another version of the book. Maybe it's not as nicely made, and it's maybe not as, you know, but it's laid out like a utilitarian, you know, German, you know, East German factory, right? It's like super functional, hyper functional, minimalism art, and just, you know, got to the point. And it doesn't have like the flower, it doesn't have the lore, it doesn't have the flowery language, it doesn't have the it has extensive indices and glossaries. It's built in a way to be extremely readable. And I think the idea would be cool to have two different types of manuals, you know, and they fulfill different roles. So again, we're not going to go through all these perks, but I think this is fine. These feel Pathfinder 2 skill feat-ish. It remains to be seen whether or not these are actually, better than skill feats. But in particular, we get access to these supernatural perks. We can kind of basically get cantrip as a perk, you know. So, you know, and we've seen that there's some skill feats in Pathfinder 2 that do something similar. Eidetic memory. If we have a minute, we can read a text and we can memorize its contents, right? Clearly not a combative power, but, you know, very cool for someone with lore. It may come up, it may not, but it's not really, you know, costing you from your character's ability. We got one from interpersonal harmonizer. You can make a presence test using the music skill to influence creatures who don't have emotions or who can't understand you. So we get kind of like this kind of like more like, I don't want to say it's a role-playing benefit, but additionally, once per negotiation, when an ally makes an argument, you can play music to give that ally an edge. And that's kind of like the more of the game mechanic. And again, this is during a negotiation. This is essentially a social combat power. So very, very cool stuff. Intrigue. Whenever you Master of Disguise, whenever you don or remove a disguise as part of any test you make using the hides, you can don or remove a disguise as part of any test you make using the hide skill or while using the hide maneuver. Now, again, what does this even mean? It literally means that whenever your character goes to hide, they can change their they can go full like faceless one, or not faceless one, faceless men. But you're like, well, how does that even work? And like, you're not supposed to think about that, right? The fiction is not first here. Instead, we're just supposed to be like, isn't it cool that my character can do this? So, pretty cool stuff. But not super powerful. The supernatural perks are how you get basically cantrip. It's how you get kind of a detect evil, detect good, detect undead. You get your familiar through that perk. You get your kind of mage hand through that perk. You get your message cantrip through that perk. You get your guidance cantrip through that perk. I don't know if this really has any sort of analog, but again, it's more of like a fun little, I need to read this object and get some hints from the GM about where we're supposed to go next. Raj, when you gain a perk, it depends. You'll either gain a perk from your career, which is like your background, or you'll gain a career from your class, and that will tell you what kind of perk that you can get. So, for example, if we go back to the Troubadour, I was kidding. You can see that the Troubadour here gets a perk at level 2, at level 4, at level 6, at level 8, and level 10. And come on, PDFs, the worst format ever created. And when a Troubadour specifically gains a perk, they can take it from the interpersonal, lore, or supernatural. So the Troubadour is not able to take the exploration perks. They are able to take them from the interpersonal, lore, or supernatural categories, which is pretty cool. All right. Well, it looks like we're currently at $70, so I'm going to keep going till 10. But that'll give us time to cover the next chapter, at least, which is complications. I don't think this is a particularly long chapter. I don't think. But then we should be able to get into chapter 9, which is tests. Chapter 10 is combat. Chapter 11 is negotiation. Chapter 12 is downtime projects. And chapter 13 is rewards. All right. So, complications. They are optional. Check with your director before you even take one. And even if you get to determine your hero's complication, remember that the director is ultimately in charge of how this affects the story. So this is a drawback, right? Beyond the abilities bestowed by your ancestry and your class, your hero may have something within them that makes them unusual. Perhaps an earth elemental lives within you. Maybe your Eldritch Blade devastates enemies but feeds on your vitality. A complication is an optional feature you can select to enrich your hero's backstory. Now, I'm a big fan of these kind of mechanics. Some people don't like them because it's weird. Some people like complications only if it's just a bad thing and it doesn't actually give you any sort of benefit, because then the role-playing is more real. Some people don't like any sort of drawback on their character. I like when my character has a drawback that also provides me with a strength. So, just saying. Your complication gives you both a benefit and a drawback. See also the transformation cards from Daggerheart, which were really great. Some of these benefits and drawbacks are mechanical, while others are narrative. The benefit and drawback of a complication make your connection to the game deeper and more interesting and provide hooks for your director, which is fine. Not all complications carry equal weight, but they all tend to be balanced by their drawback. What's up, Thad?
Thaddeus tipped $30. Despite being unsure about draw steal, we must cover negotiations. The combat chapter sounds like it's going to be a long one.
All right, so Thaddeus is arguing that when push comes to shove, we have to skip ahead to negotiations. All right, so tippers win. So Thad, we'll make our way towards negotiations before combat right now. We're also approaching $100, so that's usually going to be good for another hour after that. So good stuff. We can also consult. So this is a very it's mechanical, and I liked that, but it's also, this is sort of the game saying this is more of a narrative tie-in. It still has a mechanical element though, which for me is huge, especially in a gamist game. I don't know how to say this, but when things are just written down in your character sheet and they don't do anything, I think they are lame. I'm sorry. I think they're lame. Yeah, I just think they're lame. Because at that point, you're like, why is this even in the book? I could have written this down on my character sheet anyways. Like, I didn't need the book to be like, pick something you really care about. What I can't pick something I really care about if it's not in the rule book? So, all right. So we could roll. We can have all sorts of stuff. So we have everything here from, of course, the classic amnesia to animal form, to cult victim, to pirate, to secret twin, to exile, fallen immortal, etc., etc., etc. We'll take a look at amnesia. You have no memory. So there's a narrative element here, right? We have no memory of who we were. But we start with a supernatural possession. A first echelon, aka tier, trinket of your choice that may have some connection to your former life. But whenever we try to remember anything, we have a bane. And remember, a bane gives us -2 to our roll. Simple, quick, easy, and there's a big narrative element to it as well. I mean, the mechanical impacts here don't seem to be huge, but that's okay. They don't need to be huge. This isn't your class. All right, what if we're coward? While you are frightened, you can move toward the source of your fear. Interesting. But you're okay because you're used to fear. When you run in terror, you run toward the enemy. It's a weird way to do coward. Whenever you make a saving throw to end the frightened condition, you roll a d10 twice and take the lower result. I think they're trying to say that like your character is always afraid, and so you're kind of used to it. But it's a little strange. I don't know that I don't want to gainsay anybody, but I'm not a game designer, and I have never designed a game. But sometimes I read abilities and I think, how did anyone ever think this was a good idea? And how did this ever get like past any sort of reasonable group of people? This isn't even like a bad thing. It just doesn't really make sense. So anyways, all right, here we go. We're from the starships, and we ran in. We crash landed on this planet. We get the timescape skill. We also have a power pack, and when we activate our power pack, we deal damage of a different type. So we have like a laser blaster, I guess. But we get a Bane to know anything about the world that we crash landed on, which makes sense. And then out of fucking nowhere, spaceships. Hey, Yes and Dragons. It isn't a surprise, but I am loving the stream and just wanted to show some support. Yeah, awesome. I mean, it's a cool system. I think it's really interesting. I mean, it's hyper gamist, but you know, we've been talking about sim heavy, narrative heavy, feelings and emotions, and you know, all that other stuff for a long time. And it's nice to get into a super crunchy game. I don't think it's very D&D coded. I mean, if you would say if D&D coded means this game is about fighting monsters, then yes. Hot take. I think swapping damage types is always a really, really flavorless ability. Level 2 janitor, it is, unless you're playing a game that actually cares about damage types. Like in Fabula Ultima, it is a big deal because like every creature has, you know, at least a couple of energy types to which it's immune or resistant or vulnerable. And especially in that game, you know, it doubles and halves. So, you know, I think that could be a big deal. Also, for people saying there are spaceships, guess what? There were spaceships in original D&D. Don't mean to burst your bubble, but original D&D, you know, from the one that, you know, the entire game is based around, was pretty much assumed to be in space and have, you know, spaceships. Okay. Expedition to the Barrier Peaks, anybody? By Gary Gygax. Fighting a space alien here. You make your way into the space. You make your way into a spaceship that's in the middle of the... There's big robot. There's sci-fi robots from the spaceship. There's an elevator. You're fighting alien people and their weird tech, and there's computers and hallways, and it's a crash landed spaceship. I mean this is considered, by the way, to be like one of the most classic adventure of all time. So it is. It's part of the hobby. I don't know how to bust your bubbles. May not be your thing, which is fine, but it is a thing. All right. I'm sorry. Spoilers for the 40-year-old, 45-year-old adventure. Anyways. Somebody said Elemental Inside was lame. You get bonus stamina. All right. I agree. It's not like the most mechanically cool thing of all time, but, it's all right. I think the drawback is cooler. If you enter the dying state, your elemental yearns for destruction and you start attacking everybody around you. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. And by the way, it says, if you're going to be a dick, the GM can control your character. I don't necessarily know what having more hit points has to do with being an elemental. I will agree with that, level 2 Chandra. I mean, it says we are infused with the power of the elemental, and I guess they just decided that was easier to do. What I would do is something with the surges, right? Where you can call upon the power of the elemental trapped within you to grant yourself a surge of power. And maybe you can narratively describe it in the fiction as having sort of an elemental theme, right? And have it do, when you do that +3 damage for spending that surge, maybe it's fire damage or it's water damage or whatever, ice damage, cold damage. And you could do it that way, and it'll feel more like you're calling upon the power and you're lacing your effect with that effect. Now, again, I'm no game designer, and I just looked at this, but off the top of my head, I think that would have been cooler. So, cool stuff. I like this system. I like that this is here. And again, this is all optional. I don't even think you need to have this. And some of it isn't just like, oh, you're different, differently weirded, but I saw somebody screaming about Hawk Rider. You travel with a giant hawk, which you stole from the Hawk Lords. You may have once been a Hawk Lord yourself, and you have a giant hawk companion. As long as you are not in a building, you can spend 1 uninterrupted minute to summon your hawk, which acts as your mount. You can dismiss the hawk anytime, but it will not go inside of buildings, dungeons, or structures, and it won't accept anyone but you as a rider. If it takes damage or dies, you can restore them to full stamina as a respite activity. People aware of your origin of your mount are afraid to interact with you since they worry that the Hawk Lords will come after you by association. Thus, you take a bane on any test to influence anyone who knows of the Hawk Lords and who has observed you with your hawk. And they may even report you to the Hawk Lords. This is one of those things where it's like, okay, what the fuck is a Hawk Lord? But all right, cool. Hopefully your game has Hawk. If your game didn't have Hawk Lords, it did now. Well, yeah, Bitterman. Derek, we all take complication Hawk Rider. We all stole Hawk Lords, and now we all fly to Mordor. This is a Sumatra PDF reader. It's a very minimalist PDF reader that doesn't, and I have an full Adobe subscription. I just hate Adobe Acrobat Reader / Adobe Reader. I think these are kind of cool too. I mean, we could nitpick, whatever. But I think it's pretty fine. So, next chapter. Yes, report you to the legally distinct version of Hawk Lords that is in your campaign setting. You could also do it like maybe I wouldn't use Hawk, but maybe I would use Dragon Rider, right? It doesn't have to be literally a smog type dragon. Maybe it's more of a, in D&D term, a large dragon. that, you know, maybe doesn't even have to breathe fire. Maybe in your campaign, like you could have it be a dragon rider, or you could have it be some sort of weird Na'vi creature. You know, those little things that they ride around on. I think they were called dragon hawks, maybe. I don't remember what they were called. Not the big one, the little one. A drake, a wyvern, you know, a griffin. Yeah, could be a griffin. Owl rider. I didn't read it till the end. So there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with that. Oh, maybe dragon hawks are from WoW. All right. Well, big lady's holding up a falling, collapsing stone, which makes sense because we are at Chapter 9, Tests. So we have now entered into the mechanical element of the procedural element of the game. So the next couple of chapters cover how do we make tests, combat, negotiation, and downtime project. So now we've already covered tests a little bit, but this is basically, remember, one of the key things to understand about tests is in combat, when we're making a sort of power roll or ability roll in that way, we have 3 tiers of outcome. Tier 1 is you do a little bit of damage and you get a shitty effect. Tier 2, you get a moderate amount of damage and a pretty okay effect. And Tier 3 is you get a great amount of damage and the best effect. So we can't miss, which is cool. Tests, on the other hand, work a lot like PBTA. And the difference here is they kind of add, I remember this, I think, from the beta, or maybe I remember this from an update. It's like PBTA, but mixed with Blades in the Dark. Okay? Now, I will say this isn't necessarily the most elegant thing. And the reason I say that is because, you know, the fact that, like, when you roll low in combat, you still hit and do damage. And then when you're outside of, like, you know, using a combat power, you might fail at something. It's kind of awkward. Now, the reason I bring all this up is because Powered by the Apocalypse, one of the complaints about it is Powered by the Apocalypse does not have a DC system. In Powered by the Apocalypse, everything is 2d6 plus your ability modifier, and it's versus 6 or less is a failure, which means that you don't do it and the GM gets to make as hard of a move as they want. A 7, 8, or 9 as your result is a mixed success, where you gain success, but it comes with a cost or a complication or a consequence. And then a 10 or higher is a full success or a full hit, and you succeed, and you did great. The problem is that mechanic is used no matter what the task is in front of you. Essentially, PBTA only has 3 tiers of task. Either it's automatic, and you just automatically succeed. It's automatic, you fail, and the GM doesn't even let you make a test. Or it's this middle result, where you're going to roll 2d6, you're going to add your stat modifier, and we're going to compare it to 6 minus, 7 through 9, and 10 or higher. And that's it. So the only thing you have is full success, full auto failure, or roll the dice. Now, this makes it fast and quick, and we basically, we lose some of the, versatility, and we lose some of the resolution, but it's fast as fuck, and everybody knows what you need to roll, and everybody knows what the rolls mean, because they always mean the same thing. Now, what Blades in the Dark did is Blades in the Dark doesn't use 2d6, but it uses a dice pool system. But if you look at the odds, actually, it works out so much similar. So we'll ignore that for right now. But Blades in the Dark introduced this idea of position. And position says when you are going into making some sort of, risk-filled attack, let's look at what kind of position your character is. Is your character in a controlled position? Are they in a risky position? Or are they in a desperate position? And while this isn't necessarily the same thing as a DC, what did change is what those dice rolls meant. So when a character is in a desperate position, failure meant really bad failure. And when your character was in a controlled position, even if you rolled really badly, it wasn't really even a failure. It was sort of like, well, you can try again, but things are starting to get a little hot. So it gave us this kind of ability to sort of say how and what you're doing, but it does slow the game down. So since this game uses a PBTA style framework, they still wanted to be able to give the GMs the ability to sort of say if something is easy or if something is hard. And so what we do here is we have 3 different tiers. If something is easy, you succeed no matter what the roll is. Your options are succeed with a bonus, succeed with no bonus, or succeed with a consequence. Boop, boop, boop. This is kind of, in a way, kind of similar to the way that our combat powers work. A medium test is going to be our most generic one, where if we roll low, we get the tier 1 result, we have failed. If we roll middle, we get the partial success. We get success with a consequence or success with a cost. And then if we roll really high, we succeed with no benefit. Lastly, they introduce a hard task, which is if you fail, you not only fail, but you also incur an additional consequence. If we get the normal result, we still fail. And it's only when we roll the tier 3 result, a 17 or higher, that we actually manage to succeed on the test. So some people will really like this as a tool. Other people are probably going to use medium test results for 99% of what they're doing. And yet other people may only use easy tests because they're like, look, I want my players to always be making advancements, and we're just going to kind of go with, success on a cost. Again, I think this is fine. It becomes more complicated than a PBTA game, but in some ways, this is similar to Blades in the Dark, which is another game that I think is really good. Now, the difference in the Blades in the Dark is that 1, 2, and 3 is always still a failure in Blades in the Dark. 4 and 5 is always success with a cost, and 6 is always a success. What's different is the extent of that cost. This actually changes what those results are, So this is a little bit more complicated, a little bit more fiddly than even Blades in the Dark. But should we expect anything less from this game? No. That being said, I think it's a good compromise between having to set DCs and all this other stuff. Now, the director sets a difficulty, either secretly or in public. The player makes a power roll. If they have a skill that applies, they can ask the director if that skill applies. And if they think it applies, you add +2 to their bonus to the roll. Let me be very clear here. I like this use of skills. This reminds me of backgrounds from 13th Age. It reminds me of experiences from Daggerheart. Hey, rather than painstakingly describe what every single skill can do, and Pathfinder 2 literally lists every single different sub-action that a skill can do, we just say, hey, I'm doing this activity, and the GM says, cool, make a might test. And the player says, hey, I'm good at this thing. Does that apply? I have this skill, or I have this training, I have this knowledge. And the GM says, yeah, that totally makes sense, +2. Cool. It's simple. It kind of brings your character's background or experiences or skills to the forefront, and it's not as railroaded as the climb skill is a strength skill, and you either have the climb skill or you don't have the climb skill. Everybody can make a might test to do something like climbing. If you have a skill that applies, you get a +2 bonus. I think that is really, really good. So it's fantastic. Now, there's a lot of discussion here about when you should make a test. Don't roll for, I'm sure it says, only when there's consequences, if they're interesting, if it's dramatic, if the failure isn't going to completely fuck your entire campaign. You don't have to roll to jump over a waist-high wall in the middle of a neighborhood, even if it's like, well, he might take a point of damage, it doesn't matter, Additionally, the torchbearer rule, which is the good idea rule. If someone has an idea and it's really good, then maybe you don't make a test and you just say it works. If someone wants to climb a wall and they cover their hands and feet in giant strands of sticky spider web, you say, cool, you don't have to make the test. You could go through the whole rigmarole and say, oh, you can make the test. Did you get you get an edge, you get a double edge, or you could just say you climb up the wall. And again, just like Torchbearer always says, it's clever once, which is, don't spam an idea over and over again until it's, fine. But generally speaking, the GM isn't going to be asking for a skill test. They're going to be asking for a characteristic test. And that characteristic is going to depend on how you are describing your action. So if a player describes something that's using their physical strength, then the GM is going to likely call for a might test. If you're describing how you're using your reasoning and your acumen to climb or to deal with an issue, the GM is probably going to call for a reason test, and so on down the line. Now, I love this sidebar already. Not because this is the core rule, but because I think it's cool when you can influence characters with tests. You can kill a character with the rules of the game, but you can't change their mind. And that's because I view characters as separate entities from me, the player. Does that make sense? I view it as my job to manage the character, not to be the character. So I have no problem with the character thinking and acting in a way that is different from the way that I, as the player, think and act. And it's my job as the player to bring that character's, elements to the table, to life. And even if that character has a difference of opinion than me, which I think is really, really cool. So the things player characters do can't be influenced by any creature making a task. Many players feel like their agency is taken away if they're compelled to jump into a pile of gold filled with hidden scorpion just because an NPC convinced them to. For most players, it's not fun to be in control of a hero and then lose some of that control. This is what I was just saying. Instead, directors should do their level best to have an NPC suggest that a character dive into the gold like a billionaire duck and then let the player decide. That said, if everyone in your gaming group decides to lift one or more of these restrictions after talking about it, go for it. There's no wrong way to play as everyone is having fun. The reason that I play like this, that I think this is interesting, is because I like the idea that a character, I'm going to use a Game of Thrones reference here, that a character like Littlefinger is just as scary to face as something like the Mountain. Everyone accepts that if you had to go fight the Mountain, that you might be you might lose control of your character because they're dead. But what makes a character like Littlefinger so threatening is the fact that, and also because people have a very, they have a very elevated sense of their ability to not be influenced. I'm talking about in real life. Everyone goes, I'm not influenced by anything. You are being influenced by everything every single day. You're being influenced right now. Marketing and everything. People around you, your friends, your neighbors, your loved ones, your kids, your wife, your husband. So we're doing this all the time, but we like to pretend that we're in control. But we're not. We're not. So I think it's really cool to be afraid of the politicians. I think it's really cool to feel like a city is just as dangerous as a dungeon. And I think that's really, really cool. I think that's really interesting. And I also think that for people out there who are role players, I think that is the real cool challenge. I think it's awesome to be told, hey, your character now believes this. Your character now thinks that this war is now a good idea and that we should go to war with, Galdania because you were influenced by the king's chamberlain. Now, you, the player, may think this is a terrible idea. You, the player, may even know that this is, you're being, got. But now what's fun, I think, as a challenge, as a role-playing, is to go forward and to play and have to sort of live it up. And now your job is to bring the fact that your character is, afraid or wants to go to war, and now your character, you have to play your character different. People talk about being in the actor stance. Well, the actor stance typically means being given a script. Someone else writes your character. Your job as an actor is to bring that character to life. Now, in movies, the screenwriter or the script writer is the person who's writing your character. Your job as an actor is to get that script, to embody that character, and to sell that character to the audience. In a game that uses these kind of mechanics, the screenwriter or the script writer are the mechanics of the game. And I think that's really interesting, because when you hear people who love theater, even like not professional actors, but people who do community theater or community improv, they just do it as a fun activity. They talk about, like, I enjoy the mental challenge. I enjoy the fun of doing it. And you're like, how is that fun? Because they enjoy the challenge of adopting that character and being sort of given lines and having to sort of emote or believe things that they may not ordinarily want to do. Now, of course, actors also improv and they add their own flourishes, and that's still an important part of the game. I just think that it's really cool, and I think the really fun element of role-playing is having a character who does things that are mechanical and then have to sort of sell it, And I think that's really cool. Torchbearer does this really, really well, to the point where in Torchbearer, you can even influence other PCs mechanically and change their, beliefs and change their goals of their characters through the mechanics of the game. But yeah, if you don't like Game of Thrones, go with the worm tongue character, right? So, yeah, and I like the idea, like because in D&D, we always say what gets measured gets managed, whether you want to admit it or not. In D&D, you're only really afraid of someone if they can kill you, because or can magically compel you, right? People are fine with being magically compelled, but for whatever reason, people aren't afraid of nobles or politicians the way that they should be, because we've typically in these games removed their ability to damage. Case in point, would you be afraid of the 6-armed monster or the big dragon or the mountain, Gregor Clegane, if I told you, well, they can attack you, but you decide whether your character takes damage or not, and you decide if they kill you or not. If you decide that their attack didn't actually do any damage to you, then you're fine, and you can decide whatever you want. I'm going to attack you in combat, and you make a decision about how you respond to that. If you think your character wouldn't have died in this fight, then you don't have to die. I think you would find, as a player, you no longer feared or were nervous or worried about those kind of encounters, because what gets measured, what gets measured, it gets managed, and what gets managed is important. But any case. Oh, well, thank you, Sean.
Seemed tipped $3, heading off to sleep. Tipping to get more time. Hoping for people to donate for Monster Book.
Thank you, Sean. Yes. Again, I mean, we're getting great coverage of this. I really appreciate everybody's tipping and stuff like that. Obviously, I may not necessarily, go all night, but hey, we're above $100, so that is good for another hour, Sean. So I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and enjoy your sleep. I, on the other hand, am halfway through my first monster. We'll only crack the second one if we get to. I only need the second one if we get to midnight. We'll see where we're at. So, and Nin, that is perfectly acceptable. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying, and that's fine. I do say though that it's a little sad that you can't trust your buddies, with that ability. And also, let me be very clear: Littlefinger would never go to somebody. They're not the Bene Gesserit. They would never go to somebody and say, "Kill yourself." and they would just go, right? That's not how influence works. They would never say, give me all your money. And you would just hand over your money. That's not compulsion. That's magical compulsion. That's Bene Gesserit levels. That's supernatural compulsion, right? That's not what we're talking about here. And I think that a lot of people, mistake this kind of system with what I call diplomancy, right? Not diplomacy, diplomancy, right? Which is this belief that you could just be like, diplomancy, and send out magical waves of diplomatic energy and just make people's minds change, So I think that's really true. Thank you for the super chat, Roman. Excited for a Draw Steel monster book stream. I mean, a game like this is just as important with the monsters as it is the other one. So we are getting very close to the monster stream as well. Roman, thank you so much for the super chat. Level 2 Janitor also disagrees with me, which is totally fine. I think the GM telling me my character believes something different because a sleazy politician convinced me is just unrelated to what I find about TTRPGs. And that is totally acceptable, which is fine. I will stick to just killing your character instead. I am curious, Level 2 Janitor, do you hate it / revolt if your character gets charmed magically? Charmed, dominated, something like that. Do you feel differently about that?
Zymel tipped $25 for the doggos. And you being a good human being.
Well, Zymel, I appreciate that. The dogs appreciate that. Actually, we just took the doggies to the vet. They did really well. For those of you who don't know, we have 2 dogs. But we also had 2 foster dogs, which we did have for, we were supposed to have them for 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. I think we ended up having them for over 3 months. We got them in March, and they got taken by the foster organization in like July. So yeah, like almost 4 months. We missed them a lot. They were great. And they're on the foster donation page. And I really, we look them up like once a week, and we really, really miss them. But things are a lot calmer around here, and it's been nice. And my dogs are much more calm now that it's not quite as much of a dog madhouse around here. But so thank you so much for that. And as for me being a good human being, we all try. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate it. Thank you, Simon. Charm is a weird tightrope to walk. It depends a lot on the mechanical execution. All right, fair enough. All right. So the director decides how difficult a task is. So here's a table of consequence to show. Oh, this is also what critting does. It doesn't really. I mean, there's a GMing section. So on a test-by-test basis, the director can share the difficulty of tests before the player makes the test, which makes interpreting the outcome much faster at the table. The director can also keep a test difficulty secret until after the player rolls the test for dramatic effect. I hate that, mostly because when a GM doesn't tell you the difficulty, it means that they want to fudge. I know that's not the case, but my brain immediately goes, oh, so that way, if I roll badly, they could be like, well, turns out it was an easy test, and you still passed. Wow. Anyways. So then we talk about the different levels of consequences, which is totally fine. And this is all narrative stuff and all that other stuff. Zymel. To be fair, Zymel, we had them up until about a month ago. So I do not, but I appreciate it. So good to give you guys an update. I did give an update in one of my streams. But they got adopted right after Origins. So basically the beginning of July is when they got updated. So about a month ago, and we miss them. They're beautiful, great dogs. In fact, actually, oh shit, Mark
T tipped $24, another hour. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate you and your good advice, even if I don't always take it. And that is locking us in for another hour as well. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mark. Oh shit, Elaine kicking in too. Let's do that monster book. Sick. Yeah, monsters should be a lot of fun. Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate the super chat. We are at almost at 100. We're basically $20 away. I appreciate that a lot. Again, monster books are historically a very dangerous thing, but this game needs good monsters. And for these monsters to be cool but still usable at the game, it's a very for these monsters to be cool and to compete with these PCs, but not be on my head is going to explode when I run them. That's going to be a tough tightrope to walk. So Kaz, this was the big guy that we were fostering. He is their featured pet, and somebody sponsored his adoption fee, this Dexter's dog. So he's a big old softie with an even bigger heart. He came to Lake Humane with his sister Ro. That was the other dog we were taking care of. She was the puppy. And while we've been great company for each other, we're both dreaming of finding our own families. I'm what you call a lovable goof, playful, and always wanting to make dog friends. Whether we're going on adventures or tossing around a toy or soaking up sunshine, I'm your guy for fun and snuggles. So this is the big boy. That's Kaz. And he got adopted by, he's sponsored by Dexter's dog. And he is a big man. He's a pity, but he's a goof, and he's a very sweet boy. And we miss him a lot. I honestly wish so bad that we could have kept him, but just no room for him. And like I said, he did not get along. I should say, my dog did not get along well with him, and he is just a big baby. And then this is his little baby sister. This is Ro. She's not even a year old. So she's a sweetie. So, love dogs. Luddite, we need to see those lovely monsters. All right. Well, with rounding included, we have achieved our super chat goal. If somebody wants to tip the $2 to technically put us over the top, but I'm not going to quibble over $2. Luddite, thank you, and thank you to Ludo, to Elaine, to Roman, to Yes and Dragons, to Sean, to Joshua and Sam, all for putting us over the top.
Phoebus tipped $10. DS isn't my jam, but I like adversary analysis. Let's go monster review.
Sick. Thank you. Thank you, Phoebus. Really appreciate that. Look, I think it's cool. I mean, again, I think this game, I just want a quick aside. I'm not planning on immediately getting this game to the table. Maybe I can get Bob over and Tim, and we could do like a cool combat example once we get the studio built up. Bob's coming over tomorrow to help me hang cameras and stuff, by the way. It's really cool. I'm not rushing to get this game to the table right now. I'm not going to lie. But that doesn't mean, that it's not something that I think is really interesting. And it doesn't mean that there's elements of this game that I think aren't really cool. I don't know what they've changed, but from what we've seen earlier, I think the negotiation system is going to be one of my favorite things that I've seen. So even if it's not for you, I think one of the things that's important from this channel is learning to analyze and learn to understand RPGs, because it's going to make your RPGs better, whether you're interested in designing them or house ruling them or homebrewing them, because you get to see why things work, Mr. B, are we going to do? Are we going to do another building stream tomorrow? We might, Mr. B. That's not a bad idea. Maybe we will. I'm sure we will. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Phobos, Luddite, and Elaine. All right, so this talks a lot about the stuff that we've talked about ad nauseum because of PBTA and recently Daggerheart. What does failure with a consequence look like? And, really trying to help people who are new to this idea of, no, but, no, and, yes, but, yes, and. And so quite reasonably, they spend a lot of time talking about this. And we're not going to super focus on this because we've done it a lot of time. But there's even an optional rule about, letting the players, kind of chip in here. Even the best directors run low on ideas sometimes. That's why the game gives the default option of consequences and rewards in the form of malice and hero tokens. However, so let's kind of briefly talk about that because I kind of skipped this. One of the biggest problems that people have with PBTA is PBTA demands that when your characters success with a complication, you need to come up with a complication. And that can be very tough for people. A lot of people, now, I've been playing PBTA tile games for a long time, and I can always come up with something interesting. And part of the reason is, if I can't think of a consequence, I don't call for the test. Full stop. But that can be really tough. And that's just not the way that a lot of people's brains works, and there's still an adjustment period. So one of the things that this game gives us the option to do is if somebody rolls a failure with a consequence, you can, make an NPC upset. Maybe they betray you. Maybe they attack you. Maybe you trigger a trap or a hazard, or maybe something important like one of your rope, you're climbing and your rope breaks. But in lieu of other consequences, you also have the option to gain 2 additional malice. So if you really can't think of something, you could just kind of punt, right? And I think that's really smart. And Daggerheart, in many ways, does the same thing. Now, in Daggerheart, I think you should use every roll as an opportunity to change the fiction, right? I think that's really cool. But I understand that that's not how everybody works, and that's not how everybody thinks, and that's not how everybody, does that stuff. So in Daggerheart, if someone rolls success with fear, I think you should use that opportunity to make a GM move to change the situation and to change the consequences. But if at worst you can't think of something, you just take that fear token, you put it out. I like to have a fear tracker so let people know, and just basically tell players something bad is going to happen eventually. Right. And we understand that that is a meta narrative resource, but it's a cool release valve for people who feel stuck. Now, same thing, Daggerheart, right? I succeeded with hope. Great. Cool. You accomplished what you were trying to do, and the situation got better. And when the GM is describing that, they should be making a move to sort of, adjust that. Okay, well, what if I can't think of something? Cool. Well, you can also just add tokens to the hero token pool. Remember, the hero token is a communal pool. So in that way, it's like the hope pool from Daggerheart, but it's a communal pool. Just like the fear pool is just for the GM. Malice is in this game. And one of the things that you can do is if you succeed with a reward and you can't really think of anything, in lieu of any other rewards, the director can decide that a hero who succeeds on a test with reward just earns a hero token. So if you can't really think of something that would help or benefit, you can just put it in the middle, and you can earn a hero token. And as a reminder, hero tokens can be used to gain 2 surges, which could let you add, I think each surge lets you add 3 points of damage. You can also use surges to increase the potency of your effect, right? So if you get a tier 1, if you get a potency of your effect and the potency is like 2, but you need it to be 3 so that they're affected by the prone or whatever being set on fire, then you can increase the potency, right? And now they're affected by the prone. Now they're affected by the knockback. Now they're affected by the pull, right? Secondly, you could just spend a hero token to just automatically succeed on a saving throw. Now remember, saving throws aren't like D&D saving throws. Did I get hit by the fireball or not? Save is I'm on fire, and then you basically have a 50% chance. You roll a D10. If you roll 6 or higher, you're no longer on fire. But instead of rolling that, which is a 50% chance, you do this. You can also re-roll a test, so it's just kind of like a Pathfinder 2 hero point or whatever. And you could spend 2 hero tokens to basically regain stamina you basically get a free heal. And it doesn't take one of your recoveries. This is huge. If you are out of recoveries, as far as I know, this is the only way to heal. So hero tokens, a communal pool, is really, really cool. So there's even a part of you that you're probably pretty happy if you get the benefit and you add the stuff like this. So, but yeah, so hero tokens are really, 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 really cool. And again, we get this really cool release valve with the tests that as a GM, I think you should be trying to figure out ways to, make it cool and change the narrative and influence it. But you're not always going to have ways and things to think about. So sometimes it's cool to just be like, hey, you did really great. Drop a hero token in. Hey, you guys you succeeded, but I don't know, darkness gathers, and then just drop 2 malice into your pool. So I think that's really cool. Hey, Lionhead. how much malice does this game get me? How much malice does this get me? I need your takes on the monsters in this game about fighting monsters. All right, we are now officially over the super chat goal. So we will do a monster stream probably Sunday. So we'll probably do a monster stream Sunday night, or like Sunday, maybe we'll start at like 5 or 6. I'm trying to think what I have this weekend. So we'll probably do it this week. So we'll continue Draw Steel week, right? Thank you, Lionhead Gaming. Appreciate that. So, again, I love this DNA in Taggerheart. It should be as no surprising that I love this DNA here. More on Dude. More informed about the game than me. Potions can restore stamina without using recovery. Very cool. And so we have information here about, how long does the test take? Can you try it again? And they basically say no. If you try to pick the lock, you can't unless your circumstances change, this is really, really great, We got some information about opposed rolls. Basically, whoever rolls higher wins. Pretty simple there. This is like if we're going up against each other. At certain times, when a hero isn't engaged in overcoming a task, the director might ask the player of the hero to make a test without context, explaining the test only after the power. Make an intuition test. The classic thing here. This is a reactive test. And of course, Daggerheart has what we, literally called reaction rolls. So it's, there's this, common RPG DNA that kind of exists in all of these games. This art feels weird. Such as a hidden foe, or if someone's lying to you, or did you notice something hidden in the environment? The classic, can I make a perception test type stuff, right? Even an optional rule that the GM might roll it secretly, even though by default the player is rolling it. Yeah, the art feels sometimes like weirdly out of place in an otherwise kind of bare bones approach. I mean, like this. Look at that. I mean, this is a lot of just black and white and gray, black and white and gray. And again, I don't have a problem with this. And then all of a sudden, it's like full color art. And then we get one piece here, and then back to the black and white and gray. Why don't you like the combined hero token pool, Beowulf? I think that's great. I actually prefer that. Yeah, I would actually think the game would look better with the sort of black and white. You know how Daggerheart has a lot of those black and white sketch arts? I think that would have looked a lot better and cooler and more appropriate in this game. 1,000%. I actually think that would have looked amazing. Then we have information about how you use skills. And, this is the idea of getting a lot of information here, but really this comes down to common sense and don't be a weasel. And this is going to be a lot of words about common sense and don't be a weasel. Right. So Hachukin bringing up the common thing. I said, well, what's your problem? He said, you have that one player that uses it up either with no consideration about other players or out of self-interest. That is actually not a problem because you just never play with that player again. Just kick them out. There are so many times that people talk about RPGs and they bring up these problems. And I'm like, oh, the problem is that you're playing with a terrible human being. Don't play with them. These are social games. Why would you play with that? I don't understand. I really struggle to understand why you would play with someone like that. Or not have a conversation where you say, hey, you're a jerk. Stop. I just like to have a say in how the tokens I earned are spent. Ah, so you're selfish. I'm just kidding. so sometimes they're your brother-in-law. So like if your brother-in-law started like MFing your kids, or calling your kids little shits, or being like, well, the problem is little Susie's going to be a whore. Like, would you be okay with that? I don't give family a pass. I never have. If somebody says something that is wrong or rude or racist or stereotypical or prejudiced, I call them out on it and give them shit. I don't know. Did I call my sister's mother-in-law, who is technically no relationship to me, but did I call my sister's mother-in-law a racist piece of shit at a Thanksgiving dinner a couple of years ago? Maybe. Maybe I did. Maybe I did call her a racist piece of shit. Was she acting like a racist piece of shit? Chances are that she was. Okay. Then I got up and I politely excused myself. Theoretically, hypothetically. So, anyways, good stuff. All this stuff here is awesome. And there's even a thing here about making your own skills. If you really want to add that to your game, you want to add that dimension. I think that's really cool too. Which, because you don't need, these skills don't have to be, right? This is not an inclusive list, right? It's just, in a sense, it's almost like an example list, Hey, it's our boy Vin. I wouldn't last 2 seconds in an Indian family gathering or my friends' Asian ones either. Well, I'm not, this may surprise you to learn. It's very hard to keep my mouth shut. So then we have an example of play and how you might use tests and all that other stuff, which is good. Ooh. So we have assisting rules, which I can already tell I'm going to hate. Here we go. Yeah. You can attempt to assist another creature with a test they make, provided you have a skill that applies and the other creature isn't using that same skill on the test. That's interesting. So they don't let you test, they don't let you aid with the same skill. I kind of like that. And you can describe how your character helps to the director's satisfaction. In other words, your attempt has to make sense, and you have to bring something useful to the table. Helping another creature sneak by shouting and encouraging them is not going to make them stealthier. However, they have to make a test. That means we're making 2 tests to help. And I don't like it when help involves a test. I also don't like it when help can hurt. I know that sounds shocking, but I don't like this. I don't like these kind of rules generally. I don't like it because I find it to be problematic at the game table. And I don't like it when someone is trying to help you and they end up hurting you. Because it's a whole thing. But like, long story short, I feel like it leads to bad moments. Now, this is why I don't like, now you might say, well, then what, Derek? They could just always help? Yes, but that's why I like it to have some sort of cost. Like in Daggerheart, to help someone, you have to spend one of your hope. And that means that you can't help infinitely. You can't help for free. So you have to spend hope. And so when you're helping someone, it's like I'm using one of my personal resources to help you out. And it's going to help you, but how much it is to be determined. But I don't have to worry about making it worse for you. And it would have been better if I just didn't help you. Now, to be clear, in real life, we have situations where somebody tries to help and they just end up fucking it up. But that doesn't feel like the kind of behavior or effect that we should have in this game. This isn't the type of situation where I expect somebody's like, let me help. And they're like, oh, womp, 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 and like they ruin it. Oops, Butterfingers. I just don't feel like, yeah, I just don't like that I don't like that as a situation, So that's just my thought process on this, Like if we look at, like somebody helping and interfering with the help, that's like some Jar Jar Binks shit. You know what I mean? Look, guidance is its own problem. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. I'm not right, but that's problem with guidance is it's always helpful. Help is always helpful. You don't even have to cast guidance. I don't know why people bring up guidance all the time. Help, the action help in 5th edition is just you gain advantage. So you know, hey, I'm going to knock down the door. I help. Hey, I'm going to pick the lock. I help. Like every skill check we made in 5th edition, I think had advantage on it, basically. Anyways, but this is why I like a resource expenditure. That is true. Fiction first does help to fix help. I agree. Yeah, but the problem with that is there's like a trillion different ways. Unless you're being a super hyper pedantic GM, there's like a trillion ways that people will give you. And I, like you, like most GMs, you want to, you know, you should say yes most of the time. And, you know, sometimes people are like very rarely, in my group, very rarely are people trying to be a weasel, you know, but, you know, they're going to say something and you're going to go, okay, you know, especially when you have a game with like magic and encouragement, you know, right. Nin, like somebody could, so I use my diplomacy, you know, I hold the light closer. I tell them like, don't worry, you've got this. You've got this. And, you know, I'm right here with you if something happens, right? And you're like, okay, how does that not help? What are you going to say? It doesn't help? Of course it helps, you know? All right. There's a whole section here on hiding. I'm not particularly interested in it, but, you know, you have to have cover concealment, and they can't be observing you. So, classic hiding rules, basically. What's up, Great Deanie? Good to see you. Hey, look. It's the hiding and seeking rules, and we've got someone hiding and seeking. Good art. Way to go. Gretini, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Cheers to you, friend. You can tell a game is grid-based, tactical, and cinematic when we get 3 or 4 pages of rules about hiding and how does sight work in our grid-based RPG. And how does hide work when we're in combat? And how does hide work when we're not in combat? And how does somebody find us? And what are all the seeking rules? And how do we search for creatures? And how do you find them? And how do you sneak? And what does it mean to be observed? Are you unnoticed, undetected? Are you hidden? This is a shout out to Pathfinder 2 there. All right. This is another big important thing here, which is, how does this game handle group tests? Most games handle group tests badly. In my personal opinion, Daggerheart handles group tests badly. I don't like the way Daggerheart handles group tests. I'm sorry. But then again, there's very few games that do handle group tests well. Whenever 2 or more heroes attempt a single test together, the director can call for a group test. So, for example, if we're all attempting to climb, we might just make a single group test. Overall, love it. If we're trying to all sneak past an ogre, we make an agility test. We determine the difficulty of the group the same way we do. Easy, medium, hard. Each hero participating in the test makes the test individually, but the director waits until all the tests have been made. A hero who is participating in the group test cannot assist another hero in the test. Shout out DM Rawlings, who has some of these. Thank you for the bits. Cheers. Cheers, my friend. Hate it. Most victory point systems suck. Sorry, they do. When interpreting the outcome of group tests, the director first determines if the task succeeded or not before figuring out the rewards. If half or more of the heroes making up half or more of the heroes making up the group tests succeed, then the group succeeds. Otherwise, the group fails. So if you have 4 people, you need 2 or more to pass. If you have 5 people, you need 3 or more. If the heroes succeeded and half or, oh, this is awkward. If the heroes succeeded and half or more of them attained a reward, the director gives the group a collective reward and ignores any consequences. This collective reward should be equivalent to earning 2 individual rewards. It could be 2 consumables, 2 hero tokens, etc. But it could also be something specifically tailored to the task. That's a little awkward. If the heroes fail the group test and more than half of them incurred a consequence, then everybody gets a consequence. And again, we ignore any earned rewards. It affects everyone, and it could also gain 2 malice per hero at the start of the next combat encounter. Man, there's a lot of rules for a group test. This is, even in this game, this is a little overcomplicated for me. Meanwhile, if fewer than half of the heroes incur a consequence or earn a reward, then we just simply fail. So, like, we're checking to see how much did everybody pass or fail or succeed by. Number one, this could really use a flow chart, but the fact that it needs a flow chart is telling me that this is probably a little bit overcomplicated. I also don't particularly like that rule either, but. I feel like, yeah, this is, I mean, again, I think Blades in the Dark has the best group check test of all time, but that's just me. And why? Because it uses resource exchange rather than everybody making checks and figuring out, doing long division and calculating how many halves did you make and then did they pass with failures? Did you get a consequence? Because to be clear, Blades in the Dark is great. Now, that is a simulationist element, moron dude. You're only as stealthy as your least stealthy member. I agree with you, but that's a terrible mechanic. In fact, actually, you're almost never going to be able to pass a sneak check because if 5 people all have to make a sneak check, right? The odds that you all pass is very low. All right, I'll give you that, Beowulf. It's quick, it's dirty, but it's somewhat realistic. That's fair. Not a big fan of this. All right, let's see these montage tests. So what if we work together in a montage, right, where we're working together over a long period of time, navigating a vast desert, convincing farmers to rise up against a tyrannical leader, and performing a ritual, right? Cool montage test, kind of skill challenge-esque type stuff. We take turns making tests as we tackle a test together in a montage test round. Each hero has a chance to make a test or assist to influence the outcome. They can also spend their turn using an item, ability, or other option that they believe can help in the montage test. For example, if a group of heroes want to cross an ocean on a sailing ship before a storm begins, they might make use of a magic fan that creates wind to keep the sails full. The director decides this is a clever action and gives us 2 automatic successes. No test necessary. Once a hero makes a test or assists with a test or uses an ability, they can't do anything else as part of this montage test until each other hero in the montage test does as well. A hero can also choose to do nothing, most often if they have no one to assist and fear that their actions will only make the situation worse. This is also a 4E skill challenge problem, but we'll see with this. Then, if everyone has had a chance to act, it ends and a new one begins. This creates a cinematic montage that takes place over hours or days, setting up brief vignettes. They should always blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's really good stuff here. Set the scene, describe the scene, chasing down a pickpocket through a crowded thing, or, the kind of challenges you'll have to overcome with. The difficulty of each individual test in a montage test is set by the director and can vary from test to test. You're the best around. No one's ever gonna keep you down. You're the best around. Or Eye of the Tiger. It's right, exactly. You get the -2 if you're off tune. Oh no. Oh no, your best around is the montage from wait, is the best you're the best around? No, the best around is the montage from Karate Kid, isn't it? Hold on a sec. Let me pull up the Rocky IV montage scene. I don't remember what that is. Oh, it's No Easy Way Out. Yeah, that's it. All right. We'll have some Rocky IV music while we do this. Let's see here. So basically, each test is determined individually, right? So each player is going to have to do their own thing to test, which is fine. Someone might want to dig a trench around the village. Another person might want to get the farmers to help, and that becomes a harder test. Let's see here. Basically a skill challenge. The same rules applies. Now, what they're trying to avoid here, though, is skill challenges. Is like skill challenges was like mechanically wrote. Like you can make an athletics check, or you can make a, you can make an athletics check, you can make a stealth check, or you can make a arcana check. This game is trying to be like, no, keep it more loosey-goosey and open, And, you're encouraged to sort of narratively build each skill into the ongoing vignette or narrative. Now, you can't use the same skill twice. An individual character can't use the same skill more than once in a montage test. Though multiple heroes can use the skill, a test or an assist with a specific skill represents their entire contribution to the test. This can be lifted at the GM's discretion, but that's pretty cool. Don Pokey, I kind of agree with that as well. All right. I should just have Rocky IV in the corner while I'm doing this. All right, that's enough for Rocky IV. I cast athletics at every challenge, exactly. During a montage test, you can introduce new challenges. These can be incorporated into the test. Right? So this is more of like a narrative thing. Like, hey, before you guys were just trying to, do X, but now there's this new set of challenges, and now you guys have to, potentially deal with that as well. All right. Here's where we get into kind of skill challenges here. We track the total number of successes and failures, and every montage has a success limit and a failure. Oh, it really is a skill challenge. When the number of successful tests equal the success limit, it ends. The montage test can also end when the number of failed tests equal the failure limit and the heroes suffer total failure. A montage test should last only 2 montage rounds. Now, this is really interesting because one of the things that Smith did in his 4th edition was he got rid of skill challenges and he turned everything into what he called a 1-round skill challenge. So every skill challenge was just 1 round. So they're kind of getting to this with just everybody gets 2 rounds. If the heroes don't end the test by achieving success or failure, the montage test ends after the 2nd round. This keeps it from becoming a slog and simply prevents heroes from using their turns to simply assist the one hero who has the best chance of success, which was Smith's exact thought process behind making it a 1-round skill challenge. That's going to inspire each hero to be a more active participant in the montage test. So, I actually really like this. Jackal, peace out. Hackmaster, you know that. Hackmaster soon, Jackal. Once we have a studio, we can play in person with Bob and Tim and, maybe with George, and we'll have Hackmaster soon. And it's a skill challenge. A little bit self-confessed cynic, but it was a little bit more complicated than that. And so it's Smith. So there was a little bit more nuance to mechanics to it. Like you could spend some of your resources to make bonus skill checks on your turn. So potentially, if you were willing to invest, you might be able to make 2 or even 3 skill checks on your turn. The other thing is the way that Smith did it was the total number of successes you got. It wasn't binary, right? It was, and I could see that they have this here. There's a partial success, right? So this is one of the cool things. This is why skill challenges in Torchbearer are really interesting, because even if you lose or even if you win, there could still be consequences, because it depends on how much it's not called devotion. Disposition. It depends on how much disposition you manage to lose or manage to save during the course of the conversation, the course of the challenge or the contest or the conflict. Wow. You'd think I hadn't played Torchbearer in like 2 years. If the heroes hit the success limit, they achieve total success. If they hit the failure limit or time runs out and they've achieved at least 2 more successes than failures, they achieve a partial success. And if they don't hit this, then they suffer total failure. So this gives us a third option, which is partial success, which is something that skill challenges don't have and need. So this has a time limit. I approve. And has partial success. I approve. So this is already, in my opinion, and we might say, well, Derek, why is that? Because, well, this is what Smith and I did in 4th edition D&D, and we thought it made it a lot better. Yeah. Hey, Josh, thank you. I'm still praying for Fabula Ultima. Again, Fabula Ultima, incredible game, and I don't know when we're going to get it to the channel exactly, but I will say this. We have a Kickstarter coming this fall, and we're going to have the hardcovers, and we're going to have the bestiary. And I think that there's a much higher chance of me running a game once there is a bestiary. In fact, one of the things that really derailed us from running Fabula Ultima is we really wanted to run Techno Fantasy. We were going to run it on a VTT. We were going to run it on Foundry. And the Foundry VTT module, what's the good one called? What's the good one called? Not Ultimate Fabula. I don't remember what it's called. But it didn't support Technospheres. Now, the Project FU. Thank you, Jackal. Project FU didn't support Technospheres. Now, one of the developers on Project FU actually ended up joining our Patreon, and then they were working on getting Technospheres to work as like a personal project, just because they were like, Derek, I want this to be happening. But I think once the bestiary is up and running, and once we have the ability to do it in a VTT, I think it'll be really cool. So, anyways, so if we get total success, we achieve it. There's no consequences. There's no failures. We earn 1 victory when we achieve total success on an easy or moderate montage test, and 2 victories on a hard montage test. So if the GM does set something as being hard, you get more victories when you achieve that hard success, which is cool. If the heroes earn a partial success, which means we get some successes before we failure, which is good, then it's a success with a complication. And total failure is you fail. You get there, but it's on fire. You cross, you get lost in the desert, and by the time you get there, the city is already, under siege. So we have an example of a sample montage test here. So these systems are still a little bit wonky, but I will say that including the limited rounds and including 3 components for total success, partial success, and total failure, I think is cool. Also limiting that people can't just spam the same skill over and over again, which I also think is really, really good. So I think that's 3 good check marks. And then here, they run a montage test. They run 1 montage round. Then they run a battle with a kingfisher worm in the middle of the montage. and then they go back into montage test round 2. So that's a really cool way to do it. And I think a lot of players, and I think I include myself in this, when I envision what I want a game session of, crossing the wastelands, right? What was that place outside of Calm, right? In Final Fantasy VII. I love the idea of let's do one round around the table of a montage round. And, the GM's going to be describing things. We're going to be using our skills. It's a little bit of narrative. It's mechanical. And then we do one round. We set the montage aside to have a fight. Cool. And maybe the GM uses the outcome of that fight to also affect the ongoing montage scene potentially, or just affects our resources. And then after the fight, we pick up with the second montage round. That play pattern, I think, would fucking kick ass at almost every game table. You get to go around doing your montage narrative bullshit stuff and making some skill tests. Then we get a cool fight, which maybe takes 3 or 4 combat rounds. And then we do another round of montage. I think that's fantastic. That's a great play pattern. And yeah, that's a great play pattern. just full out. I think that's really good. So I don't even know how to really describe this, but like I've never thought of doing that before. And it's very rare that I ever see something and I'm like, yeah, that would work really, really well. Like, because they've sort of segmented these into these rounds, these montage rounds, it's almost like you can segment them in that way. And I think that's really, really cool. Or you could even imagine a full session, which is really just one big montage. And you might have, a montage round followed by a combat, followed by a montage round, followed by a negotiation, followed by a montage round, which leads to the final combat of the session. And that could be like a really satisfying session. Which, now that I think about it, I kind of just described Torchbearer. So, never mind. Because I was like, oh, that sounds like that would really be awesome and would really work. And I'm like, oh, I just described Torchbearer. Now, panic. That sounds awesome. There is no FBT with the store owner. And you know what? If you guys like FBT with the store owner, knock yourselves out. But you don't need mechanics for that, and you don't need the game telling you how to do that. And if you're at my table, we're probably not going to be doing that, but that's just my style. All right. We're at 10:30 my time. So we've got combat, downtime, negotiation, and rewards. Now, Thad had tipped he really wanted us to do negotiation. So I am going to skip combat briefly and hit negotiation up first because I want to make sure that we finish this up before we run out of time. And yeah, so we're going to do that. Eric, FBT is the somewhat tongue-in-cheek term that we at Knights of the Last Call refer to fluffy bullshit time. And fluffy bullshit time is basically when you're describing things or acting in character or saying things in character or just doing stuff in the RPG, like describing like what alcohol is for sale at the bar and, really like talking about your meal. It doesn't mean anything to the story. It doesn't mean anything to the mechanics. It's not important. It's just, it's just flavoring. It doesn't really have any meat or substance. For some people, it's a really big part of why they play role-playing games. For other people, it's just pointless windowing dressing. We did skip the combat chapter, Thad, because I want to make sure we cover negotiations before we run out of time. Now, I'm not going to belabor the point, but, believe it or not, the combat section, it's like, combat. You're on a square. We know what push and pull and slide do. Creatures have different sizes. They take turns. There's a little bit of a, back and forth initiative system, which generally speaking, I like. the enemies go in groups. We talk about the triggered actions. How does movement work? We talk about burrow speed and fly speed and non-burrowing creatures who are trying to burrow and fly and hover and jump and all the combat minutia that we get, and how does difficult terrain work and moving onto high ground and off of high ground and all the movement rules that are required in grid-based combat. What does a push look like? What does a slide look like? What does a pull look like? What happens when you slam into other creatures? What if they're big? What if you're small? What if it's force movement? Does that trigger things? What if you're hurled through an object? What if you're pushed through an object? What if you have stabilities? What happens if you're riding something? You're hiding something? What if you want to catch your breath? What about all the actions you could do in combat that aren't already part of your character class? What if you want to aid, catch, escape, grab, knockback, charge, use a consumable, stand up, make a test, defend, free strike, heal, blah, 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 blah. Flanking. Let me guess. You get an edge. Yes, you gain an edge. Yay! The core of the mechanic. Your hit points. You're wounded. What happens when you die? And of course, underwater combat and suffocating damage, because it wouldn't be an RPG without those rules. How does combat end? Make sure that there's nothing more to do than just kill people. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that brings us to negotiation. Not saying that we won't go back to combat, just saying it's got all the minutia that, we mostly expect from D20 rules. Mewtwo, Tentacruel, Aerodactyl. Almanite, Slowbro. It's the only part I know of the Poke Rap. All right, negotiations. Mechanical, social, combat. Now, negotiation gives us a chance to get what we want without combat. Think of negotiation as something like learning a new system for combat, exploration, or investigation in an RPG. This set of rules provides a framework for role-playing. They are meant to be read by players and directors so that both understand the rules. If you've never played, I like that they're being very focused with people here. If you've never played a game with a dedicated negotiation system like this, you may need to run it once or twice before you master it, similar to learning any new subsystem in an RPG. AKA, it's, they know they're talking to D&D players. Yes, exactly, Dunpoke. Negotiation is a framework for important role-playing encounters in which they wish to convince an NPC to take a particular course of action, such as lending the heroes an artifact or pardoning a prisoner. When to negotiate. The NPC must have an interest in negotiating with the heroes, but also must have a reason to not simply immediately jump on board with what the heroes propose. Negotiations only happen when an NPC has an internal tension between their interest and their reluctance. For example, if the characters ask a king to send his army into a neighboring kingdom to battle a demonic incursion, the king needs to be conflicted. He wants to stop the incursion, but he doesn't want to risk the lives of his soldiers. Thank you, Anonymous.
Anonymous tipped $20. I used a rudimentary version of the negotiation rules in my Worlds Without Number campaign. It worked great, so I'm excited to use the full rules in their native system.
Not going to lie, from the beta, we'll see how they change. From the beta, this is a subsystem that I am most interested in stealing and or hacking into other games. Now, the problem with stealing or hacking the negotiation system into other games, this is the problem with most people when they make these decisions, but it's also the problem with most games when they include these, is they'll steal this system, they'll put it in their game system, but they don't give any other mechanical tie-ins into this system. Do you remember how we were looking at some of the perks? Do you remember how we were looking at some of the Troubadour stuff? It tied into this system especially. Right? When your character only has feats and powers and abilities that care about combat, and then you steal this system and you put it into your PF2 game, or if you put it into your whatever game, and then nobody has any powers or abilities or magic items or, racial abilities or background abilities that interface with this mechanic system, it falls flat. This game has a social conflict system in it called the intrigue system. But this game also has an entire set of class types called the courtiers. It has an entire set of powers called the sujis, which are social techniques, right? katas are your, sword techniques. They're your, martial arts techniques. Ninjutsu are your, secret ninja shit. Kiho are your monk, internal ki abilities. But there's an entire set of techniques in this game called Suji, which are social combat techniques. So this game has this intrigue system, which is like its own form of conflict, except you're using words instead of blades. But there are classes. There's an entire class structure. There's an entire technique structure based around interfacing with that conflict type. And that's what makes it work. So, anyways, that's why stealing this is cool. But the problem with when a lot of people hack things is they steal this and then those games don't, then that game doesn't interface with it. In any case, we're not expected to use this every time. We're trying to convince somebody, right? This is like where the group versus the other group versus the heroes. It's what the One Ring would call a council scene, right? Where you're having this big debate. It's not just like talking to somebody on the road. Hey, will you let me stay the night here? It's deciding the fate of the One Ring,
Anonymous tipped $20. Would love to see Bob's take on the Fury, Barbarian, or Smith's overall feel of the game as possible shorter vids.
Well, thank you so much, Anonymous. That's a very generous tip there. Oh shit, folks, we're at $200. So that means we're going at least until midnight. So we're locked in. It looks like we're going to be cracking that second monster. All right. Thank you. Once we get the studio up and we get Smith and Bob over here again, yeah, absolutely. Well, Roll for Combat, we're at $200 of our $250 tip goal. So, no, we're going to keep going. The people demand draw steel. And who am I to say no? All right. There are limits to negotiation, right? They should not be mind control superpowers. We kind of already talked about this earlier in the stream. No matter how persuasive someone is, right? You shouldn't negotiate where it's like, I want you to kill yourself, and you're like, oh, I'm kind of conflicted. Ooh, now this is an interesting component. Now, Super Writer Andy wants to know, how do I stay up so late? Well, Super Writer Andy, the answer is quite simple. I got laid off back in April, and so I don't have a job. That is the answer. And because I live essentially a bachelor lifestyle, I don't have a wife, I don't have a girlfriend, I don't have kids. So I kind of wake up whenever I want to. So that's the way I stay up so late. I know, must be nice, right? It is, except when you realize, like, your ability to pay your mortgage depends on how much people like what you're talking about on the internet about role-playing games. It's cool until that happens, right? And you're like, oh, shit. Now, you have no excuse other than that you're just a huge nerd and you have no life. And the secret truth is that you love it. That's the secret truth. All right. Right. And negotiation doesn't change who an NPC is. It gets them to reconsider things. I think this is important. Obviously, it's like laying the groundwork, but this is what's really, really cool about this system. In the real world, negotiations rarely come with a threat of immediate violence. Ambassadors don't usually get into fistfights, but this is a heroic fantasy RPG featuring heroes who are armed to the teeth and able to alter reality with their minds. The threat of violence is implied. Everyone knows that the characters could draw steel at any moment. Thus, the director typically assumes that the underlying potential for events to turn violent is already factored into any negotiation. However, if the heroes decide that there's time to bring threat to the forefront, then we have probably exited the realm of negotiation and have entered into a different type of relationship, and it's probably time to draw steel. Which, of course, leads us to one of the greatest clips of all time.
You know the legend written on the wall of the crypt? from the day of my birth.
Then you know what will happen if the horn is placed back in the forehead of Davith.
The god will live again, and we who give him life will stand by his right hand and rule the world with him.
You will die in the great evil that will come from his rebirth.
We will control him.
No one is able to control him. His power and his evil are too great.
Give us the girl or we'll take her.
Enough talk. Back to the crypt!
Sorry, I was just watching Conan the Destroyer. It's like one of my favorite movies of all time. I was watching it sped up, by the way. If it sounded like it was like, wow, it's going really fast. I sped it up so we can watch this. One of the greatest of all time. All right. Anyways, negotiation not working. Enough talk. Throw. All right. Negotiation stats. During negotiation, the director assigns NPCs 4 temporary statistics and features: interest, patience, motivations, and pitfalls. The heroes can strike a favorable deal if they maximize an NPC's interest by making arguments that invoke their motivations and avoid their pitfalls. But they have to do all of this before the NPC's patience wears out. This is brilliant. And, again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, because they did something I did. When I ran intrigues in Legend of the Five Rings, I basically did something very similar to this, which was I used a politeness thing, right? Like there's only so much that a person can try to convince somebody before it begins to seem rude. And then the NPC begins to kind of lose their patience with the players in the form of stress or strife, which is in Legend of the Five Rings, one of the stats. And so when I ran intrigue, I used this strife concept as sort of a, HP bar. This game uses patience, and it works out really, 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 really well. Now, this game adds motivations and pitfalls, which I think is really cool. And I read this in the beta. I never got a chance to play a negotiation, but reading it and having run a lot of 4th edition skill challenges that included negotiations and intrigues, and then playing Legend of the Five Rings, I have a really big appreciation for this, and I think this is really well done. All right. This is how interested they are to make a deal, and it rates from 0 to 5. And it starts at a certain value, right? Depending on what their NPC's motivations are, what they're interested in, it goes to 1 to 4. If the NPC's interest goes to 5, they make a final offer and the negotiation ends. If they drop to 0, they end the negotiation and they don't offer you shit. Interest increases and decreases throughout the argument depending on what the players are doing and what the players are saying and depending on what the players are rolling, which is cool. Patience. This is how much they're willing to fucking talk to you. And this is rated from 0 to 5. It starts higher than 0. And if it reaches 0, they don't send you away, but they make you a final offer based off of how interested they are because, again, they're done. They're done talking. Patience, again, can increase. Patience can decrease every time they make an argument, right? People are only going to listen to your arguments for so long, which is fantastic. And presumably, I could even see a situation where somebody might do something to increase somebody's patience, potentially, depending on what their action was. If you are familiar with EverQuest 2's original crafting system, then you know that the goal in EverQuest 2 was to increase your progress before your, I think it was called durability, ran out. Right? So there was a tension between wanting to increase your progress while maintaining your durability. And this is like a super deep cut. Now, I don't know if these people played EverQuest 2 and they played the EverQuest 2 crafting system, but it was awesome. Apparently, they do this in Final Fantasy 14 as well, which is cool. Obviously, shout out EverQuest 2 from 2004 or whatever like that. But I loved crafting in EverQuest 2, and I have wanted to make a crafting system based off of EverQuest 2 forever. But This feels like it has some of that DNA in there, and maybe it's from a more modern perspective, like Final Fantasy XIV. I also love that patience caps how long these scenes last, and it also, when you go into a negotiation with a character, you can kind of tell a lot about the NPC based off of their patience. You know, if somebody owes the heroes a lot of favors, they might have a lot of patience to listen to them because, you know, they're willing to hear them out. But if they're not really willing to hear them out, their patience may start at 1 or 2. And I agree with what Teos is saying about trying to prevent slogs. All right. If one or more of the heroes can communicate in their native language, then their patience automatically increases by 1 to a maximum of 5. If 3 or more heroes negotiating with NPC can communicate in their native language, then their patience increases by 2, up to a maximum of 5. That's kind of a cool way to make languages have a mechanical effect. And that's kind of cool. I don't hate this. I assume Kalen is common. Motivations. Each NPC has at least 2 motivations that they can appeal to. Arguments that appeal to an NPC's motivation require an easier roll to increase their interest. Arguments that don't appeal to a motivation require a more difficult roll. So this is that blend between mechanics and the fiction that I really like. We're still going to make a roll, but the difficulty, the effectiveness of that roll is going to depend on not necessarily how well you can speak in your character's voice, but the actual action that you're taking by describing how you're appealing to their motivation. Even if you do it in a third-party way. You know, if I were to say, someone say, well, I'm going to make a really passionate plea about how, at the end of the day, this is going to show people the power of the God of light. And I know this person, you know, really cares about the God of light. And it's like, yeah, they do care about spreading the faith of the God of light. Cool, you've appealed to their motivation. This is an easier mechanical benefit. Yeah, so adding a mechanical benefit to role-playing or rolling for some research or learning information ahead of time is really, really awesome. Each motivation, however, can only be appealed to once, which is great, because now you're not just fucking spamming that motivation over and over and over and over and over and over again. To successfully appeal to a motivation, they must use that motivation in an argument without mentioning one of the NPC's pitfalls or being caught in a lie. So we've created this fun little mini game about figuring out the NPC. It's like, you ever play code names, right? You gotta find the words that they're talking to while avoiding the poison pill word that is going to blow up. Now, Todd says it seems like a prep time sink for a GM. I don't know, probably less than a combat would be, right, Todd? Pitfalls are motivations that spark ire, discomfort, or shame. Fear. Usually a pitfall in an argument causes an NPC's interest and patience to wane. Each NPC has at least 1 pitfall, and many have 2. Now, for those of you who are familiar with Legend of the Five Rings, each NPC has a demeanor. And the demeanor will make some approaches, aka some rings, easier and some rings harder. Now, the GM doesn't come out and strictly tell you that, but through the NPC's role-playing, the players should be able to figure out, oh, this NPC is very, very, logical and to the point. We should probably use Earth-based approach because Earth is the ring of logic and reason and order. And we should probably avoid fire because fire is all about making an emotional appeal and appealing to their passion. And this character seems like they wouldn't be really motivated by that. And so I think that's a really cool way to do that. Pitfalls and motivations are 2 sides of the same concept. They're presented below as a single list because what might be a motivation for one NPC is a pitfall for another. So here's a list of motivations and pitfalls. Benevolence. They believe in sharing what they have with others. Sometimes an NPC benevolence might only apply to a specific group of people, such as their crew or their people. An NPC with the benevolence pitfall has a cynical view of the world, believing that no creature has a right to anything just by being alive. The idea of helping others because it's the right thing to do is preposterous or inexperienced. Arguments that appeal to benevolence motivation contend that if the NPC strikes a deal with the heroes, the people that the NPC cares about will benefit from the deal. An NPC with the discovery motivation wants to learn about new places. An NPC with the discovery pitfall has no interest in finding new places or people. The unknown might scare them or make them uncomfortable, or perhaps a previous pursuit may have worked out poorly. Freedom, justice, greed, legacy, higher authority, peace, power, revelry, protection. A little sidebar about how NPCs the players interact with over and over again may change over time, and some of their motivations might change. Some of their pitfalls may change. Vengeance. So these are, again, the idea I think is that NPCs usually have at least one motivation. They have at least two motivations, and they have at least one pitfall. So I think overall, I mean, as a base, I think pick two, pick one. I think that's totally fine. No, it's just my my YouTube's dropping frames again. But I agree. This really would benefit from charts, tables, a really cool, awesome infograph. I love infographics. You know, I was a data analyst for a long time. You know what? Turns out when you show a bunch of text to people, their mind goes blank. You know what really works well? Line charts, bar charts, pie charts. People love that shit, right? Take the information, present it to me in a graphical format. Okay, so let's take a look at it, what a negotiation would look like. The encounter sheets, I think, make it look more clear. You would think typing draw steel character sheets would come up on Google, but it does not. It's not on their page. That's unfortunate. Draw steel, not on their page either. Not very easy to find their digital stuff, actually. Oh, you have to go. You can't go to MCDM. You have to go to mcdmproductions.com, which isn't awkward at all. So this is a negotiation sheet. The heroes are negotiating with blank. Their starting attitude, blank. Their starting interest, blank. Their patience, blank. Their impression, blank. We haven't really got to that. Patience. Here's their interest. Here's their motivations and their pitfalls. Here is uncovering their motivation check. Here is what happens if they get a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4, or a 5 on their interest. And here are the arguments that I guess the players are using, and you can write these down. All right, so Yeah, there's an option here for stopping combat to start a negotiation. If you wish to figure out an NPC's motivation, they can begin by simply asking, "What do you want out of this deal?" The NPC can willingly hint at or reveal one of their motivations, usually by asking for something. For instance, a monarch NPC with the greed motivation and a penchant for collecting rare animals might suggest the heroes retrieving a griffin egg could earn their gratitude. If an NPC isn't that forthcoming, or if the heroes want to learn one of the NPC's pitfall, a hero can make a reason, intuition, or presence test after interacting with the NPC based on the tactics used to draw out the NPC, and then make a check to try to learn something about their NPC. I can see why y'all said this reads like a system from a different game. Yes, it does. And it really does feel like it's a subsystem that is like its own little unique little sub-game. As part of their request to an NPC, they make arguments as to why the NPC should give them something. Arguments need a justification. This is basically telling you people how to actually, speak and use language to make points. But you can't just say I diplominate, right? You do have to. You don't have to talk in character. You don't have to. You don't have to like make up a cool little funny voice. But you do actually have to make a point, right? You do actually have to make an argument, a justification as to why this person should help you. If an argument doesn't include a pitfall and it appeals to one of the NPC's motivation that hasn't already been used, then the hero can make an argument with a medium test, so that's the middle of the two, to sway the NPC. This frequently is going to be a reason, intuition, or presence test, right? Not a lot of might and agility tests in our negotiation. If we fail, their patience decreases by 1. If we get the middle success, we increase their interest, but they do lose some patience. And then if we get the best result, the tier 3 result, we increase their interest by 1, but we didn't cause them to lose their patience. At the director's discretion, a particularly well role-played or a particularly well-reasoned argument can automatically count as a tier 3 outcome without a test. Good role-playing should be rewarded. If the heroes attempt to appeal to a motivation that's already been appealed to, then they do not change their interest and their patience decreases by 1. You're literally repeating the argument and they are just losing patience, right? You're just repeating yourself. And so that is perfectly valid. So as much as this is a mechanical thing, there is this release valve. There is this escape valve that says, hey, if somebody really goes all out or they just make a really fucking good point, fucking just give them the 17 plus. I both love and don't love this. The reason why I say I don't love this is, would you ever allow this in combat? And if the answer is yes, if somebody makes a really good description of their attack, are you going to give them the 17 plus? Would you do that? Should you do that? I'm not saying whether you're right or wrong to do that. I'm just saying if they did, would you? And should you? And does that diminish any of the other components of the game or how other people might feel like they are interacting with the game? So, again, I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't do. I'm simply saying it's interesting. Now, this isn't combat. So, right. What if they actually got up and physically attacked you and pointed out how, they could totally hit you this way? But I agree to a certain extent, level 2 gender. In social encounters, the description is the game. Right. I agree. Jess is apparently caught up. No, I'm not going to go that late. 4 hours later. 4 hours is nothing, Jess. That's half a work day. That's nothing. Take care, RPG PhD. What happens if you don't include one of their motivations or pitfalls? Then we have to make a more difficult test, which is If we fail, we get a tier 1 result. Not only does their patience go down, but they also lose interest. So we can actually hurt their interest. If we get the middle result, they just lose interest. They just lose patience. And if we get the best result, their interest increases by 1, but we still lose patience. So it's really important to figure out what an NPC's motivations are. If a heroes try to use the same argument without a pitfall or motivation twice, the test automatically attains a tier 1 outcome, which is they lose interest and patience. Basically, yeah. So it's bad. Vin says, no, the equivalent in combat would be someone doing something particularly creative that isn't normally an action but should work. And I would definitely reward that handsomely. All right, fair enough. I only bring this up because some people play these gamist games because they want to engage with the gamist mechanics. That's all. And sometimes rulings can make people feel like the mechanics aren't as important. And in a gamist game, which tends to lean more towards, the spike side of player motivation, right? I want to beat you using the context of the rules of the game. That's the level on which I wish I would agree with you, right? I'm not as concerned about telling a good story. If the hero lies to an NPC with an argument that fails to increase the interest, the director can decide that the NPC is offended by it. And in addition, the NPC's interest decreases by an additional 1 in addition to any decrease caused by the failure. Since reason and intuition with creatively applied skills can be used, everyone can actively participate. The hero with the highest presence score who has persuade doesn't automatically have to be the one who makes all the tests, which is their way of saying, like, you could help too, because we don't have, there's no charisma character. Todd, this isn't what was promised in the intro of heroic tactical cinematic fantasy. Todd, I think it was. It says, this game is about fighting monsters. And it says, this game features dungeons. It's not a wilderness exploration game, but we'll spend some time in the wilderness. We'll fight monsters, but it's not all this. Our game is heroic fantasy. But it also points out that the game isn't just those things. It just doesn't entirely focus on them. So, now, that being said, Todd isn't entirely wrong. We all know why this is here. Now, I am not an actual play watcher, but I know that Matt Colville loves Diplomacy, the game. He loves Dune, the book, and the game. And from what I can understand about his games, he tends to run a lot of political intrigue fantasy. Okay? That's why this is here. Because Matt Colville likes this stuff. Now, looking for a game. Too many games. They should just play this. Okay, this is Scup. This is The Sword, the Crown, and the Unspeakable Power. This is a dark fantasy role-playing game reminiscent of A Song of Ice and Fire or First Law books. Scup focuses on power, politics, and intrigue. And it is a PBTA game. So there's a political element here. So while I don't think that this necessarily fits with a heroic combat against monsters, what for Matt Colville, fantasy is not just, hack and slash to death. It's not Diablo, right? This game is not Diablo. And that's okay. I think a game, if you want Diablo, the TTRPG, where you literally just fight monsters and I guess have cutscenes, then That is that's one way to view it. SCUP, Beowulf. The sword. There we go. The sword, the crown. Focus. Focus, not on me. On this. The sword, the crown, and the unspeakable power. This is an old one. How old is Scup? I guess it's, well, it's not like that old, but it's like 2017 or something. Oh, if we want to do Lord of the Rings, by the way, Lord of the Rings might have more negotiations, than it did fights. Obviously we had the Council of Elrond. You had the group in Lorien, right, trying to convince them to get help. You had the Gandalf with Theoden. You had Aragorn trying to convince Theoden to aid Rohan. You had Gandalf versus Denethor. You had the Merry and Pippin at the Entmoot. You could even argue that when they were parlaying with Sauron in The Hobbit, sure, Bilbo's trolls. The thing with Gollum, if you really want to call it that. Yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of these moments. I mean, hell, the mouth of Sauron comes out to negotiate. So, anyways, if you fall into one of their pitfalls, it automatically fails, and they lose 1 interest and 1 patience. They also may warn the players to never bring that up again. Now, additionally, renown determines whether a hero's fame or infamy has any sway. A hero's reputation can make negotiation easier, provided that the hero knows how to capitalize this. Torchbearer does this with a stat called precedence. It's the same basic idea. During a negotiation, an NPC has an impression score that determines the amount of renown needed to influence them with fame alone. This only matters if they know who they are. If the heroes killed a dragon that no one's ever heard of, then it doesn't really matter. But if they have heard of you, then, and their impression score is equal to or lower than your renown, they could be influenced just because of your reputation. If their impression score is higher than yours, you can't renounce them, right? A small-time brigand has a lower impression score than a monarch. And by the way, it's exactly how precedence works in PF2. Or not PF2, Torchbearer 2. If a creature has a level, by default, their impression score is equal to their level. And here's a kind of a chart of what their impression score might be, right? A knight or a local guild master might have an impression value of 2. A duke may have a score of 8, a demon lord 10, and a deity 12. If a hero is famous to an NPC, aka their renown is higher than their impression, they gain an edge on tests when making arguments with which they flirt, lead, or persuade. If they are infamous to the NPC, then they gain an edge when they brag, interrogate, or intimidate. Very cool. They gain this even if they don't have that skill. Very cool. Now, once the negotiation concludes, because you either reach interest 0, interest 5, or their patience runs out, we see what their interest is. It's going to be between 0 and 5, and the NPC will make them an offer. The initial response should come with an offer based on the NPC's current interest. If the NPC reaches, oh, by the way, sorry. Yes, after the hero makes an argument, the NPC will respond and then give them an offer based on where they're currently at. Now, the players can continue to try to increase the person's interest. So every time you make an argument and their interest changes, they'll make you a new offer. And you can push it or you can take that offer. Now, of course, if you push it, you might end up losing interest. But regardless, eventually their patience will go to 0 and they'll make a final offer. Or their interest will go to 5 and they will make their best offer. If the NPC's interest is 5, they offer everything the players asked for and sweeten the deal. This is the best possible offer for the heroes. So this is the yes and. If they get to an interest level of 4, they will offer what the PCs asked, but they will not sweeten the deal. If they get a 3, they will offer the players help, but they'll need something else from them. If they get a 2, they won't offer what the players want, but they will be willing to give them something that is less important to them. If they get a 1, then they just flat out reject them. If they get a 0, not only do they reject them, but now they refuse to negotiate further or may even seek to harm or imprison or otherwise fuck with the PCs. It is impossible to continue a negotiation once an NPC's interest drops to 0. If an NPC still has patience after they make their offer and the interest is between 1 and 4, the heroes can continue to make arguments to attempt to prove the deal. Otherwise, they can accept the offer and end the negotiation. Let the players drive this decision. You can always have an NPC show they have patience remaining by asking, is there anything else? If the NPC's patience is 0 or their interest is 5, then the offer the NPC makes is the final offer to the characters. They can accept it or not, but either way, the negotiation is over. If the NPC's interest drops to 0, the NPC ends the negotiation with no deal. And keep in mind, the heroes can always walk away from a negotiation without accepting a deal. And then there's a long couple pages here of a sample negotiation. Is this super mechanical? Yes. Is it really fun? And I'm going to say yes. And the only reason I say that is most of my players in my last Legend of the Five Rings campaign said that their absolute favorite, most tension-filled encounter was a tea ceremony that they had with a rival clan's diplomat in the Imperial City, in the heart of that rival clan's neighborhood, with a very important courtier from the Crane clan. It was essentially a tea ceremony in which they were trying to gain information. But most people said that it was one of the best encounters that they've had. Additionally, if you've watched our Torchbearer game, you will know that the group had a social conflict against an ancient spirit who the group tried to convince should aid them in their efforts. And a lot of people, some of the players said, that was one of the coolest encounters I've ever been a part of. So I think social mechanics, social encounters can actually be really, really good. Part of the problem might be that some social encounters are, difficult to deal with and handle with, and people don't know how to handle them. And so they can go bad quick. Was actual tea served at the table? No, but I think sake was, as I recall. If you've ever played Burning Wheel, then you're familiar with the Duel of Wits. Should players know the current patience score? It's a great question. Normally, I like players I like players having knowledge about what decisions, but I think that since there's kind of a push your luck mechanic here, part of me is kind of tempted to say no, but I don't know if they specifically have advice for that. But I could, because there's a push your luck mechanic here, I kind of like the idea of keeping the patience hidden and the interest hidden, because I like the players kind of not being entirely sure where they're at. And I think that's pretty cool. Because it's more of a, this is not because of a hidden information thing. It's because of that way the players don't know quite how much luck they have left, how much patience they have left to push, right? And the GM can kind of hint at the patience level of the NPC by the way that they act, what they're saying, what they're doing, how they respond. I think that's kind of fun. Yeah, so it's a little bit more of a tension. Shocker. I'm going to say, but you're going to hate me saying it, but all this can be done through roleplay with a handful of dice rolls if you really lean into the characters in the roleplay. I disagree completely. The whole point is to provide a tactical negotiation process. You know, what you just described there, doing it with a handful of role playing and a handful of dice rolls, is like the same way that I've heard a lot of 5e GMs don't actually write down the hit points for their monsters, right? The players describe their attacks, they make some dice rolls, the GM describes what's happening, and then after they feel like an appropriate number of attack rolls have happened and that enough drama has been served, they describe the monster dying. That, what I just described, is more common than you might think in some 5e circles. And maybe other RPGs, or maybe other RPGs as well. So yes, that can happen, and many groups do it, and many groups really enjoy it. But yeah, you know, like, yes, you could do it that way. You could also do combat that way, and some people choose not to because they want more of a game. Correct, Kendall. Exactly. Also, not every GM is a writer. Marks, I completely agree with you. You're cool with this except for the pitfalls, right? Your problem with the pitfall is that the pitfall automatically results in a failure, right? So, again, I did social encounters in Legend of the Five Rings, which had a social framework in the intrigue system. It used demeanors, which was similar to the motivations and pitfalls, and I think it worked really, really good. Kyojin says, I'm not Bleem. I'm Brennan Lee Mulligan. I need rules to help navigate social situations, and I totally respect that. Dave Davi says, the more I learn about Draw Steel game, the more I think it should just be a video game. I DM'd 4E for many, many years, and I thought the 4E should just be a video game people all the time. It is undoubtedly a more complex TTRPG, right? It's got a lot of little bits and motivations and things of that nature, and that's totally fair. And it's not going to be for everybody, and it depends on what you want out of a game system. But I can tell you, I just got back from Gen Con. I saw a lot of people playing RPGs at a table, and all they basically do is they like rolling dice to beat challenges and use their character to overcome monsters and kill them. And that's the only thing that they want out of this entire hobby. Full stop. If this game lets you do that while feeling like a badass and, you know, allowing you to feel or appear cinematic, I say good on them. You know, I say good on them. Fighting is fun. I mean, not everyone thinks so, but is it more complex than 4E? Is it more fiddly? That's a great question. I mean, it's got a lot of the 4E elements. It's got end of next turn, which was always a pain in the ass to track. It's got save ends, which is a pain in the ass to track. Multiple conditions, which is a pain in the ass to track. It doesn't seem to have all the stacking +2s and +1s and -1s like 4E has, so that's better. It's got the recoveries, the surges, but this has the hero tokens and the heroic resource, so there's a little bit more to track there. Maybe it's not more complex, but it's definitely more fiddly. I don't know if it's harder to run. That remains to be seen. Right. 4E is not an intuitive game. All right. No, it's not. Not always, for sure. And we've seen this in this game. For example, when you gain an edge on a check, you get +2. When you get 2 edges, you lose the +2, but instead the tier of your result goes up by 1. Which, if you really know the mechanics, not only makes sense, is really good. But intuitively, that fucking doesn't make sense. And it's very easy to go, wait a second. So I gained a bonus to my die roll when I had 1 edge, but when I have 2 edges, I lose the bonus? Right? Like, huh? I could see where that's not necessarily the most intuitive thing, you know? Whereas once you understand how the games go. So, how do I feel about the games too? Well, I mean, I'm a little bit biased there, Gangstars, because I've played games like 13th Age, which have like the experiences and the backgrounds where instead of having a dedicated skill list, you're basically just making an ability check and then saying, this is why this skill applies to this check, and then I get to add a +2, right? You're advocating for your skill. The skill adds a bonus rather than having a definitive list. The GM isn't asking you to make a skill test. The GM is asking you to make a might test, or the GM is asking you to make a presence test, and then it's up to you to sort of advocate for your skill. So I think that's very intuitive. Some people may find that very non-intuitive. Now, a lot of people have debated whether or not this game was, quote unquote, made for a VTT. I say that only because 4th edition was kind of made with the expectation that people were going to be playing it on a VTT. I mean, that's not to say that they, it was a different time and a different era, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. It's more than I want to track right now. That's not a terrible idea, Beowulf. I think that's kind of fun. It's a little fun mini thing for the players or for the GM. I think that's fine. Yeah. I love it. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't make that. Vin, I don't disagree with you. For example, some people might find it very unintuitive about the power ranges of the power rolls, but I play PBTA, so I'm totally used to you having, hey, if you roll, less than 11, or whatever, it's a miss. If you roll between a 12 and a 16, it's a tier 1 or tier 2, and tier 3, is 17 or higher. So I'm used to that because I played PBTA for the last, 15 years, So. But I also think Pathfinder 2 is kind of hard to play with a fucking VTT, especially at high levels. Like, have you ever seen fucking the Foundry window when people are rolling with there's 3 subordinate things? It's like, oh, make a saving throw to see if you're knocked prone. Make a saving throw to see if you're caught on fire. Make a saving throw to see if you're slowed 1. This attack did D6 cold, D6 fire. Check against each of the vulnerabilities. Get combined as 1 power. If you do double flurry fist, the damage has to be combined before being subordinated and being applied to any vulnerabilities or weaknesses. It's like, I want a computer handling that. But if a computer's handling that, why am I doing it? Vin says, Pathfinder is practically impossible after level 5. I know why potencies are in the game. I described why potencies are in the game because they wanted to have an auto hit mechanic. But when they made the auto hit mechanic, the problem is people had that knee-jerk simulationist issue where they were like, but I really don't want the big heavy guy to be knocked down. It just feels wrong that they're going to automatically be knocked down every time. And because we got rid of missing, and it just feels bad. So, even though our game doesn't have missing, we kind of want our game to have missing, but not for damage, because we could just give creatures more hit points, but for effects. And so we're going to include a system, but we don't want you to have to make another roll, because that would be a pain in the ass and kind of defeat the whole purpose. So what if we had this comparison tool to see if, yes, you did damage, but did you do the effect? Make this comparison, make this check, because we aren't really comfortable with you just knocking people over, And I fully believe there's nothing about this game that makes me feel like you couldn't play it without a VTT. Same way with Pathfinder 2. I'm just saying that, there's a lot of bits to track between hero tokens, heroic resources, all those things. Absolutely. And then all the powers and stuff like when we play 4th edition, if I showed you what our 30th level, 25th level 4th edition characters looked like, people might have a heart attack. And we played that entirely in person. But we had literally an entire subsystem of counters that we used to track statuses and conditions and save ends versus EONTs. We had cards, tokens. We had a whole subsystem, a whole ecosystem just so that we could play the game in a reasonable fashion. And even then, it was still kind of a joke, but when Tim's rogue would critically hit, which would trigger all of his on-critical hit effects, which is what he built his character to do, Smith would be like, okay, I'm going to go get a drink and use the bathroom. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Tim hopefully will be done with his turn by then because, you know, it literally resulted in like 10 triggered effects that had to be resolved. And it was, you know, lengthy. Kendall, in combat, you cannot miss. That's what I'm referring to. You literally can never. There is no bad outcome to a power roll in combat at all. Like the worst you can do is some damage and a effect at weak potency. So it's not that there's not a no null result. It's there is no missing with a power roll. And yeah, tripping the Tarrasque is something a lot of folks like avoiding. Right. I thought it was perfectly fine, and I have no problem with it. When, you know, our epic level halfling kicked the Tarrasque in the kneecap, or I don't know, maybe the big toe, and he went down. Couldn't is a mighty high bar. Would I want to is a preferred bar. All right, that's fair enough. I played epic levels 3 times, son. I love it. Jess said, yeah, I played a PF1 plus 3.5 game with a 3-green dervish in it, and that player started rolling attacks as soon as his turn ended. You know, I mean, look, you either love it or you hate it. And at the time, we loved it. And then it got old, right, after a while. You know, like when Tim first built his character, we were like, oh my God, this is so sweet. Whenever you critically hit Tim, you know, it's like all these things proc and your character goes off and becomes this like mega death machine. But then by the end of the campaign, when his character crit on like a 17, 18, 19, or 20, so like 20% of his D20 rolls, you know, it got a little old every time he did that. Yeah, ability rolls, minimum tier 1. Correct. No, there's still a worst outcome. But to be clear, having, oh, I just did, you know, some amount of damage and maybe they get affected by my pull or my prone is still a lot better than nothing miss. Miss, nothing, next. You are like literally the worst person I've ever met in my entire life, Jess. Second monster, by the way. Look, and chat is with me. Wizard with leadership for a second wizard by the gods. Correct. You can use your hero tokens. You can use your surges to upgrade your tier 1 potency. All right, well, let's finish with downtime projects, shall we? Because we've seen some of the skills and some of the classes, some of the perks, which refer to downtime projects, particularly reinforcement, research projects and crafting projects. So this will be cool. I love downtime projects. I love procedural downtime, so I know I'm weird about that, but I mean, I'm assuming that even Jess has limits and that none of these wizards were summoners. Jess, please, no summons. Jess, no summons? I was an illusionist, and my cohort was a teleportation specialist. But by the time we were at the end of the game, yes, I used Gate to call a Solar. If that's like a one-time thing, I can accept it. If you've ever played, side note, if you ever played Pathfinder 1, or if you played especially 3rd edition, and you were a cleric or a wizard, and you cast Summon Monster, in particular, Summon Monster 6, I think, is the one that let you summon D4 plus 1, like, Celestial Dire Lions. I think you could get a Celestial Dire Lion at, like, Summon Monster 4, right? And then if you use the next higher Summon Monster, you got D3. And then if you use the summon 2 above that, you got D4 plus 1. And then there was a feat that let you summon 2 more additional ones. So if you use Summon Monster 6, maybe it was Summon Monster 7. I'm not sure which one it was. But you would summon D4 plus 4 Celestial Dire Lions or Celestial Dire Tigers, right? They just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Trust me. And Don Pokey confirming that Summon Monster 6 is correct. Thank you. And each one of these creatures pretty much could outdamage one of your fellow party members, especially if the monsters you were fighting were evil, because then all of these creatures, by the way, had wings, could fly, had smite, resistances, damage reduction. And then because they were lions or tigers, they had the pounce ability, which meant that they could move, charge, and then not only did they get to make all their attacks claw, claw, bite, but they actually got a bonus set of attacks from their rear claws. So on a charge, as a smite, these creatures could, flying, they could claw, bite, claw, rear paw, rear claw, and some of them even had like a rend ability. It was absolutely ridiculous. And that was one of them. And you had D4 plus 4, which meant that on average you had, 6 to 7. It it was like putting the monsters into a blender. Now, to make that worse, what did I play in PF1? Well, I played several things in PF1, mostly paladins. But what else did I play? It's right, a summoner. And then what does a summoner do in PF1? Well, not only did they have their Eidolon, which itself was really, really powerful, but the summoner was like really good at casting summon monster. And in fact, they could hot swap their spells for summon monster spells. So you didn't even have to take all the summon monster spells because you could just hot swap to summon monster spells at any time. Oh, the group needs healing? Cool. Summon what was it, like a Gale Eladrin or whatever? I can't remember which the one that had like cure light wounds at will. And it would just heal everybody in the part. I mean, summons were so powerful and so broken and so stupid. And Vincent literally would go get food during a summoner's turn. Yeah, you wouldn't even have to fight. They would just fight the whole party. Okay, so the thing is, yeah, I mean, we'll probably look at M&M 4th edition. Look, I'm going to be fully transparent. It's an alpha edition. They haven't really changed that much from what I've heard. It's an alpha edition. They haven't dropped the mods. It's a PDF. It's pre-release, and it's $15. I'm going to be fully transparent here and say normally I would bitch about this, and it would go into my rant that I gave the other day. But I'm not, because I love Green Ronin, and I love Mutants and Masterminds. And even though I don't think Mutants and Masterminds 4th edition is the game that I wanted it to be, because quite frankly, I think it's not really a good improvement on anything I've seen. I haven't opened the PDF yet. I've just read through some of the changes. And Mutants and Masterminds is an old game. And maybe its time has passed and it should be put to pasture. But I love them and I love their game and I love Steve Kenson. And I will not do such things to, my best friend, Mutants and Masterminds. And I've had way too many awesome games and awesome campaigns to ever do that. Genuine question, is PF1 3.5 actually fun to play? Because the only conversation I see around it is character theory crafting. That's a complicated question that we could probably spend an entire, I could probably bring like a couple guests on and we could spend multiple hours discussing that. I'll say this, Sinmad. PF1/3rd edition, actually PF1/3.5, but actually for me, 3.0. It's my favorite role-playing game of all time. And I'll probably never play it again. That's my answer. Jess says, I need you to understand that in this game, we fought a wizard, priest, Sohei monk, mystic theurge, archmage that used 3.5 shape change, a distinct spell in this campaign from the PF1 shape change. So, got it. So your GM was even more of a munchkin than you were. Got it. Oh, panic. Now you're describing my second summoner character from PF1, where we were allowed to use the Gestalt rules, and I made a paladin synthesis summoner who tanked his physical stats so that he had insane charisma and wisdom, and used his synthesis Eidolon to create a physically powerful ability, maxed charisma with the paladin's ability to bump their saving throws, and then it was very powerful, very broken. Anyways, downtime projects. As a team, you and your fellow heroes can achieve great things, but the time between adventures allows you to pursue your individual goals. Build ships, uncover forbidden lore. You could start a downtime project during a respite. You can start as many projects as you like, but you can't work on more than one project at a time during a respite. Eventually, you'll be able to hire creatures who can work on additional projects for you. You track project progress on your character sheet. As you work on a downtime project, you might look over old books that you found in your travels, perform experiments, convert with experts, or work with tools. All right. All projects have prerequisites. Many downtime projects have an item prerequisite. For instance, you can't build an airship without first finding a wind crystal of quintessence. Cool. I like that. Fun. Gives you a reason to go adventuring and all that other stuff. Project source. To start a downtime project, you must have access to specific lore detailing how this project is to be undertaken. Written information, an expert tutor, a master artisan, a supernatural manifestation, or some form of the director's determination. This project-focused lore is referred to as the project source. Not only do you need project sources to start a project, but you must have access to those sources whenever you make that roll. This is why you can't work. It's probably supposed to be pronounced respite, but I don't know what I'm probably mispronouncing it.
Respite.
No, okay, that's how Google pronounced it.
Respite.
But this is the American pronunciation. Let me go to the British pronunciation.
Respite.
So there you go. It is an American thing. Okay.
Respite.
All right. Cool. Thank you, Google. So I use both, I guess, interchangeably. But basically, you just can't work on your project anywhere. You have to be you have to have access to the thing that allows you to access it or allows you to work on it. Project roll. As a respite activity, you can make a project roll for one of your own projects. Alternatively, you can make a project roll to contribute to someone else's project. A project roll is a test with a special outcome that isn't divided into tiers. Take care, Thad. I'm going to be wrapping up here myself. I said we're going to go to midnight, and it looks like we will. When you make a project roll, the total. Oh, okay. When you make hey, by the way, we've already done this whole tiering system. How about we use something different? When you make a project roll, the total becomes the project points that are accumulated by that project. The minimum is always 1. If you obtain a critical success on a project roll, this is called a breakthrough, and you can make another project roll for the same project as part of the same respite activity. So basically, you roll the dice, you add them up along with your modifiers and bonuses, and that's how many PP, project points, that you get to build towards the project. A downtime project is complete when it accrues project points equal to or greater than your project goal, which is the number of points. As you work on a downtime project, the director can add events that help form the narrative of your research. These events might provide unexpected benefits or challenges as to help to make the journey more dramatic. See for the director, project events. I'm really getting sensations of EQ2 crafting here. Quick check-in. How are you vibing with the whole system so far? Great question. All right, so the gamist side of me absolutely loves this. I like board games, and I don't say this to be derisive. This to me has a very procedural, very rules-based role-playing game, and there's a weird joy that I get when I see cool mechanics being expressed and used. Magic the Gathering refers to this idea as a Vorthos. Or a Melvin. It's kind of an overlap here. So a Melvin enjoys and appreciates cool mechanics. And that allow you to sort of really, I don't know, they enjoy the crunch for the crunch's sake. Is that a good way to put it? And there's a big part of this game that I really like the way that the mechanics interact with each other, the way that the classes interact with one another. And there's a cool expression of that. So again, I'm gonna use an example here. Of a Magic the Gathering card to express this. I thought I had a window capture. Here we go. Okay, this is a Magic the Gathering card. This is Firemaw Kavu. Now, Firemaw Kavu is a 6-mana 4/2. It's an older card, but it's, it checks out. And it has this ability, which is actually technically kind of a negative thing, called Echo, which is you pay 6 mana, you get this creature, and then at the beginning of your next turn, if this creature, you just played it last turn, you have to pay 6 mana again, or it leaves, you have to sacrifice it. You have to kill it. You have to sacrifice it, and it goes to the graveyard. But that ability doesn't really have any, there's no like thematic tie to this, right? It's not like the Kavu is like some sort of like ephemeral creature. It doesn't like, it's not like some sort of ghost creature. It has nothing to do with like the flavor or the theme of the Kavu. Okay. But this Kavu also has 2 different abilities, which is when the Firemaw Kavu enters the battlefield, which means when you cast it, it deals 2 damage to a target creature. And then when it leaves the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to a target creature. And what this means, it might not be immediately apparent to you, but it means I can pay 6 mana, 5 in a mountain, and I can cast the creature on my turn. That means the creature is going to come into play, and I'm going to be able to do 2 damage to an enemy creature. And then at the start of my next turn, I have to make a decision. Do I pay its echo cost or not? I may actually want this creature to die, because when it dies, it leaves the battlefield, which means I can do 4 damage to a different creature. So by paying 6 mana once, I can do 2 damage on one turn and 4 damage on the next turn. Remember, in Magic the Gathering, damage clears at the end of each turn. So I could kill one thing with a 2 and 4 thing with another. But wait, what if I want the creature to stick around? Okay, well then I could pay 6 and 6. And then eventually the creature will die and I can do 4 damage again. But there's something else that's really nifty about this. And if you saw this, respect. I can summon this creature on the turn I cast it and pay 6 mana, and it comes into play, and it deals 2 damage to target creature. I could target itself with its own 2 damage ability, which means it will die immediately, which means it will leave the battlefield, which means I could do 4 damage immediately to another creature, which means I don't have to wait until the next turn to do that 4 damage. I can do that 4 damage this turn if I'm willing to target the creature with its own 2 damage ability, killing it, and thus dealing 4 damage because it leaves the battlefield. Now, everything I just described there is very, very satisfying to a person like me. It is a mechanically rich, rewarding set of game rules that interact with each other in a very pleasurable way. I enjoy that. This is what Magic the Gathering calls Melvin. It's enjoying the mechanics even outside of their thematic representation. And I think that this game has a lot of very satisfying mechanisms. Now, Kendall wants to know, am I wrong, but is that way overcosted? Well, no, Kendall. It's just that card is like 15 years old. And back in the day, that was a really fucking insane card. If you've only played Magic in the last, say, I don't know, 10 years or so, like there's a good chance that if you've played Magic and the format you played was called Commander, it means that you haven't been playing Magic that long. And yeah. But yeah. And to be also clear, that was never like it was never like a breakout all-star card. But yeah, Magic cards have gotten a lot stronger over time. That's a great question. When was the time spiral set? Yeah, that was 2006. So, yeah, it was 19 years ago. Hot damn. All right, well, shit. All right, well, now I feel really old. Anyways, all right, so what happens if we have edges and banes? Since project roles... Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. I don't have a fuck you. I need a soundboard thing where I'm just mad. Okay. All right. I'm mad. I'm mad now. I'm mad. Since project roles don't use success tiers, right? They don't use the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. They don't follow the usual rules for double edges and double banes. If you gain an edge on a project roll, you add 2 to the roll as usual. But if you have double edge, you add 4 to the roll. Likewise, you subtract 2 if you have a bane, and subtract 4 if you have a double bane. Okay, that's just inelegant and bad. I get, I don't know. This is why I could never design a game. This is why I could never design a game. Because if I reached this point in my design, I would just throw the whole thing away and start over. That's why. Because I would be like, well, we've reached an impasse. I can't make this idea work. So I guess the whole idea has to be scrapped and I have to start all over. And it's like, oh, Derek, it's not that bad. I'm like, nope. I refuse to put something into my game that is this inelegant after finally convincing people somehow that you get a +2 with 1 edge, but you get a +0 with 2 edges, but your tier increases. And then later on say, hey, remember how you thought it should work? All right, well, this time it works like that. Teos, no, you're just a normal human being, and I'm a weirdo. I get it. But, it's very, this is, I'm not even saying that this is bad. I'm saying this bothers me. Me. Maybe it doesn't bother you and it shouldn't bother anybody else, but it bothers me. And this is why I can't design a game. Because I understand why they had to do this. Okay? Maybe they didn't have time to figure out a better way. I don't know. But this just bothers me. It's just unnecessarily inelegant. And, but it is also very fucking confusing. And it's also, so it probably is actually, honestly, bad. But it's not as horrible as I'm making out to see. You know what I mean? Is this an F? No. It's a C. C-. But to me, this is unacceptable. Elegance of design is one of the most important things for me. I hate inelegant design. I hate inelegant design. This is very inelegant. So, Well, Todd, you're saying definitely rushed. Mr. Fizzer, who's been involved with the beta testing, has says that this hasn't changed in a year. So apparently, I wouldn't call that very rushed. Because by the way, Todd, we played the beta back in like March of 2024. And by that point in time, the game had been under development for like almost a year. So I wouldn't really call that the game is rushed because they've been working on it for like 2 years. Look, it's not that it's confusing. It's that it's inelegant. It's ugly. Again, I understand it's late. Maybe I'm not making sense. But I just did that whole description of that Magic the Gathering card for a very specific reason. Because one of the things that I find beautiful is beautiful design. Beautiful mechanics. I find beauty in the mechanics of a game. I find enjoyment in the elegance and the smoothness and the fluidity of the mechanics of a game, outside of what those mechanics are used for. Most people, especially in RPGs, only look at mechanics in an RPG as a way to get to what they're actually after, which is, I don't know, story time or role playing, I guess, and ignoring the mechanics, going to the point where they ignore the mechanics sometimes. I enjoy a game for its mechanics, and I think there's beauty in the mechanics themselves. Now, obviously, with these project points, they decided to go for this, the whole new set of system, which is instead of using a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 system, we're now adding up our total. And when you're just adding up the total, the old system of edges and banes doesn't work anymore. But that's awkward. So, moving on. You can use your skills on project roles. Sometimes you have people helping you. What is this art? Am I crazy? Somebody said that, because Stephen Glicker said, blah, 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 they could have filled every page of this book with art for $100,000. And someone said, are you out of your mind? Like, MCDM pays like $5,000 per piece of art because they're not cheap and they don't like farm their stuff out or whatever. I'm not an artist, but I refuse to believe that is a $5,000 piece of art. Also, I think I don't know their prior products, but somebody has said that like half the art in this book is reused. Jess, let's not imagine such terrible things here. The monster book is 90% reused art. Really? Wow. It's from Flea Mortals. Well, Flea Mortals felt like it was the monster book that they wanted to make for this game, or it was the monster book they wanted to make, and then they made this game, and they're like, but we really like our Flea Mortals book, so we're just going to use that monster book again because we don't want to make another monster book, because didn't we just make this monster books? Jess, by the way, who is an industry insider, MCDM pays really, really well. I don't know what their rates are for artists, but for game design, they would pay me more than double what Paizo gave me per word on Rage of Elements. Well, I'm not. It's funny. Jess and I were talking about earlier, and we were talking about payment per word or something like that. And I remember immediately thinking, man, what a horrible incentive to pay for word. Because what if you have exquisite design and it's just really effective? You had to think about it a lot and it comes out really short. Why should you be penalized for that? Yeah, $5 million Kickstarter is not nothing, folks. I'm just going to say, these guys don't do $5 million Kickstarters, okay? They don't do $5 million Kickstarters, okay? A lot of their books, maybe do 100,000 or 150,000. And every single page has a full character art piece. Now some of the art you might love, some of the art you might not love. But in my opinion, it's as good or better than most of the stuff that you see in the industry. So, hey, look, it's a dead Lushy. I can at least appreciate that. And this is a company, who, again, they're not doing $1 million Kickstarters. By the time they're hiring you, they've paginated the book, and you've been hired to fill out a given number of pages in the book for a set number of items or features. Oh, there you go. We're seeing how the sausage is made here, Oh, of course, Fermi. Always. Calling it a scam is being a bit outrageous. There's a really cool game here, for sure. And I think a lot of people should be excited to play it. It's also their first, it's not their first publication, but it is their first system that they, have developed from the ground up. Dude, we've talked about this so many times. RPG should be $150. Full stop. Full stop. They just should. Yeah. But any case. So we have events in our project Downtime. Project events are story events that represent boons or challenges to heroes as they complete research and crafting projects. These events are entirely optional. If your group performs a game where heroes simply work towards their goal, make a roll, that's fine. But these can help you add drama to research and crafting. Yeah, I think $70 is such a steal for a fun game. Correct. I mean, that is true. No one gave me $50. I did say I was going to finish Downtime, though. I did say I'm going to finish Downtime. Well, Beowulf, get fucked poor people, I guess. Well, a couple of things. Number one, this is an RPG. This is not healthcare. It is not housing. It is not schooling or education. It is not food, water, and access to, those things. So, number one, it is a luxury product. That's number one. Number two, there are many games that are available essentially for free. SRD games like PF2, Daggerheart, and Draw Steel. So the game is free. So, yeah, I guess, yeah. And and lastly, you may complain about WotC and the Hasbro Overlords, but outside of WotC and the Hasbro Overlords, nobody's making money in this hobby, in this industry. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I mean, again, if you don't want to listen to me, listen to an industry, professional. By and large, game designers are all poor people, my man. Books aren't priced high enough for us to make any kind of living wage. Most people do game design as a side job because there's no money in it. No, I mean, okay, fine. Should Honey Heist be $150? No. But should any RPG that's 200 or 300 pages be $150? Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially when I see people pay without thinking. They pay for video games, they pay to go see a movie, and that's like a couple hours of entertainment at most. You know, you buy an RPG once and people could play it even if you only played the RPG for a year and you're like, I only played 40 sessions of 4 hours each. You got 160 hours of it. But not just you, right? Potentially you plus 4 or 5 other people got 160 hours of enjoyment out of the game. So you're talking about like 1,000+ hours. It's incredible. And Jess says, the fact that people won't pay more for books is why WotC has correctly realized that a subscription-based model, I'm putting some words in there, is the only way to make their money back on D&D. Right now, Nintendo is charging $80 for Mario Kart, and most people I know have just decided to stop buying Nintendo games because of it. Fat Fox asks, how much money do people drop in free-to-play games? And then Vin points out, let's be real, half of us don't even play the games that we do buy. Yeah, so. KC dropping the real truth. I just went to the zoo for $100, or I just went to the zoo for $100 for a trip to the zoo with my family, and I had no fun. I mean, I don't want to tell you what a trip for a family of 4 to go to Disney World is. It's people here who've been know it is face melting. I mean, a family of 4 going to Disney World for 3-4 days, 5 days is what? Probably $3,000 easy, $4,000. I mean, something like that. Thousands. Teo says, yeah, we are doing Disney World next month for 2. And it's going to be $3.5 grand. Level 2 says, TTRPG should be expensive. You pay so much money for it. No, I don't. I don't go to places and I don't do things. All right, respect. Now, Lugs, I hear ya, and I don't know that I completely disagree with you. Now, Lug says, given the context of the Kickstarter, the end result is very disappointing. I mean, the Cosmere book shits all over Draw Steel. We looked at Cosmere extensively over the last, before Gen Con. That was a prettier book. It was a better laid out book. It was a more sensical book. And, this book, Cosmere did more, right? Cosmere did what? 15 million? But let's call it what it is. I mean, 5 million, 15 million. At that point, we're tripping over the gold in our vault. You know what I mean? For me, I would not be surprised if we see something like that. Hell, for me, if they don't do it, then I will. How much is the Draw Steel PDF? That's a great question. Is it on drive-thru? No. It is not on drive-thru. I guess MCM is going the Kelsey Dion route, and they don't want to give up that sweet, sweet percentage. Draw Steel. All right, I want to buy from your shop. Draw Steel Core Rules PDF hardcover. No, I don't want the hardcover. I don't think you can buy the PDF. Am I right? Am I reading this right? You can't buy the PDF? I don't think you can buy the PDF. A lot of the Draw Steel money went to supporting an entire company while they designed the game because they didn't just farm it out to freelancers. I guess that's true. True. That's true. It does look like 5e. That's true. They're also designing an entire VTT with this money, right? That's assuming the VTT, I guess, is going to be free? Question mark. The bundle of both PDFs is $70. Okay. Todd says, I'm afraid DC-20 will end up just as bad as Draw Steel. So disappointed I backed them both. I also backed DC-20, but I haven't seen a lot from that game that has made me super excited, so, you know, remain to be seen. F in chat. $53 for Draw Steel Heroes. In what way? That's true. I mean, Break looks amazing, but watch my rant and my freak out about Break, okay? If you want to see me, you know, going out this. By the way, not to derail us here, but your boy may have been able to get his hands on more than one copy of Daggerheart Collector's Edition. And that being the case, there may be a Daggerheart Collector's Edition giveaway in our future. Just saying. Just saying. All right. As it is, we still have a couple more that we need to give away. Fortunately, I don't have anything to give away for this game, but in any case. Kits would have been amazing for Daggerheart. Actually, real talk, I think kits might be one of my favorite parts of this entire system. I know some people didn't like them, but I think kits may be one of my favorite parts of this entire system. Torin, super chat, $10. Thank you, Torin. No, it's not perfect, for sure. But neither is Daggerheart. I have complaints about Daggerheart, for sure. But there is no doubt in my mind that Matt and the core team designed something special here. The core resource engine, no misses. This will affect future designers. Yeah, Torin, I mean, there's a lot to like about this game system. And I mean, in the first stream, I really said, I think that using the heroic, for a game that is coded towards combat, having that heroic system, heroic resource system, having it tied into the victories, having each class have a way that you can accumulate that heroic resource, rewarding you for playing in a certain style. That is a mechanic that I have loved since Iron Heroes. And when I played 4th edition, I dreamed of combining Iron Heroes with 4th edition. And this game does that. And then what it adds on top of that is this escalating component of victories. And that creates this really cool play pattern where as your character loses resources, they also paradoxically become stronger, which really replicates that kind of, you know, John McClane, Steve Rogers, you know, the more I get beat down, I could do this all day. Somehow, when I'm at my weakest, that's when I beat the toughest foe. And that's a really cool and really hard thing to get right in a game, and especially a role-playing game. So I think there is a ton of stuff here. And honestly, as a tactical, crunchy RPG, yes, it's a little fiddly. Yes, there's a lot of rules. Yes, some of the oddities and exceptions are kind of annoying. But I think there's a lot of really, 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 really good stuff here. Okay. So if we want to do events, wow, there's some really fucking high project goals, huh? Wow. That would be wild. So here, let's take a look at a crafting project. Let's say we want to build an airship. So we need a wind crystal of quintessence. Cool. We need texts or lore that are written in Low Rivian. They really love their languages here. We need to make rolls with might, reason, or presence, and we need 3,000 points. Now, if I'm reading this correctly, every time we take a respite, we roll 2d10 plus our stat, and that's how many project points we develop into it. So that seems like that would take an insane amount of time. You can make a project roll whenever you are overseeing the project, which you might be able to do remotely if you have magics or psionics. When the project is complete, you have an airship. You and any creatures you designate can operate the ship by touching the ship's wheel. And they give us some stats for the airship, but it's mostly just for flying around and looking cool. What if we want to build a road? All right. That seems oddly specific, but the project roll depends on the length. It's 10 times the length in miles. Okay. Now, I'm not going to lie. I like this system. Does this system fit in a tactical, cinematic, heroic fantasy RPG? No. No, it doesn't. I was with you with the build an airship, maybe. But building and paving roads? What? Why? Yikes. That doesn't feel like we're fighting monsters, What is going on? That's a lot. We have our armor enhancing. It's a lengthy system. So we've got all of our enhancing our armors. So we see all the different, and so we, kind of basically like the, if we want to add in, and look at all the more language stuff. And then, so we can make magical armor. We can make magical implements, such as jewelries, orbs, staff, wands. We can make magical weapons. We can also research projects, researching knowledge, common knowledge, obscure knowledge, lost knowledge, and forbidden knowledge. And again, we have all these events that kind of can interrupt you while you're doing it if you want to get even more involved with it. We can hone our career skills, and you gain an edge on tests made using the skills provided by your career. Okay, so we can brush up on our skills and become better. And so we do this through downtime, not through leveling up. We can also learn from a master. This can give us honing an ability, acquiring an ability, which costs 1,000 PP. But if we do this, we get a new signature ability from our master's class, which means we could even potentially get a signature ability from a class that is not our own. Gaining a second signature ability if the master is of the same class as you. So if they're the same classes, we can actually get 2 signature abilities. And we don't do this through leveling up. We get this through diegetic progression by training with a master. That's kind of cool. We can also improve control by making one of our resources cost 1 less. I do agree with you that it is weird that crafting is the only way to learn a new signature ability. I do agree with that. We can learn a new language. We can learn a new skill. We can perfect a recipe, and now we have a cooking system. It's not particularly deep, but there is a cooking system here where we can make a comforting food, hearty food, or a supernatural food. We're getting real like wander home here. We could do community service. Oh, I was in before community service. Hey, look, someone's building something. Tackle. We got fishing. Norm, we have fishing. All right. We got to dig into this. All right, folks.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
Horizon Thundersphere. Now, I'm going to skip the question of why is this here. But, you know, we're going to avoid Fantastic Four did have a lot of cooking in it. The power of enhancement was awesome from Gloomhaven, by the way. Pumpkin cannot let this let go. As Todd is losing his mind. This is peak cinema, says Jess. This is true. Fabio Ultimate doesn't have rules for fishing. What the fuck? All right. Now, this says item prerequisite, none. That's clearly wrong. We need something to fish with. We can use agility, reason, or intuition. Those all seem like good options for fishing. Whether for sustenance, we're reading the entire fishing rules, by the way. Whether for sustenance, relaxation, or bragging rights, you've gone fishing, provided you are near a body of water. The project role for this project has the following changes. So not only is there fishing as a project, but it's also it also has its own subset of rules. Okay? So it's a special type of project. Okay? Now, I see what people are saying in chat, but I've said this before, and I will say this again. It is not the game that I would ever play, which is why it's the game I should probably design. I want to make, basically, Stardew Valley, the RPG. Now, I know that there is a itch.io game that is like a really super kind of hyper light start. I think it's called, I don't remember what the name of it's called, but there is kind of a quasi Stardew, but it's not deep enough. It's not mechanical enough. I want a Stardew Valley RPG that's like a 350-page chonker. You know what I mean? Where like you get like a friendship matrix. You know, I'm talking about like a sphere grid, but for like your relationship with the town baker, you know, or the girl you want to ask to the spring dance. You know what I mean? I'm talking deep. And obviously fishing, Iron Valley is the name of the game. Thank you, Pumpkin. So it would be a hyper crunchy cottagecore or a hyper crunchy cozy RPG. Yes, exactly. Yeah, totally. We could have a complete sailing mini game, and fishing. Okay, fishing would be an entire chapter to itself. Okay, all right. So the project role for this project has its own special, unique subsystem. The project points earned by your role represent the relative size of the fish you catch. During each respite, when you undertake this activity, you continue making project rolls until you obtain a Tier 1 outcome, indicating that a fish got away, earning you no points, or a breakthrough. When you obtain a breakthrough, the director rolls on the fishing events subtable, rather than you gaining rolls from the roll and making another project roll. When you've made your last fishing project roll for the respite, you spend the project points you accrued on a reward from the tackle table. Any points that you do not spend are lost, right? You can't carry your fishing over to the next respite. Okay, so let us engage with our fishing. I have been meaning to check out the Stardew Valley board game, by the way, Thespian. Yeah, Master. All right, so if we get to 50, we can get a hearty meal, 1 serving. A creature who eats a serving of a meal prepared with this fish increases their recoveries by 1 until the next respite. A creature can only benefit from 1 serving of a meal like this at a time. With 100, we generate a great meal. We get our increased by recoveries by 1, and we get 10 temporary stamina that lasts until the next respite. If we get 120, we gain the following title and benefit. We gain an edge on all future project roles. We have proven ourselves to be a master angler. We're a master baiter. At a fishing event at 200, we roll on the fishing events table, and we gain the following title and benefit at 300. Golden Rod. Each time you undertake the fishing project, we get to re-roll one of the project rolls. All right, so if we get a breakthrough or we get the fishing event results, we roll on the fishing events table, D10. While fishing, the hero reels in a talking fish, and the fish tells us about everything that happened within 10 squares of the water, providing one piece of forbidden knowledge. While fishing, we feel in a note in a bottle. It is written in blah, 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 and it's written in Murloc, and binds the reader into a deal with the devil if you read it out loud. This gives the devil ownership over your soul in exchange for rolling an additional D10 on all future fishing project rolls. Number 3. I'm just going to leave that up there. Number 3. While the hero is fishing, passerbys inform you of the rumor of a magic fishing rod that allows you to double the size of the fish. You can decide if this is true or not and where this rod may be found. Number 4, while fishing, you reel in an Anagulte Daybringer.
Chris Stevenson tipped $25. Respect for the fishing deep dive.
Chris is showing respect for this is a sub deep dive within the deep dive. It's how we're going to end the night. This, well, hold on a sec. I got to do something right here. Here we go. This is the new. All right. You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. There we go. Perfect. It's funny that this exists, but yeah, I'm definitely not buying the game by this point. I got to admit, I was not expecting this from I wasn't even expecting fishing to be in here. Yes, in Fabula. In fact, this might not even be in Fabula Ultima. It might be in Fabula Ultima Natural Fantasy, a game where you bring in the cycles of time and nature. And I'll point out that you have your camp activities in this book. And your camp activities are gathering, pep talk, training, daydream, no fish. So, yeah. All right. While fishing, you reel in an Agulte Daybringer. It is insulted by a hero for catching them and threatens to drown the entire region in a flood. For reference, this is a monster. However, they can be negotiated with and might provide the hero with a serving of a meal. While fishing, they reel in half of an ancient treasure. If you find the other half, they meld to restore a magical treasure. While fishing, you are energized by fond memories of your life. You gain an edge on presence tests. You reach a new fishing milestone on a 7. You gain the Master of Reels. Whenever you deal damage to a target who is 2 or more squares away from you, you can pull them. So now you attack with a fishing rod. While fishing, you automatically gain an insight that grants a breakthrough on another hero's project. On a 9, while fishing, you are pulled into the water by an ancient fish, and you must make a hard might test. On a success, you reel in a humongous fish worth 100 points. On a failure, you end the respite with 1 fewer recoveries than usual. And lastly, on a 10, while fishing, you note an underwater cavern. If it is explored, it reveals a treasure of the director's choice guarded by a revenant knight, fulfilling their duty until their captain returns. Another project, and I don't know about you, but for me, this definitely would count as a project. No!
Self-confessed cynic tip $25. What are we even doing here?
Damn it. No! I hate you so much. You did. You did. You did. Good night, Todd. I'm glad that you are able to leave. I'm glad that I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you can leave. Thanks, buddy. Super chat from Torin. Guys, you're missing the fact that no, Torin, we're very aware that the respite is 24 hours. The respite could be a week. It's more just that this game cares that much about fishing. That's crazy. So we could spend time with a loved one. That is definitely a project for me. Looks like we have 100 pages left. All right. So what do we got left? Well, anyways, that's projects. Oh, I did skip fucking combat. Let me go pee. All right, you know what? We're going to do rewards first. I hate you. All right. Zen, I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to do rewards first before we do combat. We're kind of jumping around here a little bit because we did just see the titles, and that's kind of an interesting thing. I like diegetic rewards. So let's take a look what we can get in this game, right? One of the questions Jared Sorensen asks in our questions is, what do we get rewarded? How do we play this game? So we can get treasures. Treasures can come in 4 different types. We've got consumables, which are great. These are the most numerable treasures. Should be good. Potions, dusts, items that are consumed. They're one use. Trinkets are supernatural properties that never fade. Magic bags, magic boots, cloaks, gloves, jewelries. Leveled treasures is part of the core concept of the game. They become even more powerful when the hands of a mighty hero. They connect with their user, building a bond that fuels supernatural power. Armor, implements, and weapons are the most common types. And lastly, artifacts, legendary things that break the rules of the game. The rules of the game account for worlds where the average person, sometimes even a noble, doesn't have access to treasures, so no magical item marks. There may be an apothecary that serves herbal remedies, but not supernatural potions. But treasures are found as part of adventures. Many people concoct dastardly schemes to acquire them and obtain them because they will be found, or they will earned, or they will be crafted. When a hero finds a treasure, they learn its properties if they examine it for 5 uninterrupted minutes unless the item's description says elsewise. Many items must be worn. They supernaturally re-changed. What else would you call them besides leveled treasures? Wearable treasures have keywords which indicate which part of the body they have to be worn on. The ring must be worn on a finger. It's a very oddly specific thing there, but okay. It might be fine for a 4-armed Time Raider to wear 2 pairs of bracers. Oh my God, Pathfinder 2 could never. But a director may decide that you can't wear 2 cloaks at once. It's not on my shelf, but may I recommend you check out Weapons of Legacy from 3rd edition if you're interested in level treasures. Treasures can be wielded. Some treasures have a weapon keyword like light weapon, medium weapon, heavy weapon, or it might be a bow or a pole arm. And again, you have to have that as part of your kit in order for you to be able to appropriately wield it. Otherwise, it's considered to be an improvised weapon. You could typically only benefit from 1 weapon or implement at a time. Oh, yeah, Legacy. Legacy is a good... You know what? I take that back. Legacy item is way better, which is what they were called in Weapons of Legacy. So, surprise! D&D did it better. I forgot about that. To gain the benefits of weapon or armor, you must have that armor match your kit. If your hero doesn't have that kit, they can't gain the benefit from it, blah, blah, blah. We knew that before. Magic and psionic keywords for treasures refer to how those treasures were created, not how they were used. Just as magic potions and swords aren't limited to those who can wield magic themselves, basically anybody can use it, it's just magical. If 2 treasures give a creature a bonus to their stamina or bonus to their damage rolls, only the higher bonus damage applies unless noted. Level 2 janitor, I believe you can on a respite. I don't think there's any restrictions about what kits you can or can't wield. So if you find a heavy sword and your kit doesn't include heavy sword, you really can't gain the full benefits of it. But during a respite, you could switch your kit, assuming, I suppose it works in the fiction. I guess. I don't know if that is a requirement. I'm assuming it is, because where are you busting out the heavy armor and all that other stuff? But then you could switch your kit to heavy armor, and then you will be able to use that weapon effectively. It's the price they pay for having the kit system. It's like, design is all about trade-offs. You know this. And so while I really do like the kit system, it doesn't allow the kind of flexibility that you would get from normal magical item treasures. Yes, I agree. It is kind of they are kind of counter-purposed. I don't know why magic weapons are just kits. That's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Or just have them be a completely separate, different thing. I don't know. Okay, consumable. They are organized by echelon. They should always be able to find consumable treasures or the materials to craft them of their echelon or lower. You can carry any number of consumables at a time. Fair enough, Vin. That's a decent point. Taios, I agree. This is the same thing with potency, right? Potency, they wanted... We don't want attack rolls, and we don't want you to be able to miss, but we also don't want you to be able to knock over the Tarrasque. So, how do we put both in at the same time, right? They are really trying to have their cake and eat it too. Hey, we've got this really cool, elegant, mini class system in kits where you can swap out your gear, and it kind of changes the base functionality of your character, including your stats, your hit points, your speed, your stability, your signature ability. And they're like, but we also want you to be able to get individual magical items. So here are some first level echelon consumables. We've got the Black Ash Dart, which has rules, what you need to build it, what you need to craft it. And then as a maneuver, you can make a ranged free strike using a dart. It deals an extra point of damage compared to what your free strike is and adds the following effects. You can teleport the target depending on how accurately you hit them. That's fair, Teos. I appreciate that. I mean, look, people love playing 40K, and that game is a fucking mess of rules, but people still love it. Hey, look, we got a page of art. Here is a healing potion. This is actually what I wanted to look at. You regain stamina equal to your recovery value without spending a recovery. So one of the things that really people hated the most about 4th edition is that healing potions still took one of your recoveries. What they did in 4th edition, though, is they gave you more hit points than what you would ordinarily get. So if your normal recovery only healed for, let's say, 8 hit points, there might be like a 20 hit point potion, and you drink it, you spend a recovery, but you would get 20 hit points back instead of the 8 that you normally get. But it still was limited to your healing, which means that as long as you have enough healing potions, and the game clearly states that we can carry as many potions and consumables as we want, then you never run out of hit points. Now, I don't know if that's really a problem, like if this is like a Cure Light Wounds wand problem, but we'll see. We want tactical, heroic fantasy role-playing. Here's our fishing mini game. They do not use recoveries, and I'm going to be completely honest with you here. This is a mistake. Full stop, unequivocally. It is a mistake. It is a mistake. It is a mistake to have this here. And I say this because they changed what healing potions did in D&D 4E Essentials. Why? Because people were like, meh, and Essentials was them giving in to the haters. And it was stupid, and it was broken, and it was dumb. Now, the limit, level 2 janitor, I'm not 100% sure, but it says this. As a guideline, a hero should always be able to find consumable treasures or the materials required to craft consumables of their echelon or lower. Well, you start at echelon 1, and this is an echelon 1 treasure. Now, it doesn't really have a cost, so I don't know how that works. Certainly, you could make them. Oh, yes, and you can carry infinite consumables. So well, Teos, the problem, though, is it says heroes should be able to find consumable treasures or the materials to craft them, which suggests that you should be able to find them. You should always be able to find them. What does that mean? Does that mean to, like, purchase them or buy them? Like, what does that mean? Because these things don't have costs. And I don't think we've seen anything in the rules about wealth. Well, wealth is just on one page. The hero wealth table. Yeah, I'm not really quite sure. So it says that they should always be available, but then the wealth system is extremely abstract, right? Like if your wealth score is 1, then you can basically afford your gear, your armor, your weapons, your meals, and all this stuff infinitely. That's a great question. I don't know. Do we have a hidden subordinate rule? No, it doesn't look like it. These are just the first echelon treasures. It does say most treasures are found as part of adventures. There simply aren't enough treasures readily available to create a trade economy. Word sometimes gets around a mysterious club where heroes and treasure seekers can meet up to swap items. So, not quite sure. I think it's kind of left very vague and undefined, ultimately. So, again, I'm not going to go over every single item in the game. I mean, I really wanted to look at the hero, what am I calling it? Like this is pretty sick. I'm not going to complain. The consumables are badass. Look at this. Breath of Dawn. It's a maneuver action, so it's not your main or your move. You inhale it. You are overcome with tranquility. You immediately end the frightened condition and the slowed condition and the taunted condition in yourself, and you gain a +8 bonus to stability until the end of the encounter, which basically means, for the most part, you can no longer be push, pulled, or slid. That's pretty sick. Now, this is an Echelon 2 consumable, but seems pretty good to me. The Chocolat of Immovability. You gain 15 temporary stamina and +10 bonuses to stability. Man, they're just throwing out these bonuses to stability. Anamorphic Larva, Bottled Paradox. I mean, look at that. As a maneuver, toss this stone above you and it shatters, showering you in dust. Until the end of the encounter, any enemy ability that targets you has double Bane. Cheers. These are very powerful. Why does this game have the psionic keyword? What even is psionic in this game? A lot, randomly. I think Colville really likes psionics. The game just defines it as supernatural. It defines magic, and psionic is basically being supernatural, and I don't really think there's actually considered really a difference between the two of them. No, it's not that. It's just these are things that people get tripped up over, Teos. They do. So these are our trinkets. So these are kind of like our, magic boots, magic cloaks. So a blue cloak gives us cold immunity equal to our level. And, it's hard to say what the game is going to be, but, we saw like the damage is like 3, 5, 9 or something like that, on the scale of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So taking 1 off or 2 off or 3 off or 4 off or 10 off is pretty good. Additionally, if you are affected by something that does cold damage, you can use a triggered action to shift a number of squares equal to your level. If you do, the cold immunity granted by the cloak becomes cold weakness with the same value. Now, okay, if you're going to call it cold weakness and cold immunity, why wouldn't you call it cold, like resistance? Weakness and resistance. I don't know. It's crazy. There's a red cloak, which does the same for fire. There's a yellow cloak, which does for lightning. Okay. Hell Charger Helm. Whenever you use the charge main action while wearing this helmet, you get a +5 bonus to your speed until the end of the turn. After charging, you can use a knockback maneuver as a free maneuver regardless of the creature's size. It's cool. I mean, that's cool. I mean, I'm liking the magic items. It's cool that they provided art and stuff like that. The items feel interesting and mechanical and powerful. As a maneuver, target one enemy within 10 squares. You and every ally within 2 squares of the target each gain 1 surge. And I think you can just use that as many times as you want. That's pretty sweet. There are no limits. Except for, you can't wear 2 cloaks. So I think we'll be Christmas treeing. Now, granted, part of the Christmas tree problem was 2 hold, though. It was slots, and it was also the fact that, the game was very, 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 it was very easy to craft. There were no special requirements. There were magic item markets. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Teos, that's good to know. I might have missed that. It says they could be used at will without a reduction in their potency. I don't see anything about that, Teos. Kendall says they are more interesting than PF2, and then self-confessed said it's not hard to be more. I mean, PF2 items are some of the worst. I mean, again, I like the game, and I mean, we're playing it right now. It's the current campaign I'm playing in, but man, PF2 items are really the worst. All right, so let's take a look at the leveled treasures, aka what should have been called legacy, right? They can be used at will without a reduction in their potencies, but they do tap into their will in a way that trinkets don't. Each leveled treasure has benefits that you gain at 1st, 5th, and 9th. So echelon 1, 2, and no, that's not right. So never mind. Just 1st, 5th, and 9th. Why wouldn't you tie it to the echelon? Why wouldn't you tie it to 1, 4, and 7, and 10, which are the echelon levels? That doesn't even make sense. Maybe. Up. We have our first. We do have a limitation. All right. What is it called? Attunement? Is that what it's called in 5th edition? Your connection with leveled treasures doesn't just make them useful, it makes them dangerous. Each leveled treasure is quasi-sentient, purpose-driven. As such, a creature can safely carry a maximum of 3 leveled treasures at a time. If you carry more leveled treasures, they become jealous of each other and fight for your subconscious. Okay, so this is 13th Age, for those of you who don't know this. This is very clearly taken from 13th Age. It's fine to own or possess more than 3 treasures as long as they're stored away. But if you do carry more than 3, you have to make a presence check during each respite. Yeah, it's exactly like 13th Age Pumpkin. And potentially, if you roll really shitty, one of your treasures grabs hold of your psyche, forces you into a sleepwalking state, and you discard all of your level treasures in locations that you can't remember. That is very weird and kludgy and bad. Sick. How convenient. I shipped something to you today. As long as it's not like, anthrax, that'd be cool. Yeah. I agree, and I agree. I don't like this rule. Adaptive second skin of toxins. If you wear it at first level, you get +6 bonus to your stamina hit points. You have immunity. It's so weird. You have immunity to acid and poison damage equal to your highest characteristic style. It's just like, it's so weird to see immunity and then have it be qualified. And then the stamina goes up and people take poison damage and acid damage, and then the armor hit points go up. I like leveled items, you know. I like tie me up so I can't sleepwalk. See, now look. See, this is what happens when you take a simulationist combat as war person and they try to fight against the gameist concepts, and then your game starts exploding because they start going, why can't I do it? You're like, because the game says you can't. So it looks like most of the armors give you 6, 12, and 21 bonus hit points, and then some other benefits. I mean, it's all right. I mean, I like leveled treasures. I think that's very cool. I'm never a big fan of, you know, throwing your items away and picking up the new ones. And we have that for like wands and staves and weapons. They all seem to be very like specific, you know. Like, you know, that's pretty cool. Like at first level, this axe, you know, whenever you deal damage to a creature, you can use a maneuver and teleport you and that creature, letting you trade places. So you can like, and then you can just do that forever. You know, that's pretty sweet. The white space has been talked about for me, for sure. I think it's designed to try to, you know, I don't know, keep it light. Okay, titles. Players don't simply choose their titles. Like treasures and renown, they have to be one. They have a unique requirement. Now, this is cool because when I was originally planning out Dragontide, which is the Dragonbane mega game that we were working on, I wanted to do a title system. And you had to earn it through a unique set of quests, and then that title would grant you a benefit. So I'm a big fan of this. You know, and when you acquire a title, you choose a benefit. Oh, this is really cool. All right. Like so classic, by the way, there was a fight years ago in Rapanathuk, and a buddy of mine, he rolled like 4 critical hits in a row against a fight with a lot of, I think it was dire rats and rat men or were rats or something. But he rolled like 4 critical hits. And so I was like, oh, you get basically, he gained a title, right? Rat Slayer. And I basically said, you automatically threaten. This is back in third edition when you had to threaten and then crit. I was like, all of your attacks are automatic threats against, you know, rats. So, or basically it's like if he rolled within his critical threat range, it was a crit. That's the way it worked out, right? So if he was using a longsword, normally you rolled a 19 or 20, it was a threat, and then you had to roll again to confirm a crit. Instead, if he rolled a 19 or 20, it was a crit. He didn't have to roll to, you know, if he threatened, it was a crit. He didn't have to confirm the crit. That's it. All of his threatened critical hits automatically confirmed. That was it. And, you know, it was cool. And he was like the Rat Slayer, you know, and it was cool. It was, these are really fun. I like that you get to choose a benefit. This is really cool. So, you know, if you're a brawler and you triumph in battle without killing any of your foes, then, you know, your GM might award you the brawler title and you get to choose one of the following benefits. Duck, furniture fighter, headbutt. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. So duck lets you, when an enemy strikes you while a second creature is flanking you, you can use your triggered action to redirect the strike to the second creature. Once you use this benefit, you can only use it. You can only use it once per fight. Furniture fighter, when you use a weapon ability with an improvised weapon or something that's not part of your kit, you get the benefit from your kit's weapon banner. Basically, you're better at using, you know, bottles and pieces of chair and whatever you pick up. Headbutt. If you're grabbed or restrained, your free strikes don't take a bane. Your hands are tied up, you're grappled. Hit them with your head. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. If you defeat your foes without killing them, then you gain an edge on a test to negotiate with those foes. Yeah, this is fun. This is cool. I like this system. Yeah, I saw that here. Don Poke says, if a director doesn't want to track your players' accomplishments, let the players do it instead. And whenever they enter a new echelon of play, they can gain a title of their choice for which they qualify, which is also a fun thing, right? It can be really fun as a player to track achievements. You know, who's dealt the most damage, and you know, if you can deal over 100 damage in a round, you know, or like those kind of things are kind of fun, especially in these kind of gamist type things. You know, getting the achievement, you know, achievement unlocked. You know, it can be fun to unlock achievements, and this is very, I hate to say it, this is very video gamey. This is very achievement unlock. You know, and that's why it's fun, because it's gamey. Gamey things can be fun sometimes. So these are all cool. I'm not going to go through all of them, but this is really neat. It's a cool system. If you defeat 3 leader or solo creatures who each have the magic keyword, right, then you can get the Mage Hunter ability. So you got to take out 3 meaningful creatures who are magic users. So, for example, you might be able to Arcane Dampen, and when resisting potencies, your scores are considered 1 higher. Oh, no, you didn't. Whenever an adjacent creature uses something with a magic keyword, you get a free attack of opportunity with a free strike. And then Stink of Magic. As a maneuver, you can open up your mind to the sense of magic, and until the end of the turn, you know whether a creature within 5 squares of you is a construct, undead, or from another world, or if they've used magic. You know? That's cool. This is neat. This is fun. I agree it could be kind of a pain in the ass to track, and I don't know how, like, you know, specific you want to be for that, but it's pretty sweet. True, I agree. It could get out of control, but I do like the idea of it. And you know, as a player, you're like, sick. I want to collect all the titles. You know. And they got a fair number of a fair good list. Zombie Slayer. This is cool. Oh, those were just the first echelon titles. Holy shit, they got a lot of these. So those are titles that are appropriate for the first echelon. Then we get into the second echelon. Battlefield Commander, Arena Fighter, Corsair, Godsworn, Fey Friend, Giant Slayer. Is there a Goblin Slayer? No, there's no Goblin Slayer. What a missed opportunity there, huh? But we do have Giant Slayer, which is sweet. And look, you get a new heroic ability. You have to pay 7 of whatever your heroic resources is, and you get the Harder They Fall action, which targets a creature, does a bunch of damage, and they knocks them prone, and they can't stand back up. But if the target is way bigger than you, you actually get an edge on this ability. That's awesome. That's cool. You know, between titles, kits, and classes, man, you have a really cool, like, customization of your character, you know, mechanically. That's really cool. I mean, they don't all have powers, but, you know. Like here's another one for Knight, the Knightly Challenge. You can taunt people, you know. That's cool. That's really cool. Lot of horizontal development here. Dragon-blooded, Fleet Admiral, a noble. And by the way, to gain this, a monarch or important noble has to grant you a noble rank. That's really cool. Demigod. By the way, that's Echelon 3. Oh, no, it's Echelon 4. Okay, let's take a look. Demigod. This is like Epic Destiny from 4th edition. The ritual is complete. I feel your power flow through me. I am become a god. Mwah, You have the Godsworn title, an earlier one, and hundreds of worshipful mortals completing a divine ritual in your name. You gain the following benefits. You get all of this. Immortal Excellence, a characteristic of your choice, increases by 1 to a 6, which is higher than the 5 that the game told us is a max. Longevity, your lifespan doubles and you can appear at any age. You magically hear prayers directed at you. Additionally, choose one of the following benefits. You gain acolytes, you have divine weapons, or you gain missionaries, earning you additional renown. Oh, I see. This is how you get your +6. Very cool. Ah, the new king. Okay, you say that. Okay, you say that, but at the same time, 4th edition did this first. So, just saying. Cool. All right. So renown is our character's, reputation. And I guess, what I really get the feel is like they wrote all these other books and they're just like, well, we want to use all those other books. Because didn't they do a book about strongholds and followers? And sure enough, here is a full stronghold and followers. literal stronghold and followers. I feel like they're like, well, we wrote that book. We don't want it to not use it. Let's just repurpose it for our new game. I almost feel like Colville made the books that were like the systems he was interested in, but he didn't have the inclination or the ability at the time to make his own full system. And so then he just kept adding these things on of here, Sam, what's up? Yep, somehow we're going longer than we did last time. Oh. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. So when we start with a renown of 0, some of our careers and some of our titles can increase our renown as well. Some perks increase renown, downtime increases renown, titles increase renown, treasures increase renown, but for the most part, you earn renown at the end of an adventure when a powerful NPC kind of awards it to you. In most campaigns, the director sets the characters up to earn 1 renown per level. But generally, you can earn it through all those other things. Perks, projects, titles, treasures. You can attract followers based off of your renown. Once your renown hits 3, you have 1 follower. At 12, you have 4 followers. So we're getting into a fucking old school D&D domain management play here. Many followers stay at a stronghold, which is your home base. This is a location shared by your fellow heroes. It could be a few rooms at an inn or an old castle or a fleet of sailing ships. When you attract a follower, you can attract an artisan, a retainer, or a sage. Artisans help with crafting projects in your downtime. Sages help with your research projects. And retainers adventure alongside the player characters. They are controlled by players in combat, but are both simpler to run and less powerful than characters. A hero can have only 1 retainer in their service at a time. Because their retainers and the stat blocks are combat focused, the director can also decide that a large party can only have 1 retainer in total, or remove them entirely in order to keep combat from getting long and tedious. The rules are found in their monsters. I was not expecting domain level play, but after we saw the rules for road repair, maybe we should have been. So there is a tonal disconnect here. I'm not going to lie, because this is very old school D&D coded, and not in the OSR way, like most OSR is coded. Most OSR is coded very first level D&D, right? It's coded very grim, dark, fall down a pit, haha, laugh, go through a funnel, 18 people dead. That's not what, like, old school play to me doesn't really actually mean that. Old school play to me means like big parties where you have henchmen and men at arms and you're managing people, and then eventually you get to domain level play. It's very strange to me how domain level play this thing is coded, with the long-term projects, the stronghold, the renown gain, the titles, the retainers, literal combat henchmen versus sages and artisans who work on your stuff. Yeah, it's very you got hit with the domain play sneak attack. their vision for heroes is like a Matt, it means Matt Cawthon, Band of the Red Hand, where you get famous and have a retinue. I don't know. But I will say it's a little bit counter-purposed when you have a character. So one of the reasons in older versions of the game that you had a revenue, that you had a retinue, and you had followers and henchmen, you had an army, is because your high-level D&D characters simply weren't that powerful. But this definitely doesn't seem like the kind of game where your character isn't going to be that powerful, you know? So, like, you needed an army because, you know, if some low-level character had 100 orcs, you were dead. It didn't matter that you were level 10. You were going to die. You could be level 20, and the orcs were going to kill you. So you needed an army of your own. But in this kind of game, if you're level 20, you could fight 10,000 soldiers and come out on top, you know? Now, to be fair, no, it completely shits on that. You don't even have equipment lists. The game completely abstracts the exploration phase of the game. It's like Colville doesn't care about that part of old school. He cares about the high level part of old school. I agree. When I saw the followers, I immediately assumed they were going to be like camp followers, because the downtime section about project plans had talked about how you can have the way that you're able to get those really long projects accomplished is the game talked about how you would have followers who would help contribute, or you'd have fellow party members who would help contribute. So I was fully prepared for that and fully on board with that. But having a combat companion seems surprised, although it does talk about limiting it. So wealth is literally a one-page section in this entire book. You start at 1, and you earn 1 wealth every second level of play. So you don't even, your hero earns wealth whenever you find and keep a massive amount of treasure. In general, though, you earn about 1 wealth every second level of play. But generally, you're going to like never earn wealth, and then like, you know, you'll kill a dragon and bring back a horde, and the GM will say everybody's wealth goes up by 1. And you know, there's a sidebar about this. And it's like, okay, when your hero's 1, you can afford all this stuff and don't sweat it. When your hero wealth is 2, you can afford this stuff, don't sweat it. By the time your character is hero wealth 3 or 4, you know, you can buy catapults and houses and not sweat it. Good night, Teos. And that's it. That's wealth in the whole game. And this is one of the most abstract wealth systems I've seen. This is like more abstract than Torchbearer. And that was our reward section. It's so weird. The game is talking about like repairing roads and like going fishing, and then wealth is just like, it's a level, move on. It really smells of like, I don't know. Like maybe this is like a personal Colville thing that he doesn't like wealth. By the way, I'm fine with wealth being an abstract resource. But I mean, even in Blaze in the Dark, you track coin, you know, which is super, super abstract. All right. So chapter 14 is gods and religion. And this is mostly lore about, you know, how the afterlife works, how heaven and hell work, all of our, you know, gods and strange things and all sorts of, you know, here's a whole new saints, and there's 24 saints, ripples of honey on a golden shore, Karalva who ran 40 leagues, and domains, and I actually don't really know if any of this matters. I mean, it's just, again, it's lore dump. I'm not really going to cover it. But there's a lot of stuff here. Somehow there's a more lore dumping about the gods than there is about like the world, which is very strange. Here are the human gods. Those were the elf gods. There's a lot of pages in here about random religions. Not saying that that's not important, but also it's not important. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I bought this book. I've never opened it or read it. So. Perhaps the gods are important to the conduits mechanically, but that chapter we were just in had absolutely no mechanical elements to it. It was literally just, words and story time. And I'm going to say yes. The reason why I say that this game is very prep heavy is because, we're going to get to the GM section, but like when you build an encounter, a tactical game like this, it's pretty like you need to make good fights. And that means you need to put together encounters intelligently. It means you need to make cool tactical battlefields that have a lot of interesting terrain, blocking terrain, difficult terrain, hindering terrain, hazardous terrain, line of sight blocking terrain. There's all sorts of, interesting things in that perspective. Was a Patreon big release, Colville. Oh, was a Patreon big release. Colville got sucked into enjoying writing about the gods and religion. And when the boss starts writing about a bunch of stuff, you put it in the book, right? Okay. We have 2 chapters left. We have combat and for the director. Now, we skimmed through combat before, but let's very briefly go on to this. We've got combat. And again, most of this is going to be the same. We're using a gridded map with miniatures. We have creatures have different sizes. And it looks like they have the minimum it could take up is 1. So, but they break down 1 into 1T, 1 small, 1 tiny, 1 small, 1 medium, 1 large. So even though they take up 1 square, they are bigger than you. Interesting. So that means that if you're a human at 1 medium, an ogre is 2 sizes bigger than you. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's better than when like tiny creatures took up like half a quarter of a square or half a square or something like that. So I don't mind this. And also I think calling it size 2, so it's a 2x2, and size 3, so it's a 3x3, and a size 4, so it's 4x4, size 5, so it's 5x5. Makes sense to me. I mean, it's not as cool as most people are going to call that huge. Most people are going to call that gargantuan, and most people are going to call that colossal, but it is what it is. Surprise is determined by the director if they're caught off guard. If they are not ready for combat, they are surprised until the end of the first round of combat. A surprised creature can't take triggered actions or free actions, and ability rolls made up against them gain an edge. But can they take regular actions? I don't. Maybe they're just assuming that you can't take regular actions. Sometimes figuring out who gets to take the first turn in combat is automatic. If all the creatures on one side are surprised, then a creature on the other side gets to act first. But if both sides have creatures who aren't surprised, roll a d10. On a 6 or higher, the players go first. Otherwise, the GM goes first. Okay, so it's literally just roll a d10, 50-50, unless it's like really obvious in the fiction. Right? It'd be really weird if I go, enough talk, and I throw my dagger, and you go, okay, the monsters go first. By the way, that's one of the things I hate about, another thing I hate about rolling initiative is like when the PCs initiate the fight, but then they roll low on the initiative and the monsters go first. What is even happening right now? Whichever side goes first chooses a creature or a group of creatures on the director's side. Sometimes, I'm guessing like the minions and stuff are grouped together to act. Whenever the rules talk about a creature acting in combat, that creature gets to take their turn. When that turn is over, the other side chooses a creature to act. So it's a you go, I go, or it's you go, we go, back and forth. You get to choose. Play continues until each creature takes their turn. Unless an ability or special rule allows them to do so, any creature who has taken a turn during a combat round cannot act again until a new round begins. To help track which creatures have already acted, have some sort of card you flip over. Dragonbane does this. Or some sort of card or some sort of flag to set on a virtual tabletop to indicate that they've taken their turn. That way, you'll know who's acted and who hasn't. In many encounters, a point comes when one side has creatures who haven't acted yet, but everyone else has gone. The creatures who have yet to act get to take their turns in any order they choose without any turns from the other side. I love back and forth initiative. Fabula Ultima does, well, the new Fabula Ultima does this. It's really good. It's better than popcorn. It's better than true popcorn, right? Where, you pick who goes next. That's really awkward. I like you go, I go, we go. I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's clean. There's a tactical decision. It's exciting, and it kind of like feels scary to be outnumbered. When it comes to the hero side, the choice of who should go act next is intended to give the players the opportunity to comment, strategize, and plan. Some tables in some encounters might find the choice of who should act obvious, leading to debate, or isn't obvious. That's fine. Deliberating about what the group should do next is classic role-playing. And it's funny that this line isn't here. I don't think Beowulf is in the chat anymore, but Beowulf considers this to be the opposite of role-playing. And I try to define, I always see, so the difference is I call role-playing the act of playing a role-playing game. And Beowulf calls role-playing, acting in character, acting. I call it acting. He calls it role-playing. I call role-playing the act of playing a role-playing game. So anyways, it's funny that this line isn't here. Deliberating about what the group should do next is classic role-playing. He absolutely hates this because he considers it the most anti. Activation initiative is a really cool way to describe it. In general, though, most groups find that it's usually only one or two players in a given round who thinks it's best if they act next. A lot of words to say, like, there's a lot of words to say, like, I don't know, like, I don't know. It's just a lot. It's a lot of unnecessary words here. Never mind. This is more unnecessary words. If the players do end up arguing in circle, the director can place a timer, giving 30 seconds. If they can't choose, the director chooses. And then if people really can't decide because they're children, then you can start rolling dice. Hey, thank you, Peanutty. Appreciate it. Peanutty, I would be mad if you did agree with me all the time because I say some pretty stupid shit. Thanks. Yes, a lot of people crap on war counseling. And especially in a tactical, gamey game, I think it's part of the game. Yeah, shocking. We're playing a game. Talk to each other. Another Ryan says, my players were a bit deliberate, slow to choose. But then the one time I rolled a D4 to decide who goes next, they were fast after that. All right. Director-controlled creatures act in groups with information formed about building groups found in Draw Steel Monsters. When a group acts, choose a single creature or minion squad to take a turn. Once that turn is over, the director chooses another creature in that group to take a turn, continuing all members of that group have taken their turn. Interesting. So apparently there's a way in the counter building rules that you can group monsters together, not just minions, and then when you activate, you get to activate all those minions. Interesting. Once everyone's acted, the round is over. Each creature in combat gets to take a main action, a maneuver, and a move action. They can perform this in any order and can break up their movement granted by their move action before, after, or between their maneuver and main action. Oh, okay, cool. So you get movement points like 5e does with feet. But you can also turn your main action into a move or maneuver. The movement section breaks down how your move action works, while maneuvers and main actions break down how those work. You might also have triggered actions. You can only use one triggered action per round, either on your turn or another creature's turn, but only when that action triggers occurred. A free triggered action follows the same rules as a triggered action, but it doesn't count against your limit of one triggered action per round. And then we get into trigger stacking. and the like. Free maneuvers. Boring stuff like opening an unlocked door, Pathfinder 2. Picking up an arrow from the ground, Pathfinder 2. Giving an object to an ancient station ally, Pathfinder 2. Or drawing a weapon doesn't require a Pathfinder 2. Doesn't require a maneuver or a main action. Rather, you can undertake such straightforward actions as free maneuvers. It follows the same rules as maneuvers, but you can take as many as you like. At the director's discretion, circumstances could make something that is typically boring more impactful and exciting. For example, if you want to pick up a magical arrow during a violent earthquake, it might require an actual check. It's interesting. I always see two arguments. Some people say that the 3-action economy of Pathfinder 2 and the need to spend an action to, say, pick up a weapon, change a weapon, give somebody a potion, open a door, close a door, they say that it makes the game more tactical because you have to make choices about whether you're going to open that door or not. Other people say that it's needless bickering and actually sort of shits on the idea of the 3-action economy because they're like, yeah, you gave me 3 actions, but now you're nickel and diming me over everything that my character does. And it's interesting that this game, which is super tactical, hand waves all that stuff. So it's kind of interesting. Granted, the cinematic component of the game also probably has something to say here as well. And then there are things that are no actions, like shouting a warning or talking. We can move. The most common mechanic to move is advance or disengage. We usually start with a speed of 5. This represents the maximum number of squares you can move when you take the move action. All squares adjacent to your character cost 1 movement. No, there's no Pythagorean theorem on the grid. It's a game. Don't overthink it. Now, a little bit of a side tangent. I apologize. The problem is, in a tactical game, not doing this creates a problem. And the problem is that you can move diagonally and then back for the same number of squares it would cost for you to move straight. And that means there's no price or penalty to move around somebody. Because normally, if I wanted to say move around someone, so I didn't say go next to them and get hit by them, free attacks, that type of thing, I pay a price for that in the number of squares, which means I can't move as far. But if I'm here, and we're both here, and you want to move, and your speed is 7, and you want to go to here, you need all 7 squares to get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I can attack the wizard. Okay? But to do that, to move that straight line path, I have to move past, say, the fighter and the barbarian or the fury and the fury and the tactician, and they might hit me. So in order to move straight, I have to pass by those enemies. But when the game is diagonal, freeze, I can still move 7 squares. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now I've moved 7 squares and I'm attacking the wizard, and I just completely did a zigzag around the enemies. It is really anti-tactical. And I saw this happen all the time in 4th edition. All the time in 4th edition. And it was not great. Hexagons solve this problem entirely because every hexagon is the equivalent distance from all hexagons. There are no diagonals. So this is a problem. It was a problem in 4th edition, which was supposed to be a tactical game. I don't know how to say this, but this is like kind of a problem. Like it's a big deal. So that's all I'm going to say. Offset squares are just hexes. So they look like squares, but they are literally just hexes. So, and there's really no differences. But so all right. So I'm not going to spend too much time here, but there's some rules here about like You can't cut a corner, right? If like the path of your mini would physically move through the space, you can't cut the corner, right? You can't go from 1 to 2. No, it says you can move. This rule only applies to moving past objects, not moving past other creatures, which it never did. You could cut corners with creatures, even in 3rd edition. You couldn't cut corners in 4th edition or 3rd edition, but you could on creatures. It's just something that's like like filling the whole square object type thing. It's called shifting, which is what it was called in 4E, and I still call it shifting. I don't call it 5-foot steps, and I don't call it stepping in Pathfinder 2, and I just call it shifting. You can't shift into difficult terrain, same as 4E. There's a lot of moves here for walking and burrowing. I'm not really going to get too much into the burrowing. Flying, and they literally have a rule section in the climb section for climbing on other creatures. Apparently that is something they view as being very epic and cinematic. This is where I question whether or not we need rules for this type of thing, but okay. Rules for teleporting and flying and crawling. Good night, Omniscitoad. We've got rules for falling to another creature, damaging. Okay, high ground. Whenever you have the high ground, you gain an edge against a target that does not have the high ground. Force movement. Same as 4E. Push has to move the squares closer to you. Push has to move the creature further from your origin effect. Pull has to move them closer to your origin effect. And slide can move in any direction except vertically, unless, of course, it calls it a vertical slide. If a force movement has the word vertical in front of it, then you can move the target up or down in addition to horizontally. For example, if a force movement effect says vertical push 5, then they could be pushed up 5 squares as long as the force movement is a straight line. If a creature who can't fly is left in mid-air at the end of a vertical force movement, they fall. So you're literally... When a large creature moves a smaller creature, they move them 1 extra square. When you force movement creature into another creature, the movement ends and both creatures take 1 damage for each square that remained in their force movement. You can also force move an object into a creature. The movement ends and the creature takes 1 damage for each square remaining in their movement. I wonder how much verticality this game is going to have. Having the collision damage is fun, If you push someone 7 and you push them 1 square into another monster, they both take 6, That's pretty cool. Collision builds are meta. So it's possible to move a creature or object of a larger size into several creatures of a smaller size at the same times. When this happens, the larger creature takes the damage only once. If a creature is killed by damage, a second creature they slammed into still takes the damage. You can force move another creature into yourself with a pull or slide. No, it was more of a community effort, Jake. If you are slammed into a stationary object, the object doesn't break, the movement ends, and then you take 2 damage plus 1 damage. So slamming people into walls does more damage than slamming them into other creatures. They take 2 plus 1 for each square removing. So that seems really good. If you force move a creature downward into an object that doesn't break, they take falling damage. When you move a creature through a mundane object, it can break. If you cost 1 square to destroy 1 square of glass, and then they take 3 damage, so throwing people through glass windows is pretty good. It takes 3 squares of movement to destroy a square of wood, and then they take 5 damage. if they have remaining movement, they continue to move. So, pretty good. So if you had like push 7, you could push someone 1 square. They'd have 6 squares left into a stone wall. They would break through the stone wall and take 8 damage. Pretty good. You can even knock them through a metal wall. Pretty sick. And then if they had movement after that, they would keep going. Now, lump sum creatures have stability. Doesn't all this throwing damage become rounding? Great question. I have no idea. Unless we're getting to the point where we have like push 15s and you're knocking them through, you know, multiple walls. I mean, to be fair, this thing is probably 98% water. So realistically, it is water. I'll drink water when I'm dead. Then I would just be peeing a lot. So it's really to your advantage. All right. Disengage lets you shift 1 square. Some things let you shift more than 1 square. Advance lets you move up your speed. I like that you can break up your movement just like in 5th edition. I think that's really cool. This actually is what I call the descent model of movement, where once you take the move action, your speed translates into the number of squares that you have available as movement, and you can spend that throughout your turn. So what can we do? Now, main actions are pretty simple. Main actions are going to be attacking people and using our powers. Maneuvers are like tertiary movement. Aid attacks. A creature who uses the aid attack maneuver chooses an enemy adjacent to them. The next roll an ally makes against that enemy gains an edge. So at worst, you can always use your maneuver to aid. And that's using your 3rd action to aid. I mean, this is just like Pathfinder 2, right? But it's better because we don't have to make that stupid dice roll. We just say, hey, you gain an edge. Great. That's really cool. If you catch breath, you can spend a recovery and recover some stamina. There is no limit to the number of times you can catch breath. So that's pretty cool. Like in 4th edition, second wind was an encounter power. You can try to escape from grabs. You can grab people. You can push people. You can use a consumable. You can charge, which lets you move up to your speed in a straight line and then make a melee free strike. So by the way, you can move and then charge. I don't see any rules in here, but it looks like you can charge and then move. When you defend as a main action, ability rolls have double banes against you. A creature can use your main action to make a free strike. Most of the time, you'll want to use one of your good actions, but sometimes you need to use a free strike because you have nothing else available. For instance, a Fury who has no other options for ranged strikes might use the ranged weapon free strike ability with an improvised weapon when battling a flying foe. So basically, everyone always has access to a melee attack and a ranged attack. It might not be good, it might not be great, but you always have access to it. A creature you can use a heal action. That's your main action to employ medicine or inspiring words to make an adjacent creature feel better. That creature can now spend a recovery to regain stamina or can make a saving throw against one effect they are suffering. So even your ally can heal you. And that's 1/3 of your hit points. By the way, in case you're not noticing, on your turn, you could use a maneuver to catch your breath, spend a recovery, and regain 1/3 of your hit points. Then your ally could use an action to heal you, and you would gain another 1/3 of your hit points. So you would regain 2/3 of your stamina. Now, it cost you 2 of your recoveries, but neither of you is a cleric, and neither of you even necessarily has some sort of medicine skill. And no skill checks were made. I think that's pretty cool and quick and fast. All right. Now here's where the proof is in the pudding. Free strikes. Every creature, I don't see ready. We'll see when we get there. If there's no ready action, I'm all about it. I hate ready actions, by the way. I hate them. I hate them. If this game doesn't have them, I'm okay with that. I hate fucking ready actions. I hate them. I hate them. All right, sorry. I hate them. I hate ready action and I hate delay. Correct. Exactly. I was like, there's no reason why this game should have ready action. Every creature can use a free strike ability as a main action on their choice, although it's usually, not great. Most of the time, you'll only use free strikes when the rules call for it. For example, when you charge, you have to use a free strike. There was that one ability we saw, maybe from the null, that let you do that. Yeah. So we can avoid bullshit like that, which is the worst. All right. Some abilities, such as the Tactician, a.k.a. the Warlord, strike now or I'll open and you'll close abilities, allow another creature to use a signature ability, heroic ability. Otherwise, you would use a free strike. Right, makes sense. Right, that's our sort of, if you played 4th edition, you know what a melee basic attack is, right, in NBA. A melee basic attack is sort of like your just basic, crappy, at-will attack that doesn't do anything extra other than just do damage, right? Because even your at-will powers in 4th edition still had some sort of cool little effect. Minor, but cool. Melee basic attack was literally just roll for damage. And you did it with opportunity attacks. You did it with charging. You did it when like a warlord gave you an attack. You would make a melee basic attack. All right. How does opportunity attacks work in this game? These are very important to the standard model of tactical games. Whenever a creature has an enemy adjacent to them, and the enemy willingly moves to a space that isn't adjacent to the creature without shifting, the creature can take advantage of that movement to quickly make a melee free strike against the enemy as a free triggered action. This means there is no limit to that. This is called an opportunity attack. If a creature has a Bane or double Bane on a roll, they don't get to make the opportunity attacks. So if you can debuff an enemy, you turn off their ability to make opportunity attacks. That's really interesting. Every hero has 2 standard free strikes available to you. You have a ranged one and a melee one. Your class might give you additional options, and your kit may make some of them better. A melee weapon free strike is a melee strike made with unarmed strike or an improvised weapon. A ranged weapon free strike is a ranged strike made with an improvised weapon. At the director's discretion, it could change based off of the object you're using. Maybe fire damage if you're using a torch. So the basic one is 2-5-7 damage, melee, might, or agility. The ranged one is might or agility, 2-4-6. So we can see here in this diagram. Oh, that is a terrible name. By the way, in 3rd edition, they were called attacks of opportunity. In 5th edition, they were called attacks of opportunity, ? In 4th edition, they were called OAs, opportunity attacks. And while it took us a long time, and we still called them AOOs for a long time, I think that opportunity attacks was actually kind of a better term. But anyways. So the Tactician can't make any opportunity attacks against the adjacent war dogs as they move. Wait, why? Oh, because it shifted. Got it. So, for example, by the way, I'm in the PDF, and this thing is that pixelated. It's not just on your screen. It's literally that pixelated on my screen. So shout out to them. Anyways, so this red creature here is shifting, so it doesn't provoke. And then this other creature that starts at the top, it's moving, but it never stops being adjacent to the Tactician, so it doesn't trigger. So you only trigger when you move away. So, for example, if this guy moves away, then you can make the opportunity attack. Meanwhile, this guy has a Bane on him. So when this centaur moves 3 squares, it doesn't get an attack of opportunity. That's really cool. That's a really neat tactical little bit. Now, I hate rolling for opportunity attacks because it slows the game down. I hate it. I wish it just said, deal 5 plus might damage. Like, you should have something on your sheet that just says your free strike does 7 damage. Just full out. Enemies don't roll for OAs. All right. That's 50% better, at least. But I don't think players should roll for OAs either. It's just not an interesting roll. The player should do the same thing. In fact, if I play this game, one of the first house rules I might make is just make it so the players don't roll. I know players love to roll, but I don't want people rolling when it's someone else's turn. And so if my monster runs past 3 people, yeah, I think, yep, just make the OA the tier 2 damage, lock it in, boom, done, perfect. Yeah, I think that's totally acceptable and fine. And it's like, yeah, so, my Might 2 character would have a 7 damage melee free strike, and they would have a 6 damage ranged weapon free strike. Perfect. Done. Moving on. Okay. Flanking. I think it gives us an edge. And it's got all the rules about what flanking is and not flanking is. But at this point in your life, you should know what flanking is. And like flanking is blocked if they can't take triggered actions. You have to have line of effect to the enemy, and you have to be able to take triggered action to gain the flanking effect. So that's why these two aren't flanking, because this guy is dazed. And obviously we know how flanking works, from a perspective of that. More rules of flanking with large creatures. I mean, again, we're all experts here, so we can just avoid that. Cover. By the way, correct me if I'm wrong. So we crit on a 19 or a 20. A 19 can be dead 2 ways. A 20 can be crit 1 way. So we crit 3% of the time. That's really low, by the way. Just FYI. Yeah, I don't want that happening. I mean, they may want it to happen. I don't want it to happen. I don't want people taking a main action on someone else's turn and, whatever. A 3% crit rate for me is too low. But that's just me. Shout out Daggerheart, which has for me, one of the perfect crit rate. Higher than 5, lower than 10, somewhere 6 to 7%. Cover. What does cover give us? You take a Bane on damage-dealing abilities used on creatures or objects that have cover from you. You have cover when you have line of effect to a creature, but the target has at least half of their form blocked. You have cover. It doesn't look like there's different forms of cover, which is fine. I don't care about light cover. I don't care about heavy cover. I don't care about 9/10 cover. Just cover or no cover. We also have concealment. Fog, invisibility. They take a Bane. Okay. Damage types. Damage immunity, which is anything but damage immunity. Damage weakness. Stamina. Think of this as your physical vitality and your energy for dodging and blows, right? You're not literally getting chunked out to death. I approve, especially when you have the recovery system. Winded. When you are half of your stamina, you are winded. Although it has no effects on its own, certain things trigger off of winded, just like, this. All right, dying rules. When your stamina is 0 or lower, you are dying. And when you start dying, you can't catch breath anymore. Additionally, you are bleeding. And this in this instance of the condition, cannot be negated or removed until you are no longer dying. While you are dying, you can still act. Your allies can still help you to spend recoveries, and you can spend recoveries out of combat as normal. While your stamina is lower than 0, if it reaches the negative value of your winded, you die. So this is 4th edition. 4th edition, you became bloodied at half your hit points. You died at negative. You bloodied, right? So you died at basically negative 150% of your hit points. However, when you reach 0, you fell to the ground unceremoniously and were unconscious. I like this in every possible way better. Just saying. I love this idea of you get this bonus 50% life, but you can't heal yourself. You have to wait for somebody else to heal you. And every action you take, you're taking damage. That's what bleeding does. So, Hello, Jimbo says, FYI, you cannot get a critical hit on an opportunity attack. Oh, nice. Well, then that kind of solves that problem. So now there's even less of a reason to roll. Yellow Jimbo, do you have a rules citation for that? Because it doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, I don't see the rule. Maybe it's in the classes chapter randomly with some other rules. Critical hit in the index. Interesting. Critical hit in the index states has to be a 19 or 20 on a power roll from a main action. Okay. Well, free attack is definitely not a main action. Or an opportunity attack is definitely not a main action. Interesting. Okay, so you can only crit with a main action. Oh, there's a lot of words. There's a lot of critical hits in this table. All right, well, I'm not going to find it that way. Okay. I don't really care about objects. I don't really care about objectives are an important part of combat. You know, if you defeat a specific foe, the game is over. If you kill enough of them, the game is over. They flee, they run, they break. You know, you don't literally have to kill each person. Get the thing, destroy the thing, save someone, escort someone, hold them off. You know, after 3 rounds, the fight ends. If the heroes are able to end the fight with a dramatic finish, the director assigns each hero one or more of the remaining enemies, then asks the heroes to describe how they neutralize the threat. They might deliver a killing blow, knock their foe out, or let the enemy flee with their tail between their legs. All right. That's interesting. Fleeing foes. This is great. They've got a sidebar here. If you've played a fantasy RPG before, odds are you've had an encounter where you didn't chase down every last fleeing foe, and then one such foe grabbed another bunch of evil buddies and came back to ambush you. It takes only one experience like this to create players who promise no survivors, no mercy, whenever foes break ranks. Chasing down every last foe can be fun once in a while, but it can turn a tactical encounter into a slog. Luckily, this is a heroic game. Although the director can surprise the players with dramatic reveals and twisty-turny stories, gotcha moments that make players suspicious of every fleeing bandit should not be part of their stories. If a bandit is fleeing an encounter, they're running away to rethink their life. If they're going for help, the players should get some sense of that. This way, the players can process what will happen and will understand whether stopping that fleeing bandit is part of the challenge of the encounter. Great advice, for sure. Dave, you should completely still roll for a free strike a free attack when you're like using it as part of your action or charge. Completely. I'm specifically talking about the opportunity action. I don't want to roll, and I don't care. If I'm using that for, like you said, like for a charge, or if the tactician grants me a bonus attack and it's a free strike, totally, we should roll. That's fun, you know, because it's my turn, right? I'm a big believer that like the active player should be the one rolling dice. Right. Like the ending is right there, and the NPC is like, you're like, just go straight, motherfucker. Okay. Is that our combat chapter? Wow, the combat chapter was pretty short. I used Lancer's escort rules and recommend them. Okay, I don't know Lancer's escort rules by off the top of my thing. All right. So we've done combat, and that means the last chapter is for the director. All right, so this is our GM advice chapter. I feel like we're going to get a lot of like screenwriting Matt Colville stuff here. What is a campaign? Compare it to a film saga, an epic television show, right? The game is called Director. This is where I think the screenwriting writer bias, video game writer, novel writer bias of them is going to come in pretty heavily. They even call the idea of a campaign pitch, like you're pitching a show. Somebody's saying that. Whenever you make an ability roll as a main action and the roll is a natural 19 or 20, you score a critical hit. So clearly, already off the cuff, an opportunity attack is not a main action. You can't score a critical hit with an ability roll made as a maneuver or any other action type, but you can score a critical hit with a main action you use off your turn. But it's got to be a main action. For example, an opportunity attack made as a triggered action or a signature ability used as a free action. Okay. Can be critical hits. So wait, opportunity actions can be critical hits? I'll let somebody else who's smarter and more awake than me figure that one out. When would an opportunity attack be a main action? It specifically says an opportunity attack made as a triggered action can be a critical hit. That's definitely not a main action. It's a triggered action. So I guess, Tomas, I guess that's what it's saying. I don't know. Somebody else can figure it out. Leave a comment below if you know what the answer is, or if that makes sense, or if that is counterintuitive, or what we're missing. This is why I don't design games. Because it's hard. So we pitch the players, we run the time. So it's a lot of like, there's information about pitching a campaign, breaking down the game, combat, exploration, interpersonal intrigue. This is actually a cool way. I think this is actually a cool way to sort of look at your campaign and break it down. How much combat do we have? How much exploration do we have? How much interpersonal do we have? How often are the heroes using negotiation and conversing with NPCs to overcome challenges? How often do you expect the heroes to make tests from the interpersonal skill group? And then intrigue. How often are the heroes solving mysteries, finding double agents, skulking about in the shadows, getting embroiled in the politics of factions and people? How often do you expect the heroes to be making skills from the intrigue group? I think this is a cool way to sort of break down the four types: combat, exploration, interpersonal, and intrigue. So, because it's only 2 a.m., let's do a poll. I kind of know what this is going to be, but I'm fine with this. What is your favorite scene type? All right, poll is up. Oh, yes, Edward, also a reminder. Oh, shit, I forgot fishing. Oh, hold on a sec. All right, there we go. Poll reset. No, not from this game specifically. Just any game. Now, only put 6 if you mean it. I mean it. And by the way, by fishing, I mean, are you the kind of person who plays, World of Warcraft and then you just work on your crafting skills? These are the primary types of scenes found in many campaigns, but you could add puzzles for your category, for example, if you like that. By the way, I know we're joking here, but I really mean this as sort of a precursor to your campaign. Is put these 4 categories down, okay? Combat, exploration, interpersonal, intrigue, and then maybe add a 5th category if you think there's one that's valuable. And by the way, you should include, fluffy bullshit time. You can call it whatever you want, right? Non-mechanical role play or whatever. In fact, most people would call it role playing, but I hate that term. Anyways, and then I would send this out to your players, maybe privately, and say, rank these. Which would you, now, when you rank it low, doesn't mean you never want to see it, but what's your favorite? What's your least favorite? Or, how often do you want to see these scenes? And I would ask people to rank them. And then you get a really good feedback from your players. You might be surprised to find, combat is always going to be in the top 2, right? Or top 3. Probably the top 2, 99% of the time. But you may be really surprised to find that your group really, really wants exploration, or that your group really wants some intrigue. And I think that's a really good really good advice. I mean, I've seen this advice given in other games, but this is a really simple, easy way to break it down. And yeah. So I actually think this is really good advice from this book. You don't see this advice as much as you should. Oh, wow, never mind. Look at this. They're fucking way ahead of it. Give each category a rating to show players how often. Oh, this is like when you're giving them the pitch. So I'm suggesting the opposite. I'm suggesting ask them, do you want to see this high, medium, or low? And then, explain that to them. High might be multiple times per session. Medium means that you're going to get it at least probably once a session, but maybe not multiple times per session. And low means that, you might get it once every couple sessions, So here we go, Here's the breakdown of this person's pitch. Now, I'm suggesting using this as a poll, Combat, medium. Exploration, high. Interpersonal, low. Intrigue, medium. That's cool. So, very good advice there. Rules for house rules. Campaigns, building your own setting, starting small. By the way, no surprises here. Combat's number 1, but interpersonal and fishing is kind of a meme, but interpersonal, number 3. All right. You guys should have come play Legend of the Five Rings with me. We explained FBT earlier. Hello, Jimbo went to the Discord. Regarding the critical hit nonsense, I just asked the Discord and I got this response, which I think makes sense. So we got a real answer coming in hot, at least from the Discord, which presumably knows us more than anything. Anytime you use a main action ability and roll a natural 19 or 20, you crit. Opportunity attacks are a free triggered action, but they give you an opportunity to use a melee free strike, which is a main action. Okay. I mean, I get it. Because the action itself is a main action, but you're using a triggered action to give yourself a main action. And so since it's a main action still, it can crit. I still hate it, and I would still just make it I'd still make it 1 value. And I don't care about a 3% chance to crit. That is very, you know what? Again, inelegant, but whatever. Here are some different styles that you could have. You could have the super long arc where you play for, 40 years and you get featured on YouTube with your 40-year-long campaign, which is apparently what all these people want these days. You could have an adventure of the week where it's very episodic and you just go around kicking ass. And next week on Adventures in Space, we go to this planet and we have this threat. We could have the looming threat, which is also known as the myth arc. This is the X-Files model, right? Where you alternate between Adventure of the Week, aka Monster of the Week, and versus the Arc, where you occasionally see stuff from the cigarette smoking man and the alien conspiracy. Or you could do multiple fronts, which is sort of the PBTA model, right? Where you have sort of a sandbox feel. These make your world feel authentic and alive, but requires more preparation since you'll be juggling multiple villains. So, we're going to do a new poll. What is your favorite or preferred, I'll put preferred, campaign type to play or run? I'll just say play in. So, run or play. Is it the long arc, the adventure of the week? What was it called? The long arc, the adventure of the week, the looming threat, or the multiple fronts? All right, polls up. So to be clear, the long arc is the adventure path model, for lack of a better word. The long arc is the adventure path model, right? Where you're on a relative, I don't want to say a railroad, but we're fighting this bad guy and it takes us across the whole thing. Adventure of the week is a very, episodic, we go from town to town and we solve problems, and there's not really those overarching connections. Looming threat is where you mostly just do adventures, kind of where it's like, oh, we got to go solve this adventure. It doesn't really, tie into anything. But then there's this ongoing threat that's looming in the background. And every couple episodes, every 4 or 5 episodes, you'll have what we call, a myth arc episode in X-Files language, where, that looming threat begins to, and of course, typically as you move towards the end of one of those campaigns, those episodes become a little bit more prevalent. But then every so often, not every adventure has anything to do with that, right? Sometimes you'll just be like, hey, a griffin got loose and it's tearing up the local areas. And it's like, we're going to go solve this adventure because we're heroes, but it has nothing to do with the great plan for the Lich Necromancer to be reborn and cast the world into darkness. And then the multiple fronts model is very much the sandbox model. It's the PBTA model. It's where you have PBTA style fronts, where you have multiple competing factions that have their own plans, and they're going to be doing stuff whether you're interacting with them or not. So it's a much more complicated, plans. Jess, one of my friends recently described having me as a player as, and Jess wants to make spreadsheets. If we don't have a Miro board to track all what's going on, what are we even doing? So clearly Jess voted for 4. By the way, Vin, making a very astute observation, this poll shows just how atypical this chat is. Why, Vin? What do you think most people would say? That's a fair answer, Ludo. I think this is a good thing to add to your player poll as well. I think it's cool to ask them and say what they want. And then when they say that they want a long arc, you can be like, sick, I don't have to do shit. Sales speak for themselves. This is true. And then we got information about creating villains and goals. Steal stuff. By the way, that's my number one advice when people say, Derek, what do you do? I just steal relentlessly from movies, TV shows, and books. Relentlessly. And if I need to, I tweak it a little bit, but sometimes I don't even tweak it that much. And then my players go, oh shit, this is just like that thing from Game of Thrones. And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, cool. And that's it. I don't even try to hide it. I'm not writing professionally. What do I give a shit? More stuff here. Planning some scenes. When to call for tests. There's not a lot of mechanics. Okay, so this is all just really advantage. So here's some information about how to set difficulties and some ideas about percentages. When you call for a test, make sure you can tell the player the reason why that is that difficult, which is fine. Information about failing with consequences, how to run hazards and terrain. Okay. Oh, okay. Here we got some hazard deadlines, hazard guidelines about damage, which is fine. create information about creating and running negotiations. Very cool. Good advice there. We're not going to cover all of it, but it's good that that's in here. How to framework for, like, ultimately focusing that negotiation is really just a mechanical framework for role playing, which is fine. Here we have some sample negotiators in the book. So there you go. So we do have some free stuff that you can use as an inspiration or as a quick lookup, which is neat, which is good. Actually, a fair number. Wow, more than I thought. I thought this was only going to give us a handful of examples. There's actually a fair number of examples. We got the bandit chief, a knight, a warlord, the guild master, a high priest, the burgomaster, the duke, the lich, the monarch, the deity. Oh, that's sick. And then prep and advice about running montage tests. So this is cool. All of the mechanics that we touched on in this book, this director section has a really good set of advice and information. How to do, a montage of a race, a chase, tracking a fugitive, how to run a respite, how to do projects during respites, how to grant rewards, grant titles, reward renown and wealth, what your first session should be like, start off with a bang. I cannot stress that enough. When campaigns start off with just like, and you're in town and we're role playing for 20, for 40, 50, 100 minutes, 200 minutes, 4 hours before everything happens. Terrible. Life's like a movie. Write your own ending. Keep believing. Keep pretending. We did just what we set out to do. Thank you to the lovers, the dreamers, and you. Kermit the Frog. And that is how we're going to end the session. That's how we're going to end the stream. The lovers, the leaders, and you. All right. And then we end with the creator license and one last piece of art, which is the back cover, presumably, and looks pretty cool. All right, book one done. It only took 13 hours of streaming. Well done, everybody. Shout out. So, like I said, we are going to do the monster book, and we're going to do the monster book. We'll probably start We'll probably start Sunday, unless we do it in the middle of the night, and we can get like Vin on here or something. And then we could talk about monsters. Then we'll never get through it, though, so that would be terrible. But I'll talk. I'll talk to him. I'll see what he wants to do. Yeah. So that's book one. Draw Steel. So look, we drank from the fire hose here, right? 13 hours in 48 hours, and we didn't even necessarily read over every single thing. And there's a lot to like about this game. There's a lot about this game. There's a lot to like about this game. There are some weird, inelegant, fiddly bits. But, the question is the juice worth the squeeze? The answer is going to be, depends. I really like the look and feel of this game. It feels a lot like 4th edition. And I played a lot of 4th edition. And I can tell you, my sense is that this game is going to play out better than 4th edition. I don't feel a lot of the hit point bloat. I think some of the mechanics are a little bit more streamlined and fine. I like that you can't miss in combat. The potency thing, yeah, it's a little bit clunky to me, but I get why it's there. I also don't like that there's no diagonal movement. Now, you might say, well, Derek, you should just 1 every 2. I don't even like that. Just use fucking hexes. And you're like, nobody uses hexes. I know, and I don't know why. Gloomhaven used hexes, and if it's good enough for Gloomhaven and it's good enough for BattleTech, it should be good enough for you. And those games are fucking ultimate tactical, so what do you want to say about that? Now,
Edward tipped $10. Congratulations making it through these mega streams.
Edward, thank you so much. I really appreciate you so much. Edward, you've been the champ, buddy. You've been really supporting this channel, and I really, really appreciate it. Shout out to Edward, Sam, Torin, Self-Confessed Cynic. Well, actually, fuck Self-Confessed Cynic is why I'm still here. Chris Torin, again, Anonymous. We had several Anonymouses. Joshua Chapman, Lion's Head, Phobos, Ludo, Elaine, Mark, Zymel, Roman, Sean, Yes and Dragons, Thaddeus, Sean, Equinor, Cal, Joshua, Sam, Dava, David Dragon, Math Guy Dave, Jackal Moon, Edward started us off. So we had a lot of people supporting this tonight. It was fun. Yeah, Hexagon is definitely the best-agon, except no substitutes. Edward, no. I mean, AoE abilities work so well with hexes, it's disturbing, right? A burst 1 is just tick a square, and then you hit the 6 hexes surrounding it. A burst 2 is you hit the hex, you hit the hexes around that, and you hit the hex around that. It actually makes something that resembles kind of a circle rather than a square, at least. I mean, it's a hexagon, obviously, but it still looks good. So Pumpkin says, as I said earlier, this game has a lot of great ideas, but doesn't stick the landing in a few important places. Would be great for a new school 4E game. Jess says, yeah, in the same way that it often makes sense to do PF1 than to do 3E when you want 3E, it probably makes more sense to do Draw Steel than when you want 4E. And that's right. And I love 4E, and I have a lot of 4E, and 4E is great. But I will say that I think Heroic Resources is more fun than Encounter Daily and At Will. I like the signature abilities. I think playing to your Heroic Resource is a cool lever, and it's a cool carrot. I love the victories starting as your Heroic Resource. I love the tension between that and the Respite. I love tying the Respite to a true healing recovery, not just I lay down on the ground for 6 hours. Now all the consequences of the last adventuring day are reset. I like that you really have to take a real break, and it's basically the idea is like you can't take this when it's even remotely dangerous. That's a really cool aspect that'll really affect the gameplay. Again, I cannot stress this enough. The Heroic Resource will be a really fun way to play. It's fiddly, yes, but not starting off the fight with your most powerful ability because you can't earn it, you have to earn into it, is really cool. There's a lot of tension, I'm sure, that goes in the Heroic Resources. The use of surges as a dynamic tool that the players can use to affect their potency and their damage, and it's a sort of universal buff that you can sort of throw around in the party, is really cool. Again, there were some things that I didn't necessarily love. The potency, and even within the potency, that is less than, not less than or equal to. That's just annoying to my brain. I nitpicked over some other things. But the class abilities seem cool. The characters at level 1 are deep and complex. 4th edition, in my opinion, made the 4th level 1 characters too simple. You had 1 encounter, 1 daily, and 2 at wills. I don't think that's enough. I think characters... I think... this is not one of the things I respect about this RPG is this RPG is not 101. It's not even 102. It's a 200 level RPG. And it's, Burning Wheel is maybe a 300 level RPG if you go the whole, the whole spoke and the rim and all that other stuff, and the hub. But this is not baby's first RPG, and I appreciate that because it means the level 1 characters are deep and rich and have a lot of moving parts. This is going to overwhelm someone new. I don't think anyone should ever play this as their first RPG ever. Full stop. I like the 2d10 resolution system because it's basically PBTA. And I love PBTA. It does have some weird wonkiness and some of the ways that it does some of the things and some of the language that it uses. And, we could argue to the end of time about how much white space it has and the lack of art and the reused art and where did the $5 million go. They are creating their own VTT. I will say this. I am way more likely to play this game on a VTT. And I say this as someone who loves playing in person. I'm just at the point in my life, personally, where I don't want to track all this. And there's a lot to track. Now, what does this game have going for it? Well, the biggest advantage that this game has going for it is that the biggest advantage that this game has going for it is that it is you didn't think this was coming, did you? The biggest advantage is Matt. Yeah, probably. But okay. If we think about Okay. If we think about the sort of, the gamist, simulationist, narrativist triangle, right? So we've got G, we've got N, we got S. So this is
Edward tipped
gamist
$5.
games, this is
Whiteboard
narrativist games, and this is simulationist games. So right now we have a game like MCDM, Draw Steal. Now, believe it or not, this isn't a fully hyper gamist game. It actually has some narrativist elements with the success with a complication, the hero tokens. There's a narrativist element to this. So Draw Steal, I definitely think is more gamist, but it occupies this kind of gamist narrativist spot, but it's definitely more gamist. But it's not all the way down here, right? 4th edition almost has no narrativism. Now, Daggerheart, I think, is also on this GN spectrum. But again, it's not a fully narrativist game. No, Daggerheart is like right here. Now, neither of these games is particularly simulationist, and that's okay. Yeah, a fully gamist game would be like Gloomhaven, would probably be the best way to describe it. So we've got this really cool element of choice between these different types of games. But we also have games coming out like the Broken Empires. Now, Broken Empires says it's going to be a sim-light game. So where does that put it? Well, interestingly, I think the Broken Empires is going to have some elements of narrativism in it. And I think the Broken Empires is going to end up, maybe somewhere around here. So it's cool that, number one, these games are sort of avoiding the extremes of the sort of mapping, but they're occupying different spaces in the game space. Now, I will say there are some games that I think are occupying kind of close positioning. Like, I think Cosmere is probably somewhere right here. Now, I think Cosmere, personally, is kind of between Daggerheart and, thing. But the problem with Cosmere is Cosmere kind of also has some weirdly simulationist, elements to it. And I don't know. Now, do I think Daggerheart and Draw Steal are different enough that you might play them? Yes. But would you play Draw Steal and Cosmere? No. Would you play Cosmere and Daggerheart? No. I think you'd pick one. I'm going to trust Ayla and say that she thinks that Broken Empire is a little bit more left because she says it has some gamist elements. That's fine. Now, 5e, in my opinion, is it has very little, almost no narrativist elements, but its simulationism is pretty terrible, and its gamism is pretty terrible. So 5e is probably like here. Oh, it does. Okay, it has resource dice. Yeah, I call that more emulationism, but anyways, point is. And I think that's really interesting and that's really cool. Now, I will say that, some of this, the distance, right? The distance from 5e to Cosmere is the shortest. And if you think about, because we've just covered a lot, we've covered Daggerheart, Cosmere, and Draw Steal in the last, month. And I think the distance from 5e to Cosmere is the shortest one, right down to the 6 stats, but also just the way that the game works. And I think making the leap from 5e to Draw Steal or 5e to Daggerheart is asking more of your players. Going from 5e to Draw Steal is asking them to embrace a lot more gamist conceits and much more complicated and tactical game. Going from 5e to Daggerheart might even be tougher because you're getting in all these additional narratives, all these additional meta currencies, and all this other stuff. Where would I slot PF2? I think PF2... That's a great question. I think PF2 is more gamist than 5e. I think PF2 is like here. Maybe a little bit more to the left. I think PF2 is somewhere around here, give or take. I think the journey now, and I would say like 4e is like here. 4th edition D&D is like here. So I guess what I'm saying is it's nice that there's like these, you know, different games around there, and I think that now from where I'm at right now, if I'm being completely honest, is I like narrativism, but I don't want something that's like super hyper gamist. And so, you know, 4E, draw steel, path tune, you know, not as interesting to me right now, you know. Now, I still think, I mean, again, I'm a long-term fan of 4E, but ultimately, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm really interested in a game like Daggerheart or a game like, you know, Fabula Ultima, which might be like right smack dab between narrativism and gamism, right? So, you know, this is kind of the space where I'm living right now. It's kind of like in here. Kind of. But I don't want to be, you know, full narrativism with no mechanics. You know, I don't want that. So I that's why I'm like, you know, kind of shifted down. Take care, Necro. Peace out. I mostly have very little interest in simulationism. Although, ironically, I still am kind of, I'm still kind of loving Traveler, just because the idea of Traveler is really cool. Cosmere may very well be the best middleman of the ones that we've covered recently. Is there a game that occupies straight smack dab in the middle? No, third edition, most definitely not. Third edition has no narrative as elements at all. I've often argued, I believe, that the game that I know of that is most appropriate for the middle is Legend of the Five Rings. That is what I've always argued. 3E is probably like here. Third edition D&D. I think Legend of the Five Rings is kind of right in the middle. And I think Legend of the Five Rings and Cosmere actually have kind of a similar amount of overlap here. But Legend of the Five Rings is strangely gamist, strangely simulationist, and strangely narrativist, and is also somewhat emulationist as well. For sure. Wait, one of the reasons I don't like vampires or ghosties, or, you know, and I also don't really, you know, I don't like super drama, you know, I'm not that kind of person. I don't watch those kind of shows. Not that there's anything wrong with them. That's not my type of show. So why do I like Monster Hearts so much? I love Monster Hearts so much because it's so goddamn good at doing exactly what it's supposed to do, which is the awkward and horrible experience of being a teenager. Cosmere is a great middleman if we're just talking about mechanics, but the Cosmere learning curve, okay, right. We are ignoring complexity. We are ignoring, you know, complication. We are ignoring depth, right? We're ignoring all these things, right? We're ignoring that stuff. This is just looking at, like, what do the game's mechanics serve to do, and what are they trying to take into account? Because you may really like where Draw Steel is, but I'm not gonna lie, Draw Steel, you know, it's a complicated game. You know, it's gonna take you some time to figure that one out. Probably. Whereas if you're coming from 5e, I think learning Cosmere is actually not that hard. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's neat that we have these different games. Now, like I said, there are some games that are sort of weirdly occupying certain sorts. Like I don't know. I think DC 20 is going to end up basically being like overlapping with like PF2. Now, it's possible that you might go from 5e to DC 20, but, you know, this is one of the reasons why when people talk about different games, and I go, well, yeah, but because of the games you don't know, like people talk about the big difference between 5e and Pathfinder 2. And the difference, you know, between 5e and Pathfinder 2 is real, and that distance looks huge if that's what your version of the universe looks like, right? And then, you know, when you zoom out, you suddenly start to realize, oh, okay, this environment is much bigger and much more complicated, you know, than I ever experienced or, you know, thought of. What was I looking for? So, you know, I think that's one of the things, that's one of the most important takeaways is everybody's version of the game, everyone's version of reality, I suppose, is different, and we should understand that. What am I looking for? I don't know. Anyways, I own 316 Carnage Amongst the Stars. Right. Most, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, 5e and 3 are, kind of overlapping too. So, good morning, boy. I'm dipping out. So I think it's cool that some of these games that are coming out do occupy different spaces. And, for me personally, like I said, right now, I'm really up in this kind of gamist, narrativist corner. And, that's why Fabula Ultima and Daggerheart, really, kind of call on me. Because I think they're really, really cool. I think they're really, really interesting. And I think it's really neat. So, yeah. All right. Well, it is 2:30 in the morning. I'm going to dip out. Tomorrow, the plan is for Bob to come over, and we are going to work on the studio, which means, that's right, there's a chance that there may be a, super chat. I don't know what happened to our, maybe that's what happened. We got a super chat from Elia. Elia says, when the time comes, I'll have to insist on coming on for the TBE deep dive. The hype must flow. Well, I got a chance, like I said, to sit down and have dinner with Trevor, and we chatted things. He and I really hit it off. We acknowledged very quickly that we wanted different things out of gaming right now, although we both expressed a love for Traveler. I am a backer of the Broken Empires, and since we have that connection, maybe there's a world in which I can even get some sort of sneak peek or preview. But the White Monster is empty, and that means we're done. So we're going to be in here tomorrow building. There's a chance there might be a stream, but it wouldn't be like this. It would just be like, me and Bob working with some smooth jazz working if you guys want to see us putting up stuff. Again, I appreciate some of you who stuck out for this whole thing or listened for this whole thing. A lot of you are going to come back and watch on VODs. It's totally fine. Again, I know it's tough. It's rough. I mean, I put out more content. Especially if we do the Monster Book on Sunday. I put out more content in a week than most people put out in a year. I'm not even exaggerating that number, by the way. So most people put out a 15-minute video or so, a week. And that means they're putting out an hour of content a month, which means they're putting out 12 hours of content a year. And I've done 13 hours of content just on this game this week. So I get it. It's tough, but I really appreciate you guys sticking with me. Not everybody does. That's why this model is so important, to rely on those of you who are patrons, those of you who support with adventures through the YouTube, through the Twitch Prime subs or regular subs, tips, super chats, the whole 9 yards. I can literally only do this because of that. And to be fair, if I had a regular job, I wouldn't be able to do streams like this, where I stream 20 plus hours a week. So it's, and I know not every video that I make you guys are going to watch. That's fine too. But I really appreciate you guys for supporting me, and it's been a lot of fun and getting to work with you guys. So I think this is the longest stream we've ever done. So nice little cool little milestone. But I'm going to sign off and say we'll probably see you tomorrow. But thank you for joining us here, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Draw steel!